Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the October, is it the 10th already? Santa Monica City Council meeting. We will begin with Councilmember Zwick leading us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and we will move on with the roll call.
Councilmember Zwick. Here. Councilmember Parra. Here. Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
And Mayor Davis.
Here, we have a quorum. Thank you very much all for joining us. Before we begin this evening's meeting, we're going to do something else first, if you don't mind. I'm sure most of the people in the room are aware of the sad developments in the Middle East and the horrific terrorist attack on Israel and what is happening in that part of the world. And so I'm hopeful that you will all join the council here in a moment of silence for all of the lives lost in the Middle East. Thank you very much, and I appreciate everyone's good thoughts for all the people who are suffering in that part of the world right now. With that, I'm going to turn the podium over to City Attorney Sloan, who has some introductions to make.
I can't turn on.
Oh.
Yeah, none of us can turn on. There we go. So thank you, Council. Very quickly, I'd like to introduce Romy Granshaw and Denise McGranahan. They're new lawyers in the office in the Consumer Protection and Tenant Rights Unit. They have a wealth of experience with tenant rights in Santa Monica, and it's a great addition to the city. So I just wanted them to be able to be introduced very quickly. Thank you.
Great, and we welcome you both. We know you both have deep roots here in Santa Monica and are very familiar with us, and we're very appreciative of your joining our wonderful city attorney's office. Just a reminder, we do ask that people turn off their cell phones. I will do that as well, so that we aren't interrupted by the dulcet tones of whatever ringtone you have chosen. And we will move on now with the planned agenda.
So first we have the public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have 15 speakers who signed up.
All right, thank you. So for those of you who've not been here before, this is the way we're going to do this. I will call off several names. We will ask all the people whose names I call to line up to the wall to your left, and we'll just go through it one by one, and then as we get through that first list, we'll add more people to the list. So the first few names I'm going to call out are Tanya Owen, Christina Correa, Monica Buelna, Laura Linder, and Leslie Linder. Oh, all right. So we have Tanya Owen, Christina Correa, Monica Buelna, and Lori Linder, correct?
Yes.
All right, and we will skip over Leslie, you're telling me. All right, we will begin. Ms. Owen?
Thank you. Good evening, honorable city council members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Tanya Owen, and I'm a retired Los Angeles County Deputy Sheriff, where I served the community for the past 32 years. I was raised in the city of Santa Monica, where I began my law enforcement career with the Santa Monica Police Department. I'm also the widow of Sergeant Steve Owen, who was brutally murdered, executed in the line of duty October 5th, 2016. I am here before you to convey my support for retired Santa Monica police officer and my friend, Christina Correa, who was injured several times in the line of duty, which resulted in her many injuries, causing her to medically retire. We in the law enforcement community have seen over the past 5 years the attack on our profession. We as police officers risk our lives every day for people we don't even know, even those who hate us. The challenges that we face on a day-to-day basis, the general public has no idea what our job entails. I want you as the City Council of Santa Monica to understand that what we are going through. In the past several years, police agencies have had a significant decline in recruitment and retention of police officers. Police officers are the first line of defense to ensure public safety. Without our police officers, our communities would be in peril. The ultimate sacrifice that I have endured by losing my husband has had a tremendous impact, not just to me, but to my children, my grandchildren, my entire family. We're all human beings. When we put on that badge, we serve selflessly with no questions asked of the community we serve, and we follow the rule of law. When we become police officers and we sign on the dotted line, we know what we signed up for, and that one day it could ultimately mean laying down our lives. However, when we are injured, we just want to be made whole again. Not only are there physical injuries, but also mental PTSD.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up, and our deepest sympathy for your loss.
Thank you for your time.
Christina Correa.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here. My name is Christina Correa. I'm a retired Santa Monica police officer. I was a police officer for 15 years and dedicated my life to the city, and I love this city. I was proud to be part of the city because I grew up here, and so was my father. He was murdered here in Santa Monica. I'm coming to you and pleading to you as not only a police officer, but also as a human being. I was injured, risking my life for the city. I got shot on the Santa Monica Pier on 4th of July, almost losing my arm. Well, most people would be running away from, the shooting. We ran in, risking our lives. I also got hit by a DUI driver, was almost squished to death. I have several injuries that I've gotten on this job, yet the city has yet to take care of my case. It's been 16 years that they delayed my case, and they're delaying and denying my surgeries, my treatments, and everything else. I've been trying to ask for a settlement to just get my case settled so that I can move on. I am pleading with you and asking you to please look into my case, look into the statistics that show that female officers are not getting their cases settled. More male officers are getting their cases settled right away. 16 years is unheard of. And I'm asking you and pleading with you, please settle my case, look into it, and find out what's happening, because the city adjusters are not giving my documents to the doctors, and the doctors are the ones ultimately going to make up the decision about my rating of my injuries. And I have 3 big boxes at my house that show I have the documentation, which the CUNY doctors are all telling me they're not getting. So please do something and look into this, because honestly, I feel sick to my stomach. It saddens me and disappoints me that the city that I grew up in, the city that I was so proud of, is letting me down and treating me unfairly. And I don't want this to happen to any other injured officers, because this is not right. I shouldn't be going out and risking my life just like all these other officers here, and then get treated like this after we get injured. So please, I'm just asking for you guys to please look into it and settle my case once and for all.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we don't do clapping, we do jazz hands, folks. You know that. Monica Buelna.
I'm the sister of Christina Correa. I just wanted to let you know what we have gone through as a family, seeing my sister being shot, surviving this, her back pains, her neck issues, the crying at night. To this day, she suffers so much. She might be going out, hanging out with her friends. She does lots of charity work for cancer survivors. She does so much for the community, for everyone she does. And to see that the city of Santa Monica, who she's so proud of, who my father, who was an officer, also worked for this city. I mean, in his grave, he's probably shaking his head to see what my sister's going through. It's horrible that no one has come out. I feel like my sister is lonely, that no one comes out and helps her and says, we're going to do this for you. We're going to settle. We're going to pay for your surgeries. She's in crucial pain. At night, in the day, she's smiling to everybody. But at night, when I call her, she's crying because she's in so much pain. Like, she still needs surgeries done. It's not right. How can the city do this? Other officers that I know go through the same thing, but their cases get settled right away. But my sister, 17 years? Why? Why takes this long? So I'm just letting you know. I see the tears. I see the suffering. I'm not a liar. This is what's going on with my sister. If you guys can please help her. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Laura Linder. And before you begin, Ms. Linder, I'm going to call a few more names of folks who can line up behind you. Jill Hawkins, Rhea DeVlute, Anthony, and Sarah Lee. Go ahead, Ms. Linder.
Thank you for letting me speak today. Again, I'm Laura Linder. I have a company. It's a nonprofit. We are advocates for first responders who are suffering with PTSD, mental health issues, physical issues. Christina and I have been friends for a long time, and I've watched as she's struggled. And I can tell you a lot of the issues that we have with the first responders to come into our treatment center have to do with the workman's comp. The men tend to get theirs completely cleared fast, and I've seen it with my own eyes. I just want to say that first. But also I want to tell you who Christina is. Christina has not been able to work in this field for 16 years, but I have absolutely seen her be an officer. In the back of her heart, her mind, her soul, it's everything that she is. She loves this city. She loves being in law enforcement, even though she's not. I see her out there. She's an advocate. She's helping other people who are suffering, even though she's suffering. And when I hear what's happening with the attorneys they are absolutely dragging her through the coals. It's not right. It's just not right. The questions they were even asking her today, not right. So I just hope that you'll take a look at her case and please help her through this, because I'm telling you, she's got a whole lot more to give to this town than she's already given. And you know, she's all in. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Linder. Jill Hawkins.
Good evening. Hope you guys are well. I'm here, first of all, I have a book, The Real Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the Global War on Democracy and Public Health for the two on the end on each side. I also brought this book. This is called Causes Unknown. It's by Edward Dow. He's from BlackRock, actuary, works in statistics. And so none of this is his opinion. It's all based on data. So it's very meticulously done. I want everyone to have informed consent, and so we navigate from knowledge. So it goes through all the countries, and it shows that there's it was normal deaths in 2020. There's no more deaths in the previous years, and then deaths started skyrocketing in 2021 right after the release of the vaccine. He knows this because he looked at insurance payouts, and everything in this book is ages 45 and under. That's all the data they took from 45 and under, and there is a skyrocket. There's unknown, like just people dying in their sleep, heart attacks. There's a cardiologist that I know who's in this book, is the most published cardiologist in the United States, and he used to see 1 or 2 cases a year for myocardiopathy, and now he sees 4 or 5 a week. So there's something going on with this vaccine. The data's in here. It's an amazing book. It has scan codes, so you can go to every story. Kids 15, 14, 12, 9. So it all came after the vaccine. And I'll keep it short. But you guys all have a copy. I'm one short, so if I could just give you a copy another time next week. So thanks.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Rhea DeVlute.
Good afternoon, honorary city council members. I currently reside in downtown Santa Monica. I've been here for quite some time, and part of the reason I like living here is the beach, the sunny afternoons, and the quiet that a lot of us have come to enjoy, and of course, all the really cool stuff on the 3rd Street Promenade. As of late, I know that we've had some disputes with the labor union and Fairmont Hotel, and I am all for them having a living wage, because some of us have to work 3 to 4 jobs just to be able to live in Santa Monica, enjoy all of this. But there's a problem. Some of us, and I speak for a lot of other neighbors, have issues with the noise levels, such as air horns, megaphones, 5-gallon drums, and a few of us have asked on behalf of the elderly neighbors and people who have children that are on the spectrum who've reacted very badly to these things, if they could perhaps take it down a notch. That's all we're asking. We're not trying to take away anyone's First Amendment. In the past 2 or 3 months, my health has declined. I've lost about 15 pounds because I can't even sit at home and enjoy my breakfast. I don't want anything else to be taken away from me or the other people around here, but it's very stressful. And I'm just asking that the city council please make it an agenda to lower the noise somehow, please. Like, let them protest all they want. I don't care. Just please, no more drums, no more air raid sirens, because I just can't take it. and a lot of other neighbors can. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Anthony?
Good afternoon, City Council. Yeah, I'd like to also address the issue with the loud, torturous noise levels that the strikers are doing. I'm all for them striking and getting a fair wage, but the excessive noise and the bullhorns, the air horns, the drums are too much. I live a block away from there, and I got to shut my windows, and it continually goes on all day long. So at the point where I'm at night, laying there at 11 o'clock at night, and I still hear it in my ears. I shouldn't have to deal with that. You know, I work a double shift and I need to come home and get my rest. And I believe everybody in here, their rest is important to them, especially when they're working long hours. So for me, it's very disturbing. And I think that it should be addressed. You know, like I said, they can go out there and protest and do it in a manner that they don't have to exceed such loud noise levels. That's the issue, because it's traumatic. And that's what I'd like to address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sarah Lee. And Sarah Lee, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Michael Pitkin, Daniel Prinz, Jerry Rubin, you're down here twice, but you only get to speak once, and Ahmad Zara. Go ahead.
Okay, so I am speaking on behalf of hundreds of residents on 2nd Street, 3rd Street, and 4th Street near California Avenue. We all have the same issue, and it's the excessive noise that my neighbors just talked about. We want them to get a raise. We want them to get what they're asking for, because the cost of living is insane now. However, we have rights at home to enjoy peace and quiet, and that's being violated on a daily basis. So it's been 110 days now. So like the last speaker said, yeah, I sometimes go, is that them? Is that them? And I'm like, but no, it's not 7 yet. So we're traumatized. I'm seeing an online therapist, and I know other people that are too. I know some people that now have high blood pressure. And I definitely am traumatized. So it's just too loud. So we ask that they just bring it down. Just the decimeters, it's too high. It needs to be under 80. So that's what we want. Everybody wants that. So we want them to have their rights. We want them to get a raise. I've sent emails on their behalf. I'm on their side. We just want to live peacefully at home. I shouldn't have to shut my window. I shouldn't have to buy headphones, over-the-head headphones from Amazon, and then keep trying to figure out how many decibels I need, you know, what rating I need. I'm up to 38 right now, and I can still hear them with the over-the-head headphones. That's not good. So I want them to be happy, but we should be happy. So the middle ground would be, if you guys enforce the ordinance, keep them below 80. It really should be 65. But we can go to 80 since 110 is unacceptable. So really, speaking on behalf of all the residents around me.
Thank you. Michael Pitkin.
Mayor, before the next
Yes.
person speaks, I would like to ask all of you that are along the walls to either find a seat in the audience or please exit out, and there's chairs in the hallway that you can see, and there's TVs out there that you can watch.
Yeah, raise your hand if you have an empty seat next to you so people can see them. The front row is for staff. Sorry, no sitting in the front row. That's for staff. Yeah,
Sorry, Mayor.
yeah, no. Yeah, sorry, our fire chief is here. We don't want to get in trouble with the fire chief.
Okay.
Again, if you have an empty seat next to you, please raise your hand so people know where it is. Thank you very much. I appreciate the cooperation. All right, do we all have seats? Are we okay, Madam Clerk? Oh, great. Mr. Pitkin, thank you for your patience.
Michael Joseph Pitkin. My brother-in-law, Big Jim Filkins, was Associate Sheriff of LA County, number 2 man. His sons, Tom and Andy, Highway Patrol. My sister was a policewoman. I do understand what a law enforcement family is like. I know good policing, and I know dirty policing. Dirty when Santa Monica law enforcement target the unhoused. Dirty when a DART or HELP female Latina officer says she will make up lies about me. Dirty when a DART HELP black officer, after knowing I have already complied with federal HRSA law, CES LASA, to hear this officer say he is not going to honor LASA. Dirty when a black officer, Sumlin, states I do not have right to a free speech protest zone on Civic Center. Dirty when DART HELP officers state they do not know what is going on, and I, every day, despite already fulfilling the law, have to convey to them shelter bed availability when in fact the people concerned is C3.
Thank you, sir. Daniel Prinz. All right. Mr. Rubin, you're next.
Well, thank you very, very much. Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, honorable council members, honorable city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and fellow Santa Monicans. Thank you for that moment of silence to start the meeting, Madam Mayor. Very sad. Also, I'm not an attorney or anything like that, but as you know, I think all of us support our hardworking police officers and firefighters here in Santa Monica. I want to invite you to just a brief circle of gratitude surrounding the tree of gratitude that you honorably helped plant in memory of my wife, who many of you know passed last year from pancreatic cancer. It would have been her 84th, well, it is her 84th birthday on Monday, October 16th. Very creative Libra. So we're going to gather at the Tree of Gratitude in the Santa Monica Palisades Park at 5 p.m. right near the pier. Also, I just want to throw out support for City TV. I know a couple of weeks they haven't been here, and I remember they were winning Emmy Awards and everything. I hope as we get the funds back again that we could reinvigorate City TV because they're so important to our city's education, transparency, and everything else. They've always done a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Ahmad Zara.
I apologize, I registered for the wrong item.
Oh, all right. Which item did you mean to be on?
I'll be speaking on the closed session. I re-registered.
Oh, okay, as long as you re-registered. I don't want to skip over you inadvertently. All right, then I'm going to call out a few more names. Jonathan Peterson Lofton, Gail Gordon, and Taylor Megdal.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Foster. My mother and father and my brother, sister, brother, and I, we come out of a family with 65 nonstop consecutive years of service to the military and the VA. And we would like to pause for 9 seconds, achai, for what is happening in Israel. Thank you. My next one is on adoption of resolution amending council rules. So every item, we have to hear the discussion, and then there's public input, because everything is a court case, and you're not doing this. It's disgusting. The next one, thank you on 16D, which got moved to the next meeting on number 4 for sound-activated devices on 3rd Street. I had sent an email to several of you. And I think really on 3rd Street, the noise level needs to come up just a little bit. This is why people turn up so loud on 3rd Street, because actually it's so low. And if it would be just a little bit higher, it might give an incentive for people not to be this loud all the time. You know what I mean? Because it's just so soft down there on 3rd Street. I mean, I know there are problems next to the hotel, but, you know, on 3rd Street, Promenade, the party zone, the only place they're kind of like as a festive kind of positive place. It could be a little bit louder out there for where we can be legally. So when people are robustly too loud, we can really know. And there also is a protocol for what sentence they get for when they when they go over the noise ordinance. And though I wrote some stuff about the CSOs, I mean, they're doing awesome work, the CSOs. It just would be easy. It might help if they just use the meter. I saw them for 2 weekends only. They do great work, wonderful.
Thank you. Peterson Lofton.
Hi, thank you, council members. I've been a resident in this city for over a dozen years now, and there's a growing issue of oversized vehicles being parked overnight in our neighborhood. There are multiple of them on the block that I live on. There's restrictions in the municipal code that prohibit oversized vehicles from overnight parking. However, there are currently several loopholes in place that are allowing people to take advantage of this. Specifically, the address on the application for the permit is not required to match the address on the vehicle. There are currently several RVs in my neighborhood that have out-of-state license plates that are permanently parked on my street. They only move when there's street cleaning, but otherwise they're there. Several of them have people living in them. It's a public safety issue. I have a family with young children. One of them was parked outside of my house for over a week, people coming in and out, dumping trash in my alley. In addition to that, the two block parking radius restriction that is applicable on all normal visitor permits is not enforceable for oversized vehicles. So there was an RV that had a permit for over 1.5 miles away from where they were parking. I called parking enforcement about this. They said that there was nothing they could do because the municipal code does not prevent or does not allow them to enforce the 2-block radius. And then in addition to that, these permits are being given in 30-day increments, and the permit holders are allowed to renew them indefinitely. So there's an RV that's been in my neighborhood for, I think, 3 or 4 months at this point. They just renew it every month, and then on top of that, the permit is free. So it's costing them nothing. So they're basically just storing their RV on our street for free in perpetuity, and I ask that the council please look into this issue and address the loopholes that are in place.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And no, we don't. But staff hears when people speak, and so they will take into account what's been said. Gail Gordon.
Am I on? My name is Gail Gordon. I am a native Santa Monican. My grandfather and my father were also residents of Santa Monica. My father went to SMC. They had a meat market on the corner of 18th and Broadway. But I just wanted to say thank you to all of you and tell you that I don't know if I'm allowed to be doing this now, but I am applying for Housing Commission. And I just wanted to put a face to a name, as we are also landlords and have been landlords since 1968. And we are very connected to the community because of that. We are very connected to our tenants. We're very integral in making sure that their quality of life is preserved. And I would like to see that continue to happen. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Taylor Megdal.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Taylor Magdal. I'm a local real estate developer, and I just wanted to speak a little bit about kind of the plight of smaller businesses given the interest rate move lately that they've had to endure. We've seen more vacancies on the commercial side and the retail side. And I just want to make sure the Council was aware that our small businesses are at risk with the cost of capital these days. And I just, want to employ everyone to look at kind of our landscape and try to make small businesses, which is the heart and soul of our country and the city of Santa Monica, to allow them, as much of an advantage as we can, whether it's regulation-wise, whether it's easier permitting, whether it's better inspection timelines. And I know there's also, for example, the cannabis subject matter tonight. That seems like a pretty good first, I would say, practice of that, where you can take a actual business and hopefully segue it and make it a little bit easier for them to operate. So that's just my general comment with a little bit of an agenda item.
Thank you, sir. John Madlin. And then also, we did not get a response when we called out Daniel Prinz. So if he's outside, if he could make his way into the council chambers, that would be great.
Well, now I know how it feels to be running late. So what is the heart and soul of Santa Monica? What is the heart and soul of any city, any government, any state? What's the phrase? Safety first. You've heard it say me before, you'll hear me say it again. I notice this coming Thursday, Madam Mayor, City Manager, you'll both be at the first annual policy thing for Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. And what are their first three priorities? Safety, homelessness, and recovery. Please continue to put safety first. I'm not a native. I've only been here about 27 years. But first lived here 56 years ago, a little longer than some of you people up there have been alive. But it's a great place to live, and hopefully continue living here until I push me in the ground, as long as you keep safety first. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last call for Daniel. Close agenda item 2.
Okay, so agenda item 2 is the public input. Agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, consent calendar only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And also, I'd like to announce that item 4J has been pulled at the request of staff.
All right.
And it looks like we have about 25 speakers.
All right. It looks like we have someone who thinks they were signed up for public comment, item 1. All right. On a non-agendized item? Well, no, that would be under item number 2 then. Let me see if your name's here. Yeah, you're in the right spot then. All right. So as before, I'm going to call a few names, and we'll ask you to line up because that minimizes the time between speakers. The first few names are Denise Barton, Debbie Mulvaney, Erica L., and Nicole Ferries.
How many minutes is it 1 minute?
Good evening. For consent calendar items 5A and 5B, is this something new? Because I could have sworn that second readings of ordinances require individual votes. And wouldn't doing a second reading of an ordinance outside of the ordinance heading invalidate the vote? Just wondering. Then on item 5F, isn't Silly Miller the same company that has the contract for the city yards? If so, wouldn't giving them this contract be a conflict of interest? Or would this be your way of paying off your campaign contributors? I mean, didn't Smur Throw or their members attend a party when Silly Miller got the contract for the city yards? Which speaks very loudly for those of you sitting up there due to Smur. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Ms. Mulvaney.
Hi, my name is Debbie Mulvaney. First, I support the CVRA, but I have several questions for the City Council, which I realize you're not answering. But I'm going to ask them anyway. Why are we here again? The city is very likely to win the CVRA lawsuit, so why would you consider settling it? Why would you agree to pay out millions of dollars if you were likely not to have to pay 1 cent and maybe even have costs reimbursed? Number 2, why would you agree to settle when the city charter requires a vote of the residents to make that type of change? Election reform is a discussion that should be held by the broad citizenry of this city, even though twice before the voters of Santa Monica have voted to continue with the current election model. Number 3, in light of the difficult financial situation the city is in, why would you pay out millions of dollars if you don't have to? Number 4, since Latinos have won at a much higher rate than other candidates for both the city council and the school board for many years, Why should Latinos, or anyone else for that matter, agree to have 1 vote every 4 years instead of 7 votes every 4 years? The fact that we are discussing this again smacks of desperation on the part of the plaintiffs more than it does anything else. You don't have the authority to settle this lawsuit. It's not legal for you to do so, and you are very likely to win the lawsuit and save the city millions of dollars. So I ask again, why are we here? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulvaney. Erica L.
Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, our city is only 8.4 miles wide, period. The city of Los Angeles is 504 square feet. We don't have enough room. If you look around here, look, our city council is packed out. We're a small city. Our people need to have their voices heard. Pico neighborhood is here, represented right here on this board. The basis of this lawsuit is saying that Pico neighborhood is not represented and that people of color can't get on this city council. You sitting here proves this wrong. Have the decency for our people of this city to have their own voice. We're not in one neighborhood anymore. We're spread out. Since the pandemic is taking place, everybody's living everywhere. It's not about our color anymore. It's about our economic standpoint. We're everywhere. And we need to be everywhere on this city council as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie. Nicole Ferries. And Ms. Ferries, before you begin, I'm going to call out a few more names. Chris Harding, Lori Lieberman, Dr. Anna Rogers, and Corinna Quintanilla. Go ahead, Ms. Ferries.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, City Council members, Mr. Sloan, Mr. White. Here we are again. So I'm here this evening to again urge the City Council to stay the course and allow the Court of Appeals to rehear the CVRA lawsuit. This is the best course of action for the city and its residents. Switching from at-large elections to district elections is in conflict with the Santa Monica City Charter. A switch will result in dilution of voting power for not only Latino voters, but for Black Santa Monica voters as well, and decrease representation on our elected bodies. Additionally, potential settlement of this case would not be a financially responsible decision, as liability would still remain. That would have a negative impact on city coffers at a time when the city budget is already greatly strained. While I support the CVRA for many municipalities, it is not, Santa Monica is a unicorn in a lot of ways. Our community has elected officials on both city council and school board over the years that reflect the diversity in our community. I believe that Santa Monica voters will continue to do so. Please respect our city charter and allow the court an opportunity to rehear the Santa Monica CVRA case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferries. Mr. Harding.
Ms. Lieberman has donated 2 minutes to me.
All right.
She's here. So, good evening. I'm Chris Harding. I'm a longtime Santa Monica resident and an attorney, part-time, and I'm the attorney for SEPS and 3 other organizations in the CVRA case. We filed a brief in support of the city in the Supreme Court, and we are planning on filing a brief in support of the city in the Court of Appeal. Ms. Mulvaney asked the question, why are we here? I submit we're here because the plaintiffs and their lawyers are desperate. They know things aren't going well in court. A quick history will do. After winning in the trial court, they lost the case in the Court of Appeal. They went to the Supreme Court and asked for a hearing on the entire case. They failed. They got a hearing on one legal issue only. Persisting, they then asked the Supreme Court to decide the case anyway on the merits. The Supreme Court said no. They clarified the issue of vote dilution and sent the case back to the Court of Appeal on both vote dilution and racially polarized voting. They also accepted our request for judicial notice, which submitted 20 years of elections data over the objections of plaintiffs' counsel who did not want that evidence in the record. Well, why is that? Because the evidence shows that Latino and Latino preferred candidates win at a much higher rate than other candidates. Let me put some numbers to that. For Latino preferred candidates for city council, they win over 75% of the time. For the school board, it's 90% of the time. The current system is working well for Latino voters and Latino candidates. There's no reason to change it, and certainly no reason legally. Plaintiffs can't prove racially polarized voting because the test is, do Latino preferred candidates usually lose? The answer is clearly no. As for vote dilution, the Supreme Court adopted a standard that is a pro-city standard. The plaintiffs have to show that a different system would work even better for Latino voters than the current system. And given the makeup of the city council, the school board, the college board, and the rent control board, they can't make such a showing. And keep in mind, they have to win on both issues, not just one or the other. So I think we're here because they're feeling desperate, though being very aggressive. They've asked you to enter a so-called settlement where you concede the case. As Ms. Mulvaney said, we don't think you have the legal authority to concede the case, certainly not given the record which shows the lack of any proof of racially polarized voting or vote dilution. And conceding the case would be imprudent. You'd be spending millions of dollars to settle a case and concede elections, district elections, without any need to do so. Millions of dollars that are much better spent on public safety, education, and other important priorities that you may have. I also would note, as a side note, that the t-shirts that say support voting rights are great t-shirts. But how do you support voting rights if you take away 6 of our 7 votes in a 4-year cycle and deny the voters of Santa Monica a chance to weigh in on an election about district elections? That doesn't seem like support for voting rights to me. So in closing, I would urge you to stay the course, defend the case as you have since 2016. Election reform is a live issue. I was on the Charter Commission back in the day in, I think, 1990 to 1992. And I thought districts were worth considering then, and they're worth considering now as a policy matter. But there's no reason to concede this lawsuit. It would be a horrible mistake to do so, and I think it would be unlawful to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Dr. Anna Rogers.
Why is such a critically needed proposition, such as joining with other cities in the fight for actual justice, real equity, and against the deadly no cash bail sentence pronounced on innocent residents, pronounced on our unhoused individuals and families, employees, and hardworking business owners, being hidden in closed session? And why now? Won't this be a ballot measure in 2024? How horrifically hypocritical will our city look if certain council members decide to use this artificial concern and virtual signaling, which is in the worst interest of past, present, and future victims of serious violence, plus physical and emotional damage as repeat offenders have a field day at our expense? This is much worse than threatening people with a bomb while you climb our Ferris wheel, although covered 6 would have prevented that possibly. Thank you. And not quite as bad as an entitled council member wanting to travel to Yimby Town, which is akin to Camner's abundant profits on steroids. Yes. Make no mistake. There is nothing equitable about this non-bail force, but it is a magnet for parasitic political sycophants desperate to look like they give a damn about anyone's life and choose to use the safety of our city's residents and workers as a springboard for future political endeavors. Es una desmadre seguro. I assure you, it is, yeah? Yeah. I assure you, voting against this proposition, or at the very least refusing to postpone for further discussion at a later date, will have the opposite effect. Our community is watching, and even though some here tonight could care less, we care. And we will know who chose to act in the best interest and safety of the city they claim to represent. Who did not.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Karina Quintanilla. And before you begin, Ms. Quintanilla, I'm going to call a few more names. Michael Feinstein, Natalia Zernitskaya, Maria Loya, and Ahmed Zara.
And before you start, I have a question. I see that you have time donated to Esther Hickman. Is that correct?
On the contrary, she's donated to me. She's donated to me.
Okay, so you're getting 4 minutes?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council, City Attorney, staff, manager, and all of the above that make the city beautiful. My name is Karina Quintanilla, and I'm the plaintiff in the CVRA lawsuit in the City of Palm Desert. I ran and earned 61% of the vote, allowing me to have a voice at the council. And I hear from my residents how wonderful it is to have somebody that they can speak to in their native language where there are nobody to shift them to and get frustrated by having the inability to communicate. I know that part of the discussion is around getting Latinos on the council, but we must understand that it's not only the cultural diversity that I bring to the table, I bring economic diversity. I don't have a six-figure spouse the way that some of my peers do. I live in a mobile home that needs a lot of work, and so on those hot days when I cannot run the AC unit and the blow dryer at the same time, my neighbors are probably going through the same thing. And it's 120 degrees there. My life experiences are very different than theirs, and I'm proud to represent all of Palm Desert. I sit at the dais because District 1 said we want you at the table, not we want you here to only represent us. Our cities are growing, and in Thousand Palms is where I grew up, is an unincorporated part of Riverside County. And in that location, we would get sandstorms where you would lose visibility, and sand berms would close the streets, and that is happening in North Palm Desert. 3 of my peers live in South Palm Desert within 1.5 miles of each other and don't even get sand. So they don't see that as a public safety or a health issue. I fought and I fought and I fought. One of my peers that said, that's on private land, why should we care? Because it's a public safety issue when you cannot get your tires in traction. So finally they listened and were able to get the wind barriers and street sweepers. That is for North Palm Desert, not just for District 1, because I sit at the dais to represent everyone. Sorry about that. I mean, my argument was that you can't risk human life. And in Palm Desert, Santa Monica was the example of what not to do with regard to fighting CVRA. We were able to spend just over $1 million, and we see that it was very difficult to see that a city wasted close to $14 million. With that, you could have fixed roads and public works. You could have worked on the 8,874 housing units that are required by RENA, where you require to have 65% accessible to different levels of incomes. You could have hired people to maintain the pier. You could have supported businesses, and you could have supported the ecology of your community, not just those that are currently living here, but the interconnectedness of the ecology. Cities are living organisms, and everyone is part of the living being. Imagine if the ER doctors at St. John's Medical Center only treated respiratory infections and kidney stones, and you needed your appendix out. Let's look at your demographics. 36% of your residents are 25 to 44 years old, and their medical needs are prevention and intervention. 27% are 45 to 54 and rely on diagnostic needs, and 15% are over 65 with high need for specialization. Having diverse medical specializations ensure that communities are healthier, and this is the same reason why we need districts. If there are too many, let's look at the ecology as another example of why we need the diversity. If there are too many sea urchins in one part of the Pacific Ocean, urchins have poor vision and great appetites, and they'll go through and they'll munch all of the sea kelp, and that creates tremendous devastation for the species that depend on laying their eggs and the protection that are offered by the kelp. This also ensures that the water temperature is rising because there's a lot of CO2 that is maintained. In my city, I tell everyone that cities are a living organism. Our residents are the blood cells. Our businesses are the organs.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your coming here. Richard Polanco? Oops, wait a minute. I apologize. I'm sorry. The list jumped on me. I apologize. Former Mayor Michael Feinstein.
Good evening. Michael Feinstein. I'm a voting rights and CVRA supporter. I believe you should continue to defend the city in this case. I believe you prevail, and I believe that will lead to an improvement of the CVRA. The fact that this city has had the huevos to defend this law all the way to the Supreme Court has meant that the court has finally filled in the undefined terms of dilution and influence. And as a result, we now know how the law needs to be applied, and we see that the premise that the Santa Monica case was based on, that racially polarized voting is an absolute, is not correct. It's contextual, and in a contextual analysis, as mandated by the court, Santa Monica will prevail. The only type of settlement that you should agree to is 1, the plaintiffs drop the case, 2, they drop any claim to any fees, and 3, they send a letter to the state legislature asking for proportional ranked choice voting to be given safe harbor on the same level as the districts, because what this suit has shown is the limit of trying to apply winner-take-all electoral systems to achieve minority representation. And the CVRA can be strengthened if proportional ranked choice voting is added as a remedy. Not that we're in violation, but the law itself can be strengthened, and this case can lead to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cernitskaya.
Good evening. My name is Natalia Zernitskaya, and let me take this off so you guys can hear me better just while I'm up here. I'm here to speak on agenda items 3D and 3E. First, the CVRA is an wonderful law. It can certainly be strengthened, but the beautiful thing about it is it provides the flexibility for each jurisdiction to determine and to work with its residents and constituents to figure out how to best represent the city. So I urge the council to please stay on course for the CVRA case and let the facts of the case be adjudicated at the Court of Appeal as recommended by the California Supreme Court. Additionally, I urge Councilmember De La Torre to recuse himself from item 3D because he has a conflict of interest, given that he served as co-chair of the PNA, a co-plaintiff in the case, and as the representative of that plaintiff during the trial. The California Attorney General has noted that a public officer is bound to exercise their powers with disinterested skill, zeal, and diligence for the benefit of the public. Actual injury is not the principle of the law that the law proceeds on. Fidelity to the public interest is the purpose of conflict of interest laws. It is in the best interest of the city and its residents to allow the case to be reheard at the Court of Appeals. The Supreme Court did not rule on, quote, the ultimate question of whether the city's voting system, the at-large voting system, is consistent with the CVRA. They took the opportunity to clarify some of the ambiguities of the law. They also noted that if there is a violation of the CVRA, the proposed remedy should not make the protected class worse off. If Santa Monica were to switch to districts, Latino voters would certainly be made worse off. Additionally, proceeding to the Court of Appeal is the most fiscally responsible choice. Regarding item 3E, I did send an email on this, but please don't join the lawsuit against the new pre-arraignment release protocols or zero bail.
Thank you, Ms. Cernitskaya. Maria Loya?
Mayor, I'd like
Yes.
to take a point of personal privilege. My name was mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, for the comment that was made regarding a conflict of interest, there was a lawsuit that I filed, and the city spent about $800,000 to try to exclude me from deliberations in closed session on the California Voting Rights Act case. And a judge ruled that I have no conflict of interest. There is no monetary exchange between the plaintiff's attorneys, or myself or my wife or any of that. So I just want to clarify that for the record that a judge, a third party reviewed that allegation and there was no conflict. And that's why I'm now back in closed session and I'm proud to represent my community on that question.
And please, no clapping, folks. You can do happy hands, but we don't allow clapping because we want everyone to feel that they have an equal say here. We don't want anyone to be uncomfortable. Ms. Loya.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to demonstrate support for the CVRA and to urge the council to drop the appeal. Now, we filed this lawsuit because for over 70 years, the Pico neighborhood did not have an elected representative, and that had an impact in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood became a dumping ground, right? And so what we want is we want to ensure that the Pico neighborhood will always have a representative. We'll always have a representative to represent the interests of the residents of the Pico neighborhood. And that's why we're here. Now, many people say they support the CVRA, but they want the city to continue the lawsuit. That's a contradiction, right? Because if the city continues their lawsuit, it is threatening the California Voting Rights Act. And we can't have that in the state of California. Many of you believe in social justice and racial justice. It is not racial justice and it is not social justice to try to weaken the California Voting Rights Act by challenging it. Now, many of you didn't start this lawsuit, but all of you can end it. You can end the waste of millions of dollars. More than $13 million was wasted to protect the right and the privilege and the position of many council members. The fact is that up until 2020, the majority of the council members historically have been reside north of Wilshire. That's not racial justice. That's not social justice. What we're trying to do is we're trying to right a historic wrong, and you all are in a position to do that. So I ask you and I urge you to drop the appeal and do the right thing for the city of Santa Monica, do the right thing for the residents of Santa Monica, and stop wasting our public dollars on this frivolous case that in the end will only hurt voters of color throughout the state of California and throughout the country, because many of the voting rights legislation or policies in the country was modeled after California. And I think it's important for you all to recognize that the more that you challenge this lawsuit, the more that you challenge the California Voting Rights Act, you are threatening voting rights for thousands and hundreds of thousands of people of color not only throughout the state, but throughout.
Thank you, Ms. Loya. Your time is up. Thank you. Again, please, no applause. Happy hands are perfectly fine. Thank you. Mr. Zara, and before you begin, I'm going to call out a few more names.
And Mr. Zara, was your time donated by Anna Little? And is she here? Thank you.
All right. Before you begin, I'm going to call out a few more names. Let me turn the mic on. Angie Jimenez, Ambrose Brooks, Claire Simonich, and Kevin Schenkman. You can go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ahmad Zara. I am a council member in the city of Fullerton. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council, thank you for the work you do. I understand how difficult it is. I usually don't go out to other councils, and I don't presume to tell you what to do. But I thought it important for me to share my story and the story of our city and how we went district elections and the benefits that we are reaping today. I was the first person in our city to be elected in a district election in 2018 after a similar case in which our city settled. I became the first Arab American and the first openly LGBT person to be elected to our city council. And my constituency I represent are majority Latino. And what I found interesting is that being a local council member, there's a few benefits here. It really strengthens democracy in the sense that now I can communicate directly with literally my neighbors and the people down the street, because these are the neighborhoods I grew up in and I lived in. And so I was able to identify stop signs that were missing that no one had paid attention to, and people came to me with that. We did studies in neighborhoods on quality of life and created a code enforcement program for renters to be able to have their buildings be inspected without actually imposing either on the landlords and picking on one landlord or another. So there are benefits from this, and that is that direct communication you have with the constituent. People know me by name. I know constituents by name. And you walk the neighborhoods, it is so much easier also to run elections. It allows for people who don't have the means necessarily to run at large to be able to run in local elections, because now you're able to knock the door. And I remember knocking about 2,000 doors just by myself. And I think people can achieve a stronger democracy when we have this close representation. Local councils are where people have the ability to come out and speak and really connect with their representatives. And this makes it just even stronger than that. Our community, we brought Spanish translation because I understood our neighborhoods. I'm a renter, and a lot of renters didn't have any representation, even though our city is 50% renters. And so the folks were able to come out and speak because they got empowered to see someone like them on the council who represents their interests and reflects how they live their life as well. So there are some benefits. I do urge you to consider this and look at other cities. And I only come here because I also am worried, because this is a court case, that it could have impact on all our cities throughout the state. And so I hope that this doesn't set any precedent that negates what we have achieved in our city and what others have also achieved. There is a lot to gain from this. And I know change is very difficult, but we are a better democracy for it when we connect on this local level and make it easier for people to connect with their local representative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right. Oops, once again, my list has jumped ahead of me. Angie Jimenez.
Ms. Jimenez, are you having time donation? I'm over here. Or are you just speaking as yourself?
I'm speaking as myself.
Okay.
Do we have interpreting services? Sí entienden las personas que hablan español por español. ¿Sí tienen servicio de intérprete? ¿No? Okay. Bueno, voy a empezar. Mi nombre es Angie Jimenez. Soy concejal en la ciudad de Montebello. And I did have to write some talking points because I am very passionate. I don't normally go out into other council and speak before other councils. I'm usually on that side of the dais. But I am very passionate about representation and just this issue. Entonces voy a empezar con que es alucinante que con tanto caos en el mundo y aquí en nuestro estado, ustedes en la ciudad de Santa Mónica sigan considerando su deber y seguir desperdiciando dinero, el dinero de los contribuyentes, para negarles a esos mismos contribuyentes el derecho de elegir un representante que realmente los represente. No necesito decirles esto otra vez, pero parece que para unos de ustedes es necesario. La ley del derecho del voto de California es una legislación crucial que tiene como objetivo garantizar una representación justa para todos los ciudadanos, incluidos aquellos que entornos marginados. Al provenir de una comunidad diversa como Montebello, donde diferentes vecindarios tienen distintas necesidades y perspectivas, resulta esencial contar con representantes que realmente comprendan los desafíos y necesidades únicos de cada área. Nuestra ciudad votó para ir en distritos el año pasado y yo me postulé para mi reelección en lo que ahora es el Distrito 5. Vivo en el lado del sur de Montebello, donde literalmente vivo al otro lado de las vías, del tren, donde tenemos dos hermosos parques que han sido descuidados por muchos años, por mucho tiempo, donde los hoyos en las calles han dañado muchos de los carros de nuestros residentes que aún no pueden ellos darse el lujo de perder, donde tenemos pandillas destrozando a la única tienda, una de las únicas tiendas en nuestro vecindario, porque en realidad no tenemos tiendas comestibles, donde nadie antes en el Consejo había entendido bien lo que sucede al lado del sur, porque no viven ahí. Al defender el derecho de los votantes y a elegir un representante que los refleje a ellos, a su comunidad, se está promoviendo un proceso democrático que valora la inclusión y empodera las voces de los marginados. Al apoyar la ley del derecho del voto de California, puede ayudar a cerrar la brecha entre diferentes partes de su ciudad, fomentando una mejor comprensión y colaboración entre las comunidades diversas. Permite que los residentes elegir representantes que realmente comprendan sus preocupaciones y defiendan sus intereses y trabajen para asegurar que los máximos beneficios para su comunidad en conjunto. Ahora les pregunto a ustedes, Ayuntamiento de Santa Mónica, ¿quieren ser conocidos como la bella ciudad costera que es racista? Porque están en buen camino correcto con esta demanda. ¿O quieren que los recuerden como la ciudad que abrió sus corazones y tomó la sabiduría para apoyar los derechos de los votantes, de los principios de una representación justa, de justicia social, de justicia racial, de la democracia? Again, I don't usually come out to speak, but this is, and I had to really take the time to write my talking points because I will I tend to get very emotional, but it is unfortunate that we have to do this and take time out of our lives and time out of the residents' lives to come and have to speak on this. But it is mind-boggling that with so much chaos going around the world right now, and even here in our state, that you, Santa Monica, find it your duty to continue wasting taxpayers' money to deny those very same taxpayers the right to choose a representative who truly represents them. I don't need to tell you this again, but it seems that some of us might have to repeat it. The California Voting Rights Act is a crucial legislation that aims to ensure representation for all citizens, including those from marginalized backgrounds. Coming from a diverse community like Montebello, where different neighborhoods have different...
Thank you, ma'am. Ambrose Brooks? Please, folks, please don't clap. All right.
Mayor, I have a quick question. Usually when a speaker speaks in Spanish, we usually allow a translation, and I was just wondering, is there a departure on that practice?
No, but typically what happens is when people are going to speak in Spanish, they bring someone who can translate unless they've given us prior notice that they need a translator. In this case, it's...
She did get additional time.
Yeah, she did get additional time. She got 4 minutes, which is typically what we give people. But usually people, unless they give us advance notice that we need to have a translator, they bring their own.
Okay, I know that we did invest money for language justice. There was some dollars that were invested, and I'm trying to understand.
Right, but
like we don't have a translator right now, for example.
Okay, folks, this is not interactive. This is not interactive. We'll conduct our business. We don't We do have money for language justice. We need advance notice. Translators are very expensive, and so we have asked people when they need a translator to give us advance notice, and we have, as you know, brought in translators for people. When people don't give us advance notice, then they usually provide their own translator, as has happened, as you also know, in public comment. So in this particular instance, to my knowledge, we did not have advance notice. I can confirm that with our city staff.
We did not receive a request for a translator.
Yeah, I mean, there is an option that people can request translation services, and we do provide them. But if we don't receive that request in time to get the translator here, we did give additional time, and it was clear, in all honesty, that the speaker does speak English, and she had that option to speak in English. She was obviously quite eloquent in English. So while we don't require people to speak in English, if they need a translator, they need to give us advance notice so we can have a translator available, or they bring their own. Those are the options.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that in the future in the agendas that we just have a sentence that says anyone requiring translation. I don't know if
It is there.
Where at?
It's not on the printed out agenda.
Cover of the agenda.
Right.
It's on the back page of the agenda.
Back page.
Mayor Davis?
Yes.
I understand not having a translator, but I also understand that this person is a city council person in another jurisdiction within LA County, and I would think has a courtesy to that other council member that we should allow them 2 extra minutes I think it would take to finish, if possible. I understand.
They were given 4 minutes. They were given twice the normal time.
I understand, but it would appear that she was in the middle of trying to provide Spanish and then translate in English as a courtesy to a neighboring council. I would hope that.
Well, we also had a council member from Fullerton here.
I know that.
We've had other elected officials.
And North Palm Desert.
Right.
So I would just appreciate, because I know if we went to another jurisdiction, I suppose, maybe I'm wrong, because I haven't done this, but that they would provide us with the extra time needed to finish a statement. So I would ask that we allow her to finish her translation in English this one time. Thank you.
Is that a motion? I mean, we provided twice as much time as normal, and I will tell you, when you go to other jurisdictions, they do not give you additional time. Okay. But we actually do, when, we did give 4 minutes because she was testifying in 2 languages. So if you,
I move that we allow the city council person 2 extra minutes to finish her translation in English.
is there a second? I'm sorry, folks, you're not participating
Second.
up here. All right, motion by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. Was there any discussion? I saw people turning there. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. All right, that passes 6-1. So you have an additional 2 minutes, Ms. Jimenez. And please do not clap. I know you all know the rules, and so I really would appreciate you following our council rules. Go ahead, Ms. Jimenez, you have 2 additional minutes.
Thank you. I will only be taking hopefully just 1, and I will continue where I left off. Coming from a diverse community like Montebello, where different neighborhoods have different needs and perspectives, it becomes essential to have representatives who truly understand the unique challenges in each area. Our city voted to go into districts this past year, and as I ran for re-election in what is now District 5. I live in the south side of Montebello, literally on the other side of the tracks, where we have 2 beautiful parks which have been neglected for way too long, where the holes on our streets have damaged too many of our residents' vehicles, which they cannot afford to lose, where we have gangs vandalizing one of the only convenience stores in our neighborhood because we don't actually have grocery stores on the south side, where no one before in the council has quite understood what happens in the south side because they don't live there. By advocating for the rights of voters to choose a representative who reflects them and their community, you are promoting a democratic process that values inclusivity and empowers marginalized voices. Supporting the California Voters' Rights Act can help bridge the gap between parts of our city, fostering better understanding and collaboration amongst diverse communities. It enables residents to elect representatives who genuinely understand their concerns, to advocate for their interests, and work towards securing maximum benefits for the community as a whole. Now, Santa Monica, I ask you, do you want to be known as a beautiful coastal city who is racist because you're on the right path with this lawsuit? Or do you want to be remembered as a city who opened their hearts and wisened up to support the rights of voters and the principles for fair representation, of racial justice, of social justice, of democracy? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ambrose Brooks, and I apologize, sir, for having to call you twice.
All good. I appreciate language justice. My name is Ambrose Brooks. I work with people who are impacted by incarceration and their families, and I'm speaking on agenda item 4E. Santa Monica should not join this frivolous lawsuit against the LA Superior Court's new pre-arraignment bail schedule. Instead, Santa Monica should support, proper implementation. First, it's important to acknowledge what is lost in the media coverage of the new bail schedule. LA County was under a very similar bail schedule for over 2 years, March 2020 to July 2022, and then again from July 2023 to October 1st following a court order. During these 2+ years, LA County did not experience any corresponding, quote, rise in crime as a result of the bail schedule. Money bail is not the driver of the issues Santa Monica residents are concerned with. In fact, a step away from money bail is a step towards safety. Studies have shown that money bail is criminogenic, meaning forcing someone to pay for their freedom actually reinforces cycles of incarceration. Just 24 hours in jail makes somebody more likely to be rearrested. This new bail schedule has the potential to make a positive impact on LA County. Pre-trial detention is harmful for everybody. People released pre-trial can care for their mental and physical health, maintain their employment, and keep their families together. We know in LA County, people are chained to benches for days, awaiting processing into jail. People are left on floors under 24-hour lighting with garbage, urine, and feces. Sending someone to jail is almost a death sentence. This year, 36 people have died in LASD custody. Santa Monica City's tax dollars could be better spent on investing in mental health, permanent supportive housing, and community services, not this litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Claire Simonich.
Good evening. My name is Claire Simonich. I'm an associate director at the Vera Institute of Justice, a national organization that has worked on pretrial policies across the country for more than 60 years. We promote evidence-based strategies that ensure fairness, promote safety, and strengthen communities. I help lead Vera's work in California from our office in downtown LA. I'm speaking today to encourage the council not to join the lawsuit against the Superior Court's bail policy, item 4E. The court's policy, which allows for the release of people charged with low-level offenses before their first court date, is not a radical change to the pretrial system. The new policy builds off of the effectiveness of similar policies both across the country and the very policy that was in place in Los Angeles over the past 3 years. Vera's analysis of LAPD's own data found that violent and property crime were lower or remained effectively unchanged under this previous policy. And this mirrors research from other jurisdictions that show reforms like the court's policies are not linked to an increase in violent or nonviolent crime. Harris County, for example, the home of Houston, began releasing people charged with misdemeanors in 2019, and it did not result in higher rearrest rates. Similarly, in Kentucky, which has a bail policy very similar to LA's new bail policy, rearrest rates have stayed largely the same. Critics of the LA bail policy frequently fearmonger by citing to the Yolo County DA's claim that their emergency bail schedule led to a huge increase in crime. But those reports are flawed and not credible. They're based on a very small sample size, and they did not incorporate research principles. We know that pretrial detention will not benefit public safety, and by following the research, Santa Monica has a chance to spare many people the harmful destabilization of pretrial incarceration and set an example for evidence-backed reform. The city should not join the Whittier lawsuit in Idaho.
Thank you. Kevin Shankman, and Mr. Shankman, if I can get you a wait, I'm going to call a few more names. Milton Grimes, Anna Little, Miguel Coronado, and John Raffling.
Is your time donated by Milton Grimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right.
And before I start, I have to say,
Mr. Shankman, when you start to talk, your time is going to start to run. Everyone gets the same amount of time.
Of course. Before I speak substantively to the issue in closed session, I want to mention, not only are the people here with the Support Voting Rights T-shirts, there was also another group that was booted out, and someone, I don't know who, told them to, quote, speak English. So I think that's where some of this hostility is coming from. So just keep that in mind as, someone might clap or say something. But look, substantively, mayor and council members, I went back and watched the public comments from the May 9th council meeting. And one of the commenters, Chris Harding, I see you, Chris, told all of you that the city has the ball on the 1 yard line and it's heading in for a touchdown. So why would you settle when you're about to win? Now, put aside that we now know that the ball was not on the 1 yard line. It was more like 4th and 10 at your own 2. But, and everyone knows in that situation that the responsible thing to do is punt, even though you might have some diehard fans shouting to go for it. But what struck me about Mr. Harding's remarks was not the in-app sports analogy. It was his statement, "You're about to win." Win. What does that mean here, win? I know what Mr. Harding means by win. It's that the defendant prevails and the city of Santa Monica keeps its at-large election system that has served his family very well. But as Senator Padilla wrote, quote, "If the city of Santa Monica prevails, the CVRA's protections against discriminatory at-large elections would be drastically weakened. In other words, if the city has its way, California would be set back 20 years. The win, Mr. Harding described, would be a loss for the voting rights of Santa Monicans, 40 million Californians, and even the residents of New York, Virginia, Connecticut, Oregon, and Washington that have passed similar laws to the CVRA. Councilmember Zwick, suppose this case was not about voting rights, but instead about housing rights, something I know that you care very deeply about. And a group had been litigating against the city of Santa Monica for nearly a decade, demanding more affordable housing. If the city of Santa Monica prevailed in that case, thus reducing affordable housing, would you regard it as a win because it might mean the city could escape paying some attorney's fees? To me, a win means something that you can be proud of. Councilmember Terosis, when you are our state senator and you are speaking to some of your colleagues who are members of the Latino, African American, and API legislative caucuses, groups that supported the plaintiffs in this lawsuit, will you proudly proclaim that you were a part of the fight against those groups, against the voting rights of the minority constituents in their districts? Make no mistake, what the city's attorneys continue to argue in your name, if accepted by the courts, would gut the California Voting Rights Act and the voting rights that it protects. If I were up there, that's not something I would be proud of. It's something that I would cause to stop, put an end to, and I would do it immediately. That should have been done in 2015. It should have been done in 2019. It wasn't, so 6 of you who were not involved in those decisions find yourselves here in 2023 facing a moral question, and indeed it is a moral question. I would just advise it's never too late to make the just and right decision on a moral question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schenkman. So, Madam Clerk, I see obviously Mr. Grimes gave his time to Mr. Schenkman, but then you've checked off Anna Little.
Yes, Anna Little donated her time to Ahmad Zahara.
Oh, all right, okay, I apologize. Then our next speaker is Miguel Coronado, and then we'll have John Raffling, and then after that, I'm just going to call a couple more names, Richard Polanco and Alex Aldana. So go ahead, Mr. Coronado.
Good evening, Mayor, residents, invited guests. Thank you so much for having us. This is a moral issue. I know power is alluring. Nobody wants to let go of power. I wouldn't want to let go of power if I was powerful. But there comes a time when resources are being spent, billions of dollars are being spent. Even though Latinos are the majority in the state of California, we're underrepresented of all factions of the state. As far as Latinas are concerned, education, on the lowest graduation rates. As far as Latinos, it's even worse. Let's not speak about African Americans. Schools are deteriorating, parks are not being paid attention to, and we are not supporting something that the Constitution is saying in the state of California. We need to share power. I understand, I looked at Ms. Parra, want a seat, and Mr. De La Torre also want a seat, Ms. Negrete, and that could be the argument like we have in the city of Lancaster. Oh, we've elected Latinos and we don't need to go through district elections. We don't need them. The fact is that we do. And it clearly says we don't need 30% in a particular district to have a representative. We just don't need it. We need a representative because it's not only the right thing to do, it's the moral thing to do. And most of the time, let's face it, white Americans will look out for white Americans. Black Americans will also look for Black Americans. But when it comes to the Latino and the Latino cause, we're behind and we're struggling and we're suffering, and it continues to suffer. And Santa Monica is very dear to me, not only to me, but my family. As a little boy, I used to come here and sell chiclets for a better life. Chiclets.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Raffling. And then the names I called next were Richard Polanco and Alex Adana. Go ahead, Mr. Raffling.
Hi, Ron. Thank you. John Raffling. I'm a resident of Santa Monica. First, I want to say that I stand with and support my neighbors from the Pico neighborhood and ask you to drop your opposition to the CVRA case. But I'm here to speak about in opposition to my city joining this foolish lawsuit to stop implementation of the new bail schedule. For over 20 years, as a practicing attorney in the criminal courts of Los Angeles County, I saw firsthand how the use of pretrial incarceration and the imposition of money bail perverted our system of justice and did not make anyone safer. People held pretrial, not guilty of any crime, just accused, faced punishment without being convicted. Think about how profoundly such a system contradicts our stated values. People held in custody who aren't rich enough to pay their bail plead guilty quickly so they can be released, whether they're guilty or not of the crime that they're accused of. This is not justice. I've seen many times people held in custody lose their jobs, lose their homes, lose access to health care, be forced to drop out of school. Studies have shown that jailing people pre-trial before they've been convicted of any crime actually increases the likelihood that they'll commit future crimes. The belief that jailing people we legally presume innocent somehow increases our safety is misguided and false. The new bail schedule is a result of a court hearing that found jailing people because they cannot afford to pay money bail is unfair and violates our fundamental legal principles. That court also found that imposing money bail does not make us safe. The law enforcement officials who challenged this ruling.
Thank you, sir.
No evidence that it does.
Thank you. We appreciate your coming out. Richard Polanco?
Mr. Polanco, do you have time being donated by Alex Alanda or Adana?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. And is he here? Alex.
Estimado público, les doy las gracias por su presencia. Es muy importante la participación de cada uno de ustedes. Yo soy el senador Richard Polanco. Avanzar esta propuesta de ley porque en este país el voto cuenta. En este país el poder está con ustedes. I am here today once again to ask that you not move forward this lawsuit. It is a lawsuit that has statewide implications. It is a lawsuit that has been brought forth by individuals who believe the at-large system is good for Santa Monica. The at-large system in the over 150 cities has proven that it works, that it matters, and that it brings greater participation and accountability to democracy. You do not own the at-large seats. They don't belong to anyone. When you run by districts, you're held accountable to the needs of the people. To have members of councils who got elected at large and listen to that testimony should matter to you. To continue to spend millions of dollars, taxpayers' dollars, that the city is going to pay any which way, to add to that is wrong. It is just plain wrong. You have put in jeopardy, and if successful, which you will not be, you jeopardize what was put together and voted with a lot of thought by members like Deborah Bowen, who became Secretary of State, John Burton, the President of the Pro Tem, Sheila Kuehl, member of the Senate at that point in time. The list goes on. And who is on the other side? The likes of those who we see today on a national basis limiting voter participation. And you are doing that today in continuing this litigation. The polarization, plenty of evidence at the trial case. Plenty of evidence. When we debated this issue, we looked and created what we believed was fair. A fair formula, a fair process. And we were successful. To do what you're doing is wrong. It is just not fair. What are you afraid of? To run in districts? People are here today The history of Santa Monica is not a pretty one. The history of Santa Monica as it relates to race relations. Read the article in the Cal Matters recently published. There's a historic pattern of when communities of color wish to gain economic gain and justice or political gain and justice, you go back to the at-large system and control the outcomes. That's not democracy. Democracy is when people in the community get to elect individuals of their choice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call the last few names on the list here. Elias Serna, Rocio Castellanos, and John Medlin.
And then, Mayor, we have another 3.
Oh, we do?
After that, yeah.
Oh, okay, they don't, oh, I see, okay, I see that, okay. Well, let's get those 3 up here. Mr. Serna? Is he outside, perhaps?
So we have constant.
Yeah, I mean, we'll move on, and we can just have Mr. Serna speak when he comes in the room. Rocio Castellanos? Thank you.
Rocio Castellanos. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Dr. Jose Moreno, Anaheim City Council member. Though I would like to have been present this message to in person, my schedule unexpectedly changed. I was a plaintiff in the CVRA case against the city of Anaheim. When we won the case, I ran in Anaheim's first district elections and won, beating an incumbent supported by hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Disney and other business interests. Anaheim is so much better off for being a district election now. The Anaheim Flats are represented just like any Anaheim Hills have always been. When Santa Monica has a district election, I am confident that you will all feel the same as I do now. There is nothing progressive about a large election or fighting against the CVRA. Now that your actions have impacted on the voting rights of not just the Santa Monica residents, but all Californians, stop your expensive fight against voting rights. Drop your appeal now.
Thank you. Mr. Medlin? And I'm going to call a few more names since we have a few, I'm sorry.
Has Asherna, the guy, show up yet?
I don't see him. Oh, okay, he had to leave, we're told. So I'm going to call a few more names before you begin so people can line up behind you. Howard Kuhn, I apologize if I mispronounced that. William Pitskalis and Peter Borison. All right, go ahead, Mr. Medlin.
I'm back. You know, I grew up in the South. And in the South, we had a thing called, on election day, you brought your money and you brought your booze. Did we have fair elections in the segregated South? Of course not. Come on, man. So I guess my question here is, let's just set aside all the ethnic business. Right now, I live in, right across from Reed Park. That's a pretty good walk to Ocean Park neighborhood. Am I going to walk by Ocean Park neighborhood every day? Not really. So what is my real interest in Ocean Park? Very little. Do I have a big interest in what happens around Reed Park? You better believe I do. So why is illogical distaste for district elections? I really have a hard time understanding that. We talk about numbers. Look, I've been running numbers all my life. That's what I got paid to do, okay? So a gentleman here talked about the numbers about let's call it the ethnic thing. Everybody gets all hot and bothered about Hispanics and whites and blacks and browns and yellows and greens, etc. If you want to run the numbers from the November of 1946, what happened in November 1946? You changed from the normal system of districts to at-large. Why? Why? 70 years later, how many black people were elected to the city council? How many Hispanics were elected to city council? How many Asians were elected to city council? Less than 5 in total. So if you want to play that game, God bless you. Let's talk about another thing. Let's talk about money. D'argent, beaucoup d'argent. How much did it cost to run for the elections in 2022? Over almost $1 million, $980,000. Now, some people have enough money to put down $50,000 for their own election, like Councilman Zwick, Councilman Tesouris, Councilman Negrete. How many of you got $50,000 to run for election? Raise your hand. Free money. I don't have $300,000 to run. That's what it costs.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kuhn? Mr. Kuhn? Howard Kuhn? Keum? All right, we're going to skip over William Pitskalis. Okay, guys. William Pitskalis. Are these people outside and just not here? Mr. Borenson.
Here to speak on 5D. I'm not sure it's the right time to be called to 5D. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. New market rate apartments that are exempt from rent control, lack stability, do not generate wealth, and they transfer future capital appreciation from the working and middle classes to large corporations. I ask the Council to equalize the fees between condos and apartments to level the playing field, and to help transfer future wealth from rich corporations back to working class and middle class residents. And don't forget that the low-income inclusionary units that should be built to own instead of rent inside those large buildings. This will help advance minority and low-income home ownership, advancing HUD and Biden admin's goals to increase low-income home ownership. Please equalize the fees between condos and rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, final call for Mr. Kuhn, Keum, and Mr. Pitskalis. All right, not seeing any response to having called their names 3 times, I am going to close item 2, which is public comment. And with that, we will move on to item 3.
Item 3 is the special agenda items, and first we have the proclamation, Fire Prevention Week.
All right, I'll let the room clear before we begin. All right, we're going to continue the meeting, so I'll ask that people remain in order and try and exit the room as quietly as possible. Thank you so much. So we are here to celebrate Fire Prevention Week, and I'm going to read the proclamation and then turn it over to our interim fire chief, Wolfgang Kanabe, and Kathy Taylor, our fire prevention coordinator. Whereas the City of Santa Monica is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our city. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. And whereas cooking is the leading cause of home fires in the United States, and fire departments responded to more than 166,400 calls annually between 2016 and 2020. And whereas 2 to every 5 homes fires start in the kitchen, with 31% of these fires resulting from unattended cooking. I better be careful. And whereas more than half of reported non-fatal home cooking fire injuries occurred when the victims tried to fight the fire themselves, and children under 5 face a higher risk of non-fire burns associated with cooking than being burned in a cooking fire. And whereas Santa Monica residents should turn pot handles towards the back of the stove, always keep a lid nearby when cooking, keep a 3-foot kid-free zone around the stove and oven, and other things that could get hot, watch what they heat, and set a timer to remind them when they are cooking. And whereas Santa Monica residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires almost in half. And whereas Santa Monica's first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas the 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, Cooking Safety Starts With You, Pay attention to fire prevention, effectively serves to remind us to stay alert and use caution when cooking to reduce the risk of kitchen fires. Now, therefore, I, Gleam Davis, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of all my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim October 8th through 14th, 2023, as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Santa Monica, and we urge all residents to check their kitchens for fire hazards and use safe cooking practices and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Santa Monica Fire Department. And now I'll turn it over to Chief Kanabe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of council, thank you so much for having us here tonight. Wolfgang Kanabe, your fire chief. It gives me great pleasure to present our fire coordinator, our Fire Prevention Coordinator, Kathy Taylor, who's outstanding, and she's in charge of our community outreach, things like this. She also does a little equity inclusion for us, and just glad to have her. She's on fire for our department, no pun, actually pun intended. Anyway, no further ado, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Kanabe. And Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members, fellow residents, I stand before you today deeply honored and grateful for the proclamation of Fire Prevention Week. This recognition serves as a reminder of the importance of fire safety in our community. First and foremost, I want to express my gratitude to City Council for their unwavering support and dedication to the safety and well-being of our residents. Your commitment to fire prevention initiatives makes our city safer. Her city a safer place to work and live. Fire Prevention Week, which dates back to the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, serves as a tragic reminder of the devastating impact that fires can have on our lives and our community. It underscores the need for continuous education and the vigilance in fire protection. I want to acknowledge the incredible team of firefighters, inspectors, fire code enforcement officers, educators, and support staff who work tirelessly day and night to protect our city. Their dedication to their duty is truly commendable, and I am proud to be a part of such a dedicated and professional group of individuals. Fire Prevention Week is not only about acknowledging the past, but also looking ahead to the future. Our commitment to fire safety extends beyond this week, and it is a year-round endeavor. I encourage every resident to take this opportunity to review their own fire safety plans, test their smoke detectors, and engage in discussions with their family about fire prevention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We do clap for proclamation. All right, let's take a picture. Someone got a camera? Oh, come on. Someone's got to have. There's Lauren. Okay. All right. Let's get everyone lined up here. Thank you.
She's in charge of my baby. She's watching my baby.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, don't forget the very expensive proclamation.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
With the important lettering on there.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great stuff. No, but I need to call Dan right now to look at a fire extinguisher.
All right, thank you very much. We will move on now to the city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. So I'm going to start off with an introduction of my own as well. First, I am thrilled to announce that we've hired a director for the newly established Recreation and Arts Department. And our director's here. I'd like to introduce Jenny Rogers. Please stand. who comes to us from the city of Beverly Hills, where she was Director of Community Services and brings more than 28 years of experience in arts, parks, recreation, and community services. We are so happy to have her on board as of yesterday, and it was great to have her as part of our first department director meeting. So welcome, Jenny.
Welcome.
Second, I'd like to share some recruitment updates from our police department. About 2 weeks ago, maybe one day shy of it, we celebrated the swearing in of 3 new police officers, and our police department has certainly been hard at work recruiting officers to fill 11 current vacancies, 6 of which resulted from council taking action to authorize more officers in the department. Even in this challenging recruitment landscape, the efforts have been going well, with the department having hired 18 new officers this year to date and aiming to hire 4 to 6 more officers by year end. So let me give you some statistics of what that means. So currently we have budgeted 228 police officers. We have filled 218. And if we can get the 4 to 6, that takes us to 222 to 224 officers by the end of this year. With many officers retiring, there is still more work to be done to be fully staffed, but I'm pleased to share that we're headed in a positive direction, and it's certainly my conviction and our police chief's conviction to fill every single vacancy that we have on the books. Many thanks to our police chief and the entire department for their hard work to move the department forward and boost morale among the officers who serve our community tirelessly every day. On that note, I'd like to take a moment to commend our police officers and firefighters who responded and successfully resolved the incident on the pier Ferris wheel yesterday. That was a challenging situation with many variables, including families and a tremendous media presence. And our negotiators and other personnel de-escalated the situation and were able to take the individual into custody without incident. Thank you to everyone for their hard work, keeping us all safe. Monday's incident leads us into, coincidentally, an update I'd like to provide about a public safety training drill that will take place on the pier this Thursday from 6 a.m. to noon. The pier will be closed to the public during this time as personnel from the Santa Monica Fire and Police Departments conduct a mass casualty training. The training will use ammunition and smoke simulations that look and sound real, but rest assured that it's only a drill. Our police department has done extensive outreach to area residents, businesses, and hotels, and will provide signage around the pier to let folks know what is happening. As we saw from yesterday's events, trainings like these are essential to ensure our first responders are as prepared as possible if and when a real-life crisis takes place. And finally, as you heard in the proclamation just a moment ago, this is Fire Prevention Week, and the fire department has been sharing tips and hosting activities about cooking safety. Don't miss the open house this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Fire Station 1. All ages are welcome to come and get a close-up view of a working fire station, and fire department personnel will provide cooking safety tips and information on preventing household fires. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we have some questions. First, Councilmember Terosas.
Thank you. I just also want to echo your thanks to our police and fire. But quick question related to the training. Are we going to make sure that we put that on social media well in advance of when the training is happening? Because I remember when the air quality testing was happening at the airport, several people contacted me very confused about what was happening. I know we put stuff on after or during the fact, but just request that we let people know on our social channels as well.
It will be done.
Okay, thanks. Great.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to request that the exterior of City Hall be lit in blue and white for the lives that have been lost in the Israeli-Hamas conflict, the massacre of over 1,000 Israelis, and I believe 14 Americans, is by any means heinous. So I would appreciate that we light City Hall and also try and arrange with local rabbis a night of remembrance in front of City Hall in the next week. Our residents, I believe, demand that we respond as a city with sympathy and understanding for those who tragically lost their life and many who were massacred 4 days ago. Thank you.
Thank you, and we can accommodate that.
Thank you so much.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, thank you, Mr. City Manager, for that report. And I think we all join, of course, in the commendation for both police and fire. Yesterday was a difficult day between the incident on the pier, as well as there was a very serious traffic accident on PCH, and our resources were strained, and yet our staff acted with the utmost professionalism. All right, with that, we will move to item 4.
Item 4 is the closed session. We have several closed session items. The first one is a conference with real estate negotiator, and the properties are 2772 through 2800 Donald Douglas Loop North. The second one is 3031st Street, and this is for office space and hangar space. The city negotiator is Stelios Makridis, and he's the Chief Operations Officer, Airport Director. The owner of record is the City of Santa Monica. Persons to be negotiated with is Snap Inc., and this is under negotiation for commercial lease terms. Next, again, we have real estate negotiator, and this is for 2828 Donald Douglas Loop North. And this is for office space and pilot lounge premises, the corporate hangar and maintenance shop, the aircraft main ramp, the aircraft overflow ramp, and 3100 Douglas Loop North. It's the fuel farm consisting of 12,000 gallons and one 500-gallon underground storage tank and associated systems and equipment. The city negotiator, again, is Stelios Makridis, and he's a Chief Operations Officer, Airport Director. The owner of record is the City of Santa Monica, and the persons to be negotiated with is Atlantic SMO Holdings. Under negotiation is terms for modified and extended leases. Next, we have conference. This is a labor negotiator, and this is for consideration of the city clerk appointment and process. 4D is an existing litigation, Pico Neighborhood Association, Maria Loya versus the City of Santa Monica. 4E, we have considering whether to initiate litigation, and this is for City of Whittier Superior Court, and this is requested by Councilmember Brock. 4F is another existing litigation, is Eric Canonico versus City of Santa Monica. 4G, another existing litigation, Hector Orozco versus John Doe, does 1 through 2. Next is 4H, existing litigation, John U.N.B. Doe et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica. 4I is the existing litigation, is the City of Santa Monica versus ICSOP. And as I said before, 4J has been pulled by staff.
Thank you. That's quite a lengthy list, so I will turn to the city attorney. It's currently 7:24. What time do you think we'll return?
Let's try for 9:10. That's an hour and 45 minutes.
All right.
Okay, 9 o'clock. We can try.
Yeah.
And I need to announce Councilmember De La Torre will be recusing himself from matters 4G, H, and I.
All right. Okay. With that announcement, we will do our darndest to be back by 9 o'clock. Thank you. All right.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to get people to really expedite.
Yeah.
Nana, can you get me one too? Yeah, we're talking in the back. But yeah, I have. Yeah. That has sugar.
47 minutes. Have fun, kids. This is good stuff still.
No, it's 5:02.
All right, we are so sorry. Closed session went on obviously very long, and it was productive, and we had interesting discussions, but obviously we are here now, much later than we thought we were going to be, and I apologize. With that, let's begin with the readout from closed session.
Yes. All matters were heard. And I have to report that in the Whittier matter, the council voted to participate in the litigation by a vote of 4-3, with Mayor Davis, Councilmember Torosis, and Councilmember Zwick voting no.
All right, and I'd like to state my reasons for voting no, and given the lateness of the hour, I'll be much briefer than I might otherwise be. I do not think that this lawsuit will reinstitute cash bail, nor will it make the city any safer. It simply reverts to the system that we were all existing under prior to October 1st, which I know many people were very concerned about. So I do not think that this lawsuit in any way makes the city safer, keeps more people off, criminal people off the street. And in fact, it actually reduces our ability, the county's ability, to come up with a better bail system that the Judicial Council is trying to institute. Does anyone else? All right.
I would like to state.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember Torosis.
Okay. So as someone who started the county's first career center inside the women's jail in Linwood at Century Regional Detention Facility, I've seen firsthand how undue pretrial incarceration hurts people, hurts families, hurts women. And there's empirical evidence. The Judicial Council of California released a recent report finding that a risk-based zero bail system, which is what we have and what we've had since the pandemic, has led to increased public safety, a 5.8% drop in people being rearrested for misdemeanors, a 2.4% decrease in people being rearrested for felonies. And the impact of our pandemic zero-based bail policy concluded that the rates of failure to appear in court and of rearrest or new offenses remained either below or similar to historical average. And in fact, for Black people, for homeless people, for people with severe mental illnesses, the failure to appear rate was actually lower than it was prior to these zero-based bail policies. I also think that it criminalizes poverty and perpetuates inequality and injustice in our criminal legal system. And that's actually why our courts have ordered that cash bail is unconstitutional. It doesn't prevent crime from happening, but it keeps low-income individuals and disproportionately people of color in jail before trial. Black folks are much more likely to be subject to pretrial detention or receive higher bail amounts than white people. And I believe that we all believe here in innocent until proven guilty. We are not talking about bail after, we are not talking about release after trial. We're talking about pre-arraignment procedures. And I think that we need to give LA Superior Court time to implement these procedures before spending county resources on an ill-fated lawsuit that is likely going to be dismissed. So for those reasons, I voted no.
All right.
I have a question for the city attorney. Were all the items heard and no reportable action?
All the items were heard, and the only reportable action is the Whittier case.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to my favorite part of the evening, and I will be brief. It is about the animal shelter. All right. This is Paloma. She's a 31-pound, 7-year-old bulldog mix who was brought to the Santa Monica Animal Shelter as a stray on September 17th of this year. She's a sweetheart and a total couch potato, and that is some face. She has been spayed, microchipped, and is up to date on all her vaccinations. If you'd like to meet her, please call the Santa Monica Animal Shelter at 310-458-8595 to schedule an appointment. And you can see the new yard, which I want to respond to council did last year, use some of its discretionary funds to help pay. There's a beautiful new yard there where you can meet Paloma or any other animal at the shelter. I do want to make two quick points. One is, even if you can't adopt Paloma, but you already have a forever friend and you use the Chewy.com app, you can certainly use the feature there on the Chewy.com app to, if you go to the bottom, there is a donate to a local shelter, and if you put in your zip code from Santa Monica. The Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation will pop up, and they have a list of items that they need at the shelter that will help the animals who are there until they find their forever home. And it's very easy and very satisfying. I bought a bed for a little kitty, and it's really cute. The other thing I want to say is the foundation has also begun a sponsoring program where you can sponsor any of the animals at the shelter, I'm assuming including Paloma. So even if you can't take her home, you can help contribute to her care. It's a worthwhile cause. So thank you for that. And what a great face. I wish we could just leave that up there all night, because that's inspiring. With that, I will turn it over to the clerk, who will ask us the very important question.
Do any council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting?
Not seeing any hands raised or anyone jumping into the queue. It looks like the answer is no.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. And there's no public discussion there was no public discussion allowed on second readings for adoption.
Oh, right, but we're on the consent calendar, right? So there's no, for the second readings on the consent calendar. Sorry. Getting used to the new system, our city attorney has advised us that if things pass unanimously on first reading, they can then be added to the consent calendar, and that's what you're seeing here today. Did anyone request pulling any item on the consent calendar?
We need the 11 o'clock vote.
Oh, you're right. It is
I
after
move
11
to
o'clock.
continue.
Well, I was going to wait until after the, I was going to wait until after the consent calendar, since we already have public comment on it.
It's before the next action item. We need to take a vote.
All right, so our city attorney says we need to take a vote. We have a motion by Terosis. I will second it. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we're going to push through. We're tough. All right, so on the consent calendar, did anyone ask to have any items pulled by the deadline?
I'm aware of.
All right, does anyone have any last-minute pulls? Doesn't look like it, so I will entertain a motion to pass the consent calendar in its entirety.
I'll move.
All right, moved by Brock. We'll give the second to Councilmember Terosis. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, and if I can ask everyone to double punch their buttons because the machine is acting up, that would be great. That passes unanimously 7-0.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
you.
Sometimes it takes a little extra massaging.
I didn't realize we were doing that.
That's all right. All right, that takes us to number 6.
Okay, so we have public input, and it's on the remaining agenda items only. So
Oh.
public, again, public comment, and we have, hold on a moment, Mayor.
I show 42 speakers.
43 is the number, but I don't know that everyone's still here.
Well, because they can speak on multiple items. All right, so we are going to do this as we usually do it, which is I'm going to call out several names. We will ask you to line up to the wall to your left. Because there are multiple items covered here, we will ask you to, 1, state your name so people know who you are, and 2, to identify the items on which you're speaking, and how much time you want for your items. You are allowed up to 2 minutes per item, with a maximum of 6 minutes per meeting. Am I correct in stating that, Madam Clerk? So if you're speaking on 2 items, you can say, I want 4 minutes because I'm speaking on 2 items, and then you need to tell us the 2 items you're speaking on. So I'm going to start calling names. Denise Barton, Erica L., Jerry Rubin, Michael Feinstein, and Natalia Zernitskaya.
I have 4 items. I need 2 items for one and 1 minute for the other 3. 5. Yeah, no, I spoke once already.
She spoke once for 1 minute.
So I have 5 minutes left.
No, she only spoke once.
Yes, start now? Good evening. On item 7A, look, another setup of consultants to push through what you want. more housing and disregard the public's input, showing you think what you have to say is more important than what the residents have to say? Or would this be your way of canceling the residents who have been so involved in this issue? Then the city's lottery, as can be seen with the original RAB representatives who didn't know the housing terms, was to put affordable housing tenants at further disadvantage, just like this lottery would put residents at further disadvantage. And look, there's Lorena Kamner, again, intricately involved in this item, making it very hard to think that you weren't involved with her getting the RENA numbers raised. Not to mention you're planting her as a Housing Commission board member, despite her clear conflict of interest. Then where's the money going to come from for this? The airport fund where you have to pay back the illegal loan with penalties, or the housing trust fund which you robbed to pay the PAL lawsuit settlement? Or are you not planning on paying the money back? Also, do you not think the FAA will want to be paid in full before you close the airport? Or that after the airport is closed, that the FAA will not claw back whatever additional funds are at the airport fund? I also could have sworn that when the city voted to close the airport, it was for an open space park. For all these reasons, I encourage you not to move this item forward, especially because through this action you are trying to cancel the residents instead of representing them. Next, item 10D. Here I wonder how dumb you think the residents are. If you add 9,000 units, of course you will have to increase the capacity of the water and sewer lines. But I'd like to focus on paragraph 6 in the discussion section of the staff report, which states, the city's water neutrality fees are intended to ensure that no new net water use by any new development at the time a building permit is issued, but does not limit actual water use or wastewater discharge after the new development has a certificate of occupancy. That makes it look like you're talking out both sides of your mouth and that the water neutrality for new developments is really untrue. But with increased water usage comes supply and demand. When you don't have enough supply to meet the demand, what do? Raise the prices. And I hope you're not planning on shifting the cost onto the residents, considering you robbed the water fund to pay for the PAL lawsuit settlement. Next, item 16E. I'm confused. I thought at the last city council meeting it was established when a city council members exceeded their travel fund amount, the requests have to be made to a 16 item. So would this mean that council members Parra, Negrete, and De La Torre don't have enough travel funds for this trip? Which would make the wording of this item deceptive. But besides that, considering how much debt the city is in due to the PAL lawsuit settlement, and the misappropriation of restricted funds during the pandemic, such as the airport fund, which now has to be paid back with penalties, or are you not planning on paying any of it back? With all this, I wonder how you can making Venezuela's sister city a top priority. And can't you attend the meeting via the internet, which would be much more cost effective than using the residents as your personal financial travel fund providers? And finally, item 16I. Council members Wick, have you run out of travel funds too? And please note that all the comments I made in the last presentation apply here too. Next, I have to ask how a YIMBY, Yes in My Backyard conference, has anything to do with the city. Isn't that one of the organizations Lorna Kamner's organization, Abundant Housing LA, works with? Would you be going with her? Or as a SMER representative, would this be the requested conference be in line with your special interests, but not in the best interest of the city? Obviously, you feel that the residents are there to be used as your personal financial travel fund providers, which again, due to the debt of the city, is offensive. But in looking at the information about Austin, Texas housing crisis, I see you doing things that don't work to increase affordable housing, like eliminating parking. But they require new construction to be 50% affordable housing. But your 10% shows that you support developers and not affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Leslie?
Good night. Good morning. Not to be flip, but it's a long one. I know you guys know that firsthand. Listen, I've come here just to support two things, and I'm sorry my voice is already trying to go out. I come here to support the Renters Act. We have plenty of people here that are in need of housing, and this should be able to aid with this. and get some of these homeless people off the streets. My second thing I'm here to support, I'm sorry, I have to look at the paper. Need some coffee. Is to support the Barrington, what we're doing for the Barrington Plaza. We need to support this because this is going to spill over into our city. As you know, this is a travesty and people need our support. I do apologize for my shortness, but have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie. Jerry Rubin, not here. Skipping over to Michael Feinstein.
So 2 minutes for 7A.
All right, thank you.
So your staff report is written as if there was never a public vote with LC and that we're not bound by the law as expressed through that public vote. So I'm here to recommend that you ask the city attorney to make the framing language specifically tied to the land use options as expressed in LC and not this wide open potential economic development theory language that's in the staff report. There is no mandate for the city council to change the will of the voters in a roundabout way by using the lottery panel, which is an interesting model, but can't use that to rethink a decision that we already voted on with 60%. There's no mandate for that. It would be disingenuous and a fraud upon the voters of this city who voted overwhelmingly to take a certain path. So even though it's advisory, if you take the staff language that you have now, then this group that is set up through the lottery panel process is going to be wide open with their recommendations about doing almost anything with the land. They need to be implementing. I'm okay with it if they're there to implement a park. And then if there are some small tweaks after that process they recommend, that's one thing. But if you send them out with the direction that there's now, you would be betraying the residents of this system and undermining the trust in this body, and you don't have that right to change something that we all voted upon. So please direct your city attorney to have language that specifically ties the framing for this process to what the public said in LC. Nothing more, nothing less. And I'm okay with the lottery group only if it is restricted as I'm suggesting.
Thank you, Mr. Feinstein. Mr. Nitskaya, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Kelly Nicklin, Mark Verville, Lori Brown, and Esther Hickman.
So good evening once again. My name is Natalia Zernitskaya. I'll just need the 2 minutes, but I wrote in on 7A, but I'm going to be speaking on 16C and 16F. I'll try to be brief. Please support both 16C and 16F. 16C is the Justice for Renters Act. It's actually included in your legislative priorities from 2021 to amend or repeal Costa-Hawkins. So that should be an easy yes vote. And with 16F, I think it's important for our city to stand in solidarity with tenants in our neighboring cities as well, because we all need to be able to be there for each other when we're in trouble. So those are my comments. Please vote yes on 16C and 16F. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nitskaya. Kelly Micklin.
Good evening. I just need 2 minutes. My name is Kelly McClin. I am speaking in regards to item 16H. I'm a director at EKA, and I'm here on behalf of our client, the Stone Coalition, a group of stone fabricators, manufacturers, and other members of the stone industry. The Stone Coalition shares your support for workplace safety practices in the stone cutting and fabrication industry in Los Angeles County. Workers' safety is of critical importance to the stone industry. Before you begin discussing this important issue, the coalition urges you to wait for the county's Department of Public Health to finalize its report and recommendations, which is slated to be published in a few short weeks. To provide you with some background on the stone industry, stone products are safely handled and worked on every day, including in Los Angeles County, and silica is present in a wide range of other building products as well. The issue at hand is not a product issue, but rather a fabrication process issue that applies to all silica-containing products, including stone products. It is vital that all employers ensure all necessary safety rules are being followed to protect their workers' health and safety. The Stone Coalition has been working hand in hand with both the county and state to serve as a resource for the stone fabrication process. As the coalition has shared with both the county and the state, the coalition recommends an approach that prioritizes adherence to OSHA requirements and regulations, all safety protocols and rules, necessary air testing and air quality compliance, the mandatory use of appropriate PPE when required, and the elimination of the process of dry cutting for all stone products. A key component of this is ensuring.
All right, thank you. Your time is up. Mark Verville.
Good evening, or good evening still.
Mark, did you get time donated from Lori?
I did, and Lori is donating time. Good evening, council members. My comments concern agenda item 7A, discussion of the lottery selected panel process for the Santa Monica Airport. In the name of public outreach, I find it amazing that city staff has managed to accomplish in this one item the exact opposite outcome in three very specific ways. First, proposing the official disintermediation of all the city's relevant stakeholders in this once-in-a-lifetime process. Second, proposing inclusion of LA City representatives who will have no financial or operational responsibility to support the outcomes of any decision. And three, proposing the development as an option is beyond ironic, since opposition to that specific outcome of development has arguably been the only completely unifying theme shared across all of the city's residents. It should be recalled that Measures LC/D battle in 2014 was about competing visions for open space. In addition to plumbing the depths of stakeholder disintermediation, the staff has not even bothered to consider how their co-governance proposal comports with the legal requirements of our carefully designed city democratic system and the city charter. As I noted in my written comments on this matter, given the highly disparate and immensely consequential impacts of any post-close Santa Monica Airport decision on the different stakeholders in this city, there cannot be a more inappropriate public engagement process than a lottery. That this is not self-evident to the staff and to the council is inexplicable. Adding insult to injury, the no-bid vendor proposed for this anti-democratic experiment, Healthy Democracy, is allied to the Public Access Democracy Group, which is another lobbying vehicle that includes Lenora Kamner, a development lobbyist, as director and a member of its steering committee. Ms. Kamner, as I'm sure this council is well aware, is uniquely responsible in her role as executive director of the market rate housing lobbyist, Abundant Housing LA, for the 9,000 units that Santa Monica was allocated by the Southern California Association of Governments. Standing at this podium on December 10, 2019, Ms. Kamner effectively threatened the then council with further state lobbying for an even more absurd and completely made up 14,155 units should the council at the time have had the temerity to challenge the already baseless 9,000 unit draft assignment. In the intervening years, the SCAG housing allocation assumptions underpinning the 9,000 units that we're struggling under, as flimsy as they were, have now been shown to be overstated, baseless, or both. The recent and still optimistic California Department of Finance population forecast for LA County now indicate that by 2030, LA County's population is projected to decline 5% from 2020 levels and revert to the level that it was in the year 2000. By 2060, it will have declined 17% from 2020 and revert back to the mid-1980 levels. And the 2045 projection is 22% below SCAG's allocation assumption that we are laboring under. In short, Santa Monica will not require any additional housing beyond the current, inflated, and housing element approved 9,000 units. In fact, those unit numbers should decline. Therefore, there is no need to contemplate additional future units, even in the seventh cycle. and as a result, there is therefore no need to contemplate development at the airport. I strongly urge the council to reject any substitute system to the current city processes. I also strongly advocate for the city to fully embrace all Santa Monica and only Santa Monica stakeholders. In disenfranchising the city's stakeholders from representation, healthy democracy is the antithesis of democracy. It is completely
Thank you, Mr. Verville. I guess Ms. Hickman has had to leave, so I'm going to call a few more names. Well, I thought you donated time, Ms. Brown, to Mr. Verville.
Yeah, but I also have to speak as well.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. And before you speak, I'm going to call a few more names. Esther Hickman, but I guess she's not here. Jay Johnson, Gavin Scott, Adrian Harewood, and Claire Thomas. All right.
Some people left because it's midnight and they couldn't stay up. They have children. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, and residents. My name is Lori Brown. I'm here in reference to item 16C as a member of the Progressive Landlords. Tonight, you will decide on a proposed endorsement to repeal of Costa-Hawkins regarding vacancy decontrol. This initiative will be on the November 2024 ballot. Please tonight vote to refer to this staff to your staff for further study. We believe as housing providers that this will have a dire negative consequences for our city, our tenants, and our property owners. In Santa Monica, almost 30% of apartments have not changed residence since 1999. That's 24 years ago when Costa-Hawkins was originally enacted. As proposed, these apartments will not be able to change and or increase their rent for new incoming residents. Costa-Hawkins was put into place for valid reasons at that time, and it is still the same need today. With continuing inflation, which is not met with our current maximum cap of 3%, increased higher expenses for repairs and maintenance, not to mention the need improvements such as the retrofitting SB 72 on the horizon in 2025, which is the balcony and stair certification. Progressive landlords are concerned that many older buildings, mom and pop, condo owners, single-family residence apartments, and adding in the newly constructed units will not have the income to maintain these buildings. In addition, the result will also be that the existing tenants who want to move will be very restricted in the availability of alternative apartments. Property owners will hold low rents off the market or arrange key money from third parties and rent market rate apartments only to high-income tenants. As to remodel a unit is over $45,000 to bring it up to code as today's standard. The repeal of Costa-Hawkins will reduce availability of apartments, drive down assessed valuation, and tax income. Progressive housing providers ask tonight's vote to refer to staff for further study of the negative impacts on the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Johnson. Oh, looks like he's not here. Then we'll move on. Mr. Scott. Oh, not getting any takers here. Mr. Harewood. Here. All right, we have a winner.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Adrian Harewood. I am here to speak with regards to item 7A, the future of Santa Monica Airport, on behalf of Friends of Sunset Park. The board of the Friends of Sunset Park opposed the involvement of the Healthy Democracy Organization in determining the future of the Santa Monica Airport or any other city decisions or any other city decisions making. We oppose a lottery selected panel process in our city's decision making. It is the responsibility of the elected city council and the staff hired by the city to inform and serve the council. We oppose the suggested framing question on page 16 of the staff report, which states, quote, how should the diverse needs of our community inform the future of the Santa Monica land and the balances of land use and development that will most effectively contribute to Santa Monica's long-term viability? That framing question points the proposed panel's deliberation towards development. Missing is the LC language about parks, public open spaces, and public recreational facilities. Any framing question should include the constraints of Measure LC, distinguishing between what can be done under the Measure LC City Charter Amendment and what would need further voter approval. In keeping Keep in mind that when aviation interests put Measure D on the 2014 ballot to keep the airport open in perpetuity, the City Council itself put Measure LC on the ballot to affirm the city's authority to close the airport.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Thomas? And before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names so people can line up behind you. Kathy Knight, Bob Gomez, Jenny Laurie, John Murdoch, and Zena Josephs.
Claire Thomas, as part of FOSC. It was then left to residents to run the LC campaign. While the National Business Aviation Association and other aviation interests donated $1 million to the D campaign, residents managed to raise $135,000 for 3 Measure LC mailers. Volunteers flyered every city household and phoned 9,000 registered voters. Measure LC won 60-40. Measure D lost 40-60. Those figures were similar in almost every voting precinct. What's more, Measure LC was endorsed by many public officials and organizations such as the League of Women Voters of Santa Monica, the Santa Monica Malibu PTA Council, Residocracy, the Santa Monica Coalition for a Livable City, the Santa Monica Democratic Club, Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights, Santa Monica Next, Santa Monica Spoke, the Sierra Club, Friends of Sunset Park, Northeast Neighbors, the North of Montana Association, the Ocean Park Association, the Pico Neighborhood Association, and the Wilshire, Montana Neighborhood Coalition. These endorsements are still posted at the www.itsourland.org. Our opposition to healthy democracy is based on these facts. Cost. The Healthy Democracy Eugene, Oregon Review Panel on Housing was budgeted to $60,000. The budget discussed on page 16 of the staff report for Santa Monica's airport process totals nearly $3 million. The staff's suggested $3 million seems outrageous and at least in large portion could go toward building a park. Schedule. Page 3 of the staff report discusses personal barriers to participating in past planning processes. On page 11, it proposes that the panel convene for 6 3-day weekends, Friday to Sunday. This seems unrealistic for many segments of the population. For example, how could any single parent or any parent of young children who might be interested in parks or other recreation and open space for their children on the airport land possibly participate in a panel with such a schedule? C, impartiality. Healthy Democracy claims to be a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization, but it seems to be aligned with a developer lobby that would favor an outcome at the airport in direct conflict with the expressed preferences of residents of the city's ultra-low density.
Thank you. Kathy Knight.
Yes, I'm speaking, Kathy Knight, speaking on number 7A. I have more input on our opposition to the healthy democracy is based on some more facts. Conflicts of interest. Healthy democracy is not a disinterested party and seems to have clear conflicts of interest. Healthy democracy is identified as a project of and a resource to an organization called Public Access Democracy, whose 3-member coordinating committee includes Leonora Camner. Ms. Camner is executive director of Abundant Housing LA, a 501c3, which also has a 501c4 political action committee. Leonora Camner engineered a huge increase in the housing allocation for Santa Monica while serving on our Housing Commission. On October 11, 2019, an attorney for Abundant Housing LA sent a letter to the Southern California Association of Governments, which resulted in the increase in Santa Monica's housing allocation from 4,829 to 9,058 housing units. On October 25, 2019, Ms. Camner had an opinion piece published in the Los Angeles Times in which she wrote, quote, Abundant Housing LA Research Director Anthony Dausis recently developed a data-driven methodology by which Santa Monica, with its massive job base and access to rail, would get assigned 14,155 new housing units by 2029. On August 29, 2020, Ms. Camner took credit for the increase to the Santa Monica housing requirement in an opinion piece published in the Santa Monica Daily Press.
Thank you, Ms. Knight.
Can I finish the sentence? That one sentence?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. She entitled Hope for a pro-housing future. She wrote, "Fortunately, Santa Monica has been given a target of building nearly 9,000 new homes by 2029.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Knight. Bob Gomez? No? All right. Jenny Laurie? Jeannie, I'm sorry.
Jean.
Jean, I know.
One syllable. Jean.
Right, I'm sorry. I apologize.
7A. On November 16th, 2021, the Abundant Housing LA blog announced Ms. Kamner's plan to support YIMBY candidates with, quote, "our own Abundant Housing LA Political Action Committee."
Talking to the microphone, hold the paper higher.
On November 18th, 2021, during Ms. Kamner's term as the Santa Monica Housing Commission, Healthy Democracy was action item 3D on the commission agenda. Quote, "Follow-up discussion and possible action regarding recommendation City Council to adopt a lottery-based selection process for housing-related work, group panels, etc., with a 34-slide presentation by Healthy Democracy and an 18-page Healthy Democracy handout entitled Eugene, Oregon Middle Housing Code Amendments Project 2020 to 2021. Based on this, we urge City Council to reject the proposed contract with Healthy Democracy. Its relationship with political activist Leonora Kramer seems to preclude its impartiality. Our opposition to a lottery-selected panel process, a lottery is most applicable when impacts of an issue are uniformly spread across the population, but in fact, Sunset Park neighborhood would be disproportionately impacted by traffic congestion and pollution from any non-park development of airport land. Also, the project will involve highly technical financial elements which the average person may not be equipped to understand. The huge scale of either a park or a development is far beyond any current city financing capabilities. Significant tax hikes may be required to finance the project, and randomly selected residents with no technical background in the relevant financial issues may not know what questions to ask. A lottery will also create conflict, as stakeholders will question why they're left out of the final process. Santa Monica residents worked hard to pass Measure LC. The highly disparate impacts of various changes to the airport land use require the full participation of all city stakeholders. Next, the slippery slope of co-governance. The online publication New America described Healthy Democracy's involvement in the Petaluma Fairgrounds issue as collaborative governance or co-governance. City staff should not be allowed to introduce co-governance to Santa Monica, and the council should certainly not approve such a radical departure from our rules of governance without clear, unambiguous.
Thank you. All right, John Murdoch.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is John Murdoch. You may have gathered we're reading a letter that we sent, so you have this in your record, and I will continue. It's on behalf of Friends of Sunset Park. And where we left off, city staff should not be allowed to introduce co-governance to Santa Monica, and the council should certainly not approve such a departure from our rules of governance without clear, unambiguous voter consent. Democratic lotteries are not democratic elections, and random does not mean unbiased. Lottery-selected panels can be led astray with incomplete, biased, or deceptive information inputs. City decision-making and engagement by all stakeholders is the responsibility of our elected city council and the staff hired to advise the city council. We don't need a group of random people running our government. We voted for you folks, for better or for worse. We may not agree with everything you do, but it's your job to make the hard decisions. Spending $3 million on a group of residents to meet every weekend for 6 months or whatever it is preposterous. You must look into this group and their conflicts of interest as we spelled out, but I depart. City Council unanimously passed a surgically altered version. Well, our letter goes through their experiences in Eugene, Oregon, and in Petaluma, which they have glowingly described in their brochures. If you look into it, those were not really a healthy democracy process. There was rancor, there was bias, there was a lot of different things.
Thank you, sir.
This proposal entirely.
Zena Josephs. And Ms. Josephs, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Karen Greenwald, Tricia Crane, Lynette Cosdrin, and Maria Dosonia, I apologize for that.
Karen's donating 2 minutes to me,
Oh, all right.
and she is here
All right.
after
So you
all
will have
these
4.
hours. As John alluded to, we looked up newspaper reports of Healthy Democracy's activities in Eugene, Oregon. Here was one newspaper article entitled "Fear and Chaos at Eugene City Council Middle Housing Work Session." It doesn't sound like consensus. The city's proposed ordinance has drawn both praise and ire. When they worked in Petaluma to find the future of the fairgrounds there, here we go. A majority rejects the city council's takeover of the fairgrounds. Next article, what's the plan for the fairgrounds? Next article, fairgrounds negotiations at a standstill amid finger pointing. Does this sound like consensus? Does this sound like healthy democracy? I don't think so. It seems that the finances of whatever recommendations the Healthy Democracy panel sent to the city council regarding the fairgrounds did not pencil out. It's still in limbo. We oppose using Healthy Democracy. We oppose the lottery-selected panel process, and any framing question should include the constraints of Measure LC, distinguishing between what can be done under the Measure LC City Charter Amendment and what would need further voter approval. And speaking only for myself, in the 1940s, the federal government expanded the airport runway to 5,000 feet, and this required the demolition of Sunset Park homes between 23rd and 27th Street. The western end of the runway was directly across 23rd Street from homes. In 1968, the city banned jets from the airport, but the ban was declared unconstitutional in 1975, and jet landings and takeoffs increased to 18,000 per year directly over homes. The 1984 agreement with the FAA promised that the airport could close in 2015, but that didn't happen, did it? Aviation interests tried to keep the airport open forever with Measure D. They lost, and Measure C passed. In 2017, a consent decree with the FAA said the city could close the airport, but not until the end of 2028. Meanwhile, on our streets in Sunset Park, around 2016, a Sunset Park neighborhood traffic management plan was funded to the tune of several $100,000 thanks to Henry Servine. But the funds were taken away during the restructuring, and Henry retired, so no more traffic plan. Back to the airport. The provisions of Measure LC could be undone with this lottery system. Staff is asking you if you want to include business owners and people from West LA. What about people from Sunset Park? We will have to live with it, whatever the randomly selected panel recommends. After decades of living with airport crashes, airport noise, air pollution in the air, and traffic congestion on the ground. The airport is located in our neighborhood. Does that count for nothing? 9,000 new housing units by 2029 may increase the Santa Monica population by 20%, and the city is already park poor. And I will remind you that when Peter James ran around the city doing his outreach presentations back in February, never was it mentioned randomly selected panels. What we saw was 3 options for building a park, 3 options for financing a park. Nothing about housing, nothing about panels. So I ask you to rethink the staff recommendations. This doesn't have to be a done deal. Thank you.
All right, Tricia Crane. Ms. Crane, since folks aren't lined up behind you, I'm assuming maybe they have gone home, so I'm going to call a few more names before you begin. Karen Nellick, Michelle Aronson, and Stephen Mark.
Good evening. I have been donated some extra time by Lynette Cosdrin, who is here.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Tricia Crane. I chair Northeast Neighbors. I'm speaking tonight for our board. I must say that I'm also hearing echoes through this chamber because the residents of this city are in complete agreement, which is why you're hearing the same comments and concerns and why you must listen to us. The council should not comply with the request from staff to craft a contract with healthy, some are calling it happy, democracy. Why should they be given an exception to the competitive bidding process? You need to explain this to us. Northeast Neighbors also opposes the creation of a lottery. A lottery is most applicable where the impacts of an issue are uniformly spread across a population, where the selection process would only apply to divergent views of a universally experienced impact. No one group would have more or less stake in the outcome. The lottery would surface different perspectives of that outcome. But the future of Santa Monica Airport issues represent the opposite scenario. The burdens of the airport project will not be equally distributed. Sunset Park will be disproportionately impacted by traffic, congestion, and ongoing pollution from a non-park development on airport land. The unprecedented scale of either a park or development will create significant tax increases to finance the project, and those will be disproportionately falling on homeowners across this city. A majority of renters, more than 70% of Santa Monica households, are shielded from much of the impact of such property tax-related increases. What's more, this project will involve highly technical financial elements. Understanding the impact of those elements requires expertise that the average person does not possess and is unlikely to fall into the net of a lottery. Randomly selected city residents without such technical background in the financial issues at play will likely be ill-prepared to know what questions to ask, risking significant bias based on what information they are provided with and what information is accidentally or otherwise omitted. Randomness eliminates the community and the town square and substitutes anonymity. Stakeholders will question why they're being left out of the final process after years of engagement and advocacy by many of the people in this room who we all know very well through these years. Santa Monicans passed Measure LC, which would be completely sidelined by this process. City decision-making is in your hands. The staff reports to the council. We elect the council. Council should not approve this radical departure from our rules of governance without voter consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Maria Dorsonia? All right. Karen Melick.
Good evening. Karen Melick, and I'm here for item 7A. And I support what the Friends of Sunset Park just said about it. I'm also a resident of Sunset Park. And while I support the ways to make community engagement process more efficient and effective, I'm concerned that the proposed process will not adequately allow the input from residents and stakeholders groups. These groups must go through the not well-defined information committee to have access to present information to the lottery panel. And given the time frame, I don't see how all the stakeholder groups, including the Santa Monica Aquatics Advisory Committee that I'm a part of, will be able to adequately provide input. The city is very short on pool space, so there's a need to plan for a pool at the airport site. How are they going to know that? I am also not confident that the people chosen by lottery will be able to adequately represent our interests. The framing question should have the words "end development" removed for the reasons already stated. The panel should not include business owners or people from West LA. In fact, there should be greater representation from the Santa Monica neighborhoods surrounding the airport, as they will be most affected by the plans. And most importantly, this contract should absolutely not be sole source. After working in industry for 40 years, it's incredulous to me that you're even thinking about this for a contract for over $1 million. It should go through the RFP process to make sure the city is not overpaying. If Healthy Democracy is the only company that provides a surface, then it makes me even more skeptical about going this route. The city should also evaluate the connection as it's brought up with Lenora Camner, because it shows that.
Thank you. Michelle Aronson.
My name is Michelle Aronson with Douglas Emmett, and I'm commenting on item 16F. And I will set my thing so I also have it. Barrington Plaza Apartments, located at Wilshire and Barrington in West LA, has filed to have the units in the 3 towers removed from the rental market. This will allow Barrington Plaza to comply with the City of Los Angeles' requirements to install fire sprinklers and other life safety improvements throughout the towers following a January 2020 fire. Barrington Plaza is following all local and state laws relating to removing these units. It has funded over $7.5 million in relocation assistance payments to tenants and has hired relocation specialists who are available at the property to provide tenant support and aid in locating new residences. Barrington Plaza is not designated as affordable housing. Its market rate units are subject to LA's rent stabilization ordinance and will remain subject to the RSO after the sprinkler retrofit. The sprinkler retrofit includes much more than the installation of sprinkler heads. It involves rebuilding ceilings and demising walls to support a new overhead sprinkler system, rebuilding stairwells to accommodate stairwell pressurization, installing fire-rated walls and doors and an exterior glass system, installing upgraded utility services, including power and water, and installing backup generators and water tanks. It's impossible to precisely predict how long it will take to complete the work, but our best assessment is that a project of this magnitude will take many years. Douglas Emmett's buildings here in Santa Monica have sprinklers. Douglas Emmett welcomes the opportunity to discuss with City Council members the Barrington Plaza sprinkler retrofit and learn more about the scope of this project before passing a resolution relating to the installation of these very important life safety measures at Barrington Plaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aronson. Stephen Mark. Before you begin, Mr. Mark, I'm going to call a few more names. Ferris, Trinity Crusoe, Peter Borison, Pam O'Connor, Alan Levinson. Go ahead, Mr. Mark.
Hello, I'm Stephen Mark. I spent 8 years on the Airport Commission. And, excuse me, during that time, I learned a lot about the environmental impacts that the airport had on the community. And as I thought about alternatives with a closed airport, climate change was largely on my mind. And I more or less assumed that the best result we could get by eliminating the airport was to plant trees. We have an urgent problem with climate change, and I see in front of me this 7A, which is really a complex pin the tail on the donkey kind of process to get to what I think is a really simple answer, which is let's take this opportunity to have the lungs of Santa Monica, the way they say Central Park is the lungs of New York, or the Amazon is the lungs of the world. And plant trees, make it as natural as possible, needs minimal maintenance, sustainable. Give the coyotes that live in the airport a chance to eat something other than my neighbor's cats. I just think that you can do that, you can implement that. If you want to do studies about other things, fine. Anything that is man-made air, though, I would say should be permeable. And we need to get rid of the cars, and that should be a car-free zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Ferris? Bueller, I feel like I should say that. Trinity Crusoe? No? Mr. Borison, you're up. You're down twice, so I gather you're speaking on 2 different items?
Yeah, 10C and what's the other one here? 18B. I'll do 10C first. Okay.
All right, and you want 2 minutes for each?
Yes.
All right, so you'll get 4 minutes, and then I'm going to call a few more. Ms. O'Connor, and then Alan Levinson and Dan Hall.
Okay. Vote no on 10C, the cannabis measure. The U.S. Center for Disease Control, the CDC, and the National Institute of Health state that marijuana is proven to increase risks of serious mental illness, including schizophrenia, and that it affects brain development and causes many other serious harms. It is astonishing that the staff report does not mention the health risks of cannabis. The Council must halt further action on cannabis and ask staff to study requiring prominent health warnings on retail packaging, at points of sale, and on storefronts. pot appears much more harmful to mental health than tobacco, as shown by many peer-reviewed studies. We have health warnings for tobacco. To not have health warnings for pot is absurd. Consumers have a right to know the risks when using a city-permitted recreational drug. Even FDA medicines list side effects and risks. Look at the harm to individuals and society from increasing violence and homelessness caused by increasing counts of psychosis triggered by cannabis. We see this every day on our streets. It wasn't like this before legalization. I asked the council to reject the report and ask staff to analyze the health risks and consider prominent tobacco-style health warnings on retail packaging and at the point of sale and on storefronts. I urge everyone to visit the CDC and NIH websites to learn more about the health risks of marijuana. You have no idea how harmful this stuff is. And for 16G, please support 16G. AB 1033 allows ADUs to turn into condos. It will increase the number of for-sale homes in the city and will lower the average price of house for sale housing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. O'Connor.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name's Pam O'Connor, and I'm here. I'm speaking in support of 7A, the lottery panel. Now, there are two parts to it. There's the process, the framing question, and I'm addressing the process. Diversity, equity, inclusion, those are values that all of you have articulated you believe in. The lottery process panel proposed implements and achieves these values in a public engagement process. A few weeks ago, on this dais, there was discussion about privilege. The process for public engagement to date has favored those privileged by the benefits of formal education, those motivated by a high level of activism, and those with life situations and resources that allow them to take time to participate. While those voices are important, we need to find ways to broaden participation with a commitment to inclusiveness and to equity. The lottery model is designed to take down barriers. The act of proactively seeking a nomination for a board, commission, panel, or group or work group is an obstacle to many. The outreach for the lottery removes barriers. Any Santa Monican can put their hat in the ring. The process proposed also removes barriers, such as the barriers to how do I find child support, how do I find funding to help me with childcare and transportation, as it will provide a stipend. And the engagement process is designed to involve the wide range of stakeholders. So this is your opportunity to take action towards achieving diversity, equity, and inclusion in our public engagement process. That it isn't idle talk, that this city acts on its values. You can do that by voting to support the lottery.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor.
And
Thank you.
Can I have one last thing on items 16E and 16I? I hope
no,
all of you
your
will
time's
support
up.
each other in your travel requests.
Thank you. Alan Levinson.
Hi, Alan Levinson. I don't know why I have to be the one to follow that. I'd like to say that this process, just dismiss it, it's bullshit, just like what I just heard. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be polite and civil, but it's getting tough. Why are we visioning the future of the Santa Monica Airport today? I was here 9 years ago, or a bunch of years ago, for LC. We visioned what we wanted the airport to be then. We had visioning by the city, groups of visioning, lots of people saying what they wanted the future of the airport to be way back then. We voted what the airport was to be with LC, to be a park. Why are we dialing it back? And why is the city being the source of pushing forth another vote for the use of that land? What we should be doing is we should be visioning the park, not the future of the airport. We should be visioning the park. I have a petition here signed by 330 people so far and growing. That's the last time I checked. This petition states, I hope I don't run out of time. I'll make it short. We demand that the council and staff preserve and honor the original 1926 citywide vote to purchase the land for a public park. That was in 1926, almost 100 years ago. In 2014, we confirmed that we wanted a park. The city council voted a closure resolution to close the airport and make a park. We've heard park, park, park for a long time. Why are we talking about housing? We have a whole city to put houses. We only have one big plot to put a park.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson. All right, please, no clapping. You all know how to do happy hands. All right, Mr. Hall. And before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Kathy Larson, Ann Bowman, Jale Marachame. I see Ann Bowman again, and Andrew Wilder. Go ahead, Mr. Hall.
Good morning, Council. My name is Dan Hall, and I am here to speak on behalf of the Executive Board of the Santa Monica Democratic Club in support of Item 16C, endorsement of the Justice for Renters Act. We request the City Council formally endorse the Justice for Renters Act ballot measure for the 2024 general election. The Justice for Renters Act is a ballot initiative which will allow Santa Monica to determine its own future for rent control for the needs of this community. This critical initiative, supported by 617,000 verified voters across the state, is needed to combat one of the root causes of homelessness in the state: rents rising faster than wages. It would allow cities like Santa Monica to implement locally designed policies to keep our neighborhoods more affordable for low-income and middle-income renters. Our club has supported past ballot measures to repeal Costa-Hawkins. Last week, our executive board voted to recommend support of the Justice for Renters Act, and we predict our membership will support the measure at next week's meeting overwhelmingly, as they did the last two measures. Supporting and strengthening rent control is of crucial importance to the executive board of our club because it reflects the needs of the residents of our city. We urge you to vote yes on item 16C and formally endorse the Justice for Renters Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Larson.
Good evening, good morning. One of those, both of those. Kathy Larson, 7A, 2 minutes. Sazaki's states in their proposal, quote, Santa Monica Airport conversion represents the single greatest opportunity for Santa Monica to address a number of critical issues. The first on the list that they list is housing development. They don't mention park space at all, even though Santa Monica has one of the lowest ratios of park space to population in this area. The framing question tasks the Democratic panel to determine, quote, land uses and development. There is no mention of park space in the framing question either. It is the council and staff's job to follow and uphold the city charter, which specifically states no development except parks and recreation use at the airport. The language being used to determine the process of the airport transformation is in direct conflict with the city charter, LC, and the will of the voters who passed LC in an overwhelming margin, 20%, 60% to 40%. So I also don't support choosing a healthy democracy without considering other options. And those were all mentioned in the previous public speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman.
Hey, good evening. I think 6 minutes total. I'm speaking on 7A and 16I, and Jale's donated 2 minutes to me. So the 4 would be for 7A.
But on a different item? You get 2 minutes per item.
She's donated 2 more to me for 7A.
For which item?
7A.
All right, so you get 4 minutes on 7A and 2 minutes on, what was the other one? I'm sorry?
16I.
All right.
I'll be as fast as I can be. Good evening. My name is Ann Bowman. I'm a Recreation and Parks Commissioner, but I'm here tonight speaking in my personal capacity. I know that several council members, including Council Member Zwick, have pushed using the healthy democracy process onto staff. So I really want to thank our staff for all the time they've taken to get their arms around it and put this proposal together for you, even though I'm opposing. So council, please reject the proposal to hire HD because using them will result in a process that is neither healthy or democratic. Why? First, the proposed process would undercut the Measure LC directive, as you've heard. It also would violate the city charter with respect to the powers given in the charter to the charter enumerated boards and commissions, planning, aviation, recreation, and parks. Specifically, the HD process would violate the charter by usurping the powers and duties given to those boards and commissions, which shall not may advise you on many matters, including all of those that pertain to turning the airport into a park. Additionally, healthy democracy has no proven track record. Its one main project, the Petaluma Fairgrounds, did not result in a plan acceptable to either council or the community and may trigger litigation there. In fact, per HD's own scope of proposed scope of work, lottery processes worldwide have resulted in full implementation of LSP panel recommendations only 28% of the time. So why are we going to spend $3 million of money on a process that is ineffective? There are far less expensive ways to attract and include people who need financial support to participate in the airport planning process, and you can do it for a fraction of the cost. Staff can invite them. Keep it simple. Also, the HD process is both unnecessarily complicated. The scope of work is like 60 pages long, yet oddly exclusive and limited. So please just say no. I'm confident that the traditional approach of staff and DTT working together will be successful in thoroughly engaging community members. Significantly, as you've heard tonight, healthy democracy is incredibly tainted by association with lobbyist Leonora Kamner and the Build Baby Build housing agenda. If you want the airport process to be unbiased and to achieve broad-based community input, you will not hire a company that is so clearly connected with Ms. Kamner and the very harmful market rate housing development agenda that she serves. To that point, so it's not healthy or democratic to cut obvious stakeholders out of the process. One clear example are the residents and businesses in Sunset Park, and there are many more. Worse, again, hiring HD, as you've heard from many others, would confirm that you illegally want to undercut and overrule Measure LC. In fact, LC is mentioned nowhere in the almost 60-page HD draft scope of services. Nowhere, 60 pages. So please recognize that trying to ignore or subvert the legitimate results of an election is sadly familiar. Quite Trumpian, wouldn't you say? I'll say it again, it's Trumpian. And I know you all think, many of you think you are progressive, so please don't go there. Worse, hiring HD will also insert unknown entities and influences into the planning process because the scope of work says they'll work with local subcontractor service providers and other partners and services. In fact, 60% of the their contract would be paid out to mysterious third parties. They're not enumerated. 60%. And therefore may raise Oaks Initiative issues. The scope of services does identify a few of these additional project partners. Page 43 of the scope mentions the Berggruen Institute, founded by French billionaire Nicolas Berggruen. One of his main themes is renovating democracy. And the BI Institute is supported and touted also by the Housing Innovation Collaborative, whose goal is to achieve efficiency and scale to overcome the housing crisis. Indeed, Berggruen asserts we must reconsider the foundational ideas that our contemporary institutions embody. And then there's American Public Trust, funded and founded by Raman Sarabi. And they describe themselves as experts in democracy innovation with a mission to upgrade our democratic systems. So, folks, in short, the proposed use of HD is not transparent, broad-based, healthy, or democratic, so please reject it and ask staff instead to use the traditional community engagement process that everyone is familiar with, and that, while messy, does work. That is true democracy in action. However, if and only if a majority of you vote to proceed with HD, which I think would be crazy, obviously, please direct that the framing question must exclude the words "and development," and that the panel may be comprised only of Santa Monica residents and should explicitly exclude non-resident entities and business owners. Bottom line, please show your commitment to a community engagement process that is transparent and of the highest integrity. And certainly not one.
Thank you. Your time is up. Your time is up. Mr. Wilder and...
I'm not, I have one more.
No, you used all 6 minutes.
No, that was an entire 6
That was your entire 6 minutes. I watched the... I'm sorry, Ms. Bowman, the countdown shows on my screen and you started at 6. Well, I'm sorry for that. Well, you went over the 4.
Well, that's not my fault. That's someone else's mistake. Nobody stopped her.
Ms.
There's a
Bowman.
clock right in front of her.
Bowman, there's a clock sitting right there in front of you, and you used your 6 minutes.
No, you can't give her another 2 minutes. You only get to donate 2. But nice try.
That's not how this works.
Right. The moral of the story is look at the clock that's right there on the podium. Mr. Wilder, before you begin, our final speaker, at least according to this list, will be John C. Smith. So if he could line up behind you, that would be great. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Wilder. I'm the chair of the Airport Commission. The commission has not yet had a chance to discuss the lottery selected panel, but I anticipate we will have a recommendation for you before you revisit this next month. In the meantime, this is my own personal comment. The response to this panel from community groups and individuals has clearly been one of strong and vocal opposition. I am also opposed. If you do decide to do it anyway, though, I have some suggestions for improvement. As with any survey or focus group, the question that is asked will highly influence the outcome. The currently proposed question is, in a word, unacceptable. It is phrased in such a way that it explicitly steers the panel towards encouraging new development, which is in direct contradiction to the mandate of Measure LC. This is why you are seeing such strong opposition to this panel idea, why you received a detailed position with over 330 signatures, and why there have been hundreds more comments begging you not to proceed with the panel, and that's why the majority of us are here this evening. Staff is asking you tonight for feedback and guidance, and at the very least, I hope you will direct them towards crafting a better question that will respect the desires of the community and reflect the overwhelming support for Measure LC, both in 2014 and what that continues still today. Tonight, please ask staff to remove the words "and development" and add the phrase "without any modifications to the city charter." I'd also encourage you to simplify the language to make it clearer. It was clearly written by committee, and it's quite confusing. So here's what I'd propose. With this background, and without any modifications to the city charter, what should we do with the airport land once it closes that will most effectively contribute to Santa Monica's long-term vitality? I have enough time, so I'll say it again. With this background, and without any modifications to the city charter, what should we do with the airport land once it closes that will most effectively contribute to Santa Monica's long-term vitality? I'd also say that, as others have pointed out, the southern residents are much more impacted. So if there is a lottery panel, it doesn't have to be random. You can choose to have the demographics change so it is more heavily weighted towards the southern residents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Council. John C. Smith, Santa Monica Recreation and Parks Commissioner. I haven't spoken here in a while because I work nights and I work in news. In fact, sometimes I'm buried in news, and I see a lot of bad news, and I see a lot of bad ideas, kind of like this one. I also see vested interests, and I see them spending big money and I see groups with nice-sounding names, powered by PAC money, pretending to be something they are not. Contrast that to some of the people you heard from here tonight. I hate to say it, but many of them know more about the airport than many of you. They're intelligent, they're passionate, they're informed, and they are exactly the kind of people you need to make the best decisions about the future of the airport. We don't need a bunch of randomly selected rookies, no offense, and we certainly don't need them chosen by people and a group that's tied to developers doing the picking and running the show. No eeny, meeny, miny, mo. You guys, look, healthy democracy is not democracy any more than Truth Social is the truth. Let informed residents, advocates, contribute and guide this process. And do not let the friends of developers run it. Simple. It's a blatant conflict of interest. I know something about conflict of interest because I work in news. And you guys know it too. I'm disappointed that this proposal is even on the agenda tonight. I urge at least 4 out of the 7 of you to reject it handily. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And Ms. Anderson-Warren, according to my screen anyway, that is the end of public comment. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, then we will close item 6 and close public comment on agendized items and move on to the next item.
So the next item is a study session, is discussion on the lottery selected panel process for the airport.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and community members. My name is Amber Rashane, and I am the Acting Chief Operating Officer, Special Projects for Public Works, and I lead the airport conversion team. Tonight, staff is excited to bring forth a unique community outreach process that has been used the world over to discuss complex topics, and the future of Santa Monica is most definitely complex. The airport has been a source of innovation and inspiration since its dedication as Clover Field in 1923. It is currently home to over 160 businesses and 40 industry sectors that include arts, culture, education, retail, office, and many more. However, for the past many decades, the community has been resolute in its request for closure. As a result, our community passed Measure LC, which we've heard a lot about tonight, by 60% of the voters, thereby prohibiting new development on the airport land except for parks, public open spaces, and public recreation facilities until the voters approve limits on the uses and development that may occur on the land. Further, Santa Monica was finally granted the right to close the airport in 2017 with a consent decree that allows the city to close the airport after December 31st, 2028. That's just over 5 years from today. Council also passed Resolution 11026 to further show commitment to closure. In January, Council directed staff to bring back a robust community engagement process that will meet people where they are and lead the way to paying for building and maintaining a great park. Council also directed staff to bring back non-traditional methods for public outreach, to think big and outside of the box, to get more creative options to obtain input from community members. This direction led staff to solicit an RFQ and a subsequent RFP to create a team of consultants that will help the community understand the existing conditions, envision what community needs should be addressed centering around a great park concept, analyze multiple planning scenarios, that include day one solutions and incremental steps to realize the full vision supported by robust community outreach engagements. You can see here the procurement process that staff has undertook, and we'll draw your attention to the info item that was posted specifically about lottery selected panels in September. It's what brings us here tonight. To determine if a lottery selected panel should be part of the process of the community engagement and outreach strategy for this important project. In a typical project, staff works with the design and technical team on engagement, visioning, and analysis. And while tonight is not about the design and technical team, staff will return in the coming months with that recommendation based on direction tonight. There are some typical hurdles to this method of engagement. Right, this is what has been done before. We've had limited opportunities for participation based on life circumstances. We heard one speaker tonight talk about those. Typically, this process takes longer than anticipated. We've seen that across the region on major planning projects where I don't think any of them have gotten through in 5 years, right? That's what we're dealing with. We've also heard from previous opportunities here that staff is the one interpreting what the community said, and reports out to City Council. There's not the opportunity necessarily for direct from those community workshops and pop-ups and things like that. And it's left the community feeling disenfranchised, misrepresented, or marginalized. Those are all things that we do not want in this process. So tonight, staff is asking you three primary things. One, to review and comment on the democratic lottery process, to provide direction to staff around the framing question, as well as decide who is comprised on the panel or who the panel is comprised of, and to direct staff to prepare a sole source contract for healthy democracy. Tonight, staff is recommending to Council that we add healthy democracy to our consultant team to provide a unique and inclusive lottery selected panel process to reach a demographically representative sample of Santa Monicans. Lynn Davis and Alex Ranieri are here from Healthy Democracy to take you through that process. Lynn?
Thanks so much, Amber, and good evening, Council. It's so great to be here. Thanks so much for having us. So my name is Lynn Davis, Program Co-Director along with Alex. We'll speak to you in a moment at Healthy Democracy. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit based in Oregon and primarily working on the West Coast, although we've worked across the U.S. We aim to empower new voices and represent the community across our many diversities using democratic lotteries. We design deliberative processes that prove a more collaborative politics is possible. We partner with governments, but also nonprofits and others to bring together lottery-selected panels that tackle our most difficult policy questions. A little bit of history. We're best known in our field for something called the Citizens Initiative Review, which is a process where a representative sample of folks in a state review ballot measures and write voter information for the state voters guide. We've been around for about 15 years, and this process was run since about 2008 in a number of states and a couple other countries. Became Oregon law in 2011 as one of the first of these kind of processes to be institutionalized worldwide. And it's also one of the most studied deliberative processes globally. Where our current focus is on local government, though, because we really believe that this is where democracy gets built and where the most opportunities in our highly polarized world for building democracy are. A little bit on the context that we see ourselves working in. We know that we participate in a democracy at vastly different rates. Now, here's a study from a few years ago showing volunteering by educational attainment, and there is a vast drop-off between those who are highly educated and those who aren't. Same goes for income. A different study, this is specifically on civic and political activities by income. And we also don't see public decision-making as something we can all do. Many of our current processes, we think, devalue our humanity. They require comfort with rigid procedural norms, not just Robert's rules, but other things as well. They assume subject matter expertise coming in, and they are foundationally grounded on an architecture of debate orientation rather than collaboration orientation at their sort of foundational level. And even for those of us like myself who do participate a lot, most of us will never be deeply involved in the details of any policy decision that affects us at any point in our lives, and we think that's a problem. And no surprise, all of this has consequences. We think this is one of the main reasons behind the rapidly growing dissatisfaction with the concept of democracy in the United States. Unfortunately, over the last decade especially, we're now up above 50%. But we as Americans are eternally optimistic, and in this case, optimistic particularly about solving problems locally. Whereas 36% of us believe that that people holding different political views can solve national problems, 56% of us think that we can still solve local problems. And Alex is going to talk a little bit more.
Hello, good morning, counselors. So happy to be here with you. Alex Ranieri, also program co-director with Healthy Democracy. And we're here to talk to you about a new approach to democratic decision-making, which is lottery-selected panels, also known in many parts of the world as citizens' assemblies or citizens' juries. So let's take a moment to imagine a democracy in which our public decision-making reflects our many diversities, where everybody participates in in-depth policymaking, where expertise is both valued and questioned, and where government is a tool that we all use together rather than an entity that does things to us or for us. And before we get into the details of what this process actually looks like, I want to talk about a few principles at its core. And the first is inclusivity. These processes use uniquely proactive recruitment methods and design based on universal accessibility to guarantee new voices in the room, many folks that we don't usually hear from in our public processes. Representation. These processes are designed to broadly reflect a community's many diversities. Integrity. They're based on over 50 years of research. They're highly transparent and always independently evaluated. And as Lynn mentioned, they're collaborative at their core. So a structured, iterative process and a local team of professional moderators guiding or moderating conversation. All of this leads to an atmosphere of respectful and evidence-driven exchange. And finally, empowerment. The process is designed to give panelists authority over their process and also the ability to influence real policy. So now let's talk about the specific elements of a lottery-selected panel. There are kind of two core ingredients here. So on the left, we have who's in the room, and on the right, what happens in the room. So first, democratic lottery is a unique tool we have in our democracy to create really a microcosm of a public, of a city, and actively reduce common barriers that folks experience to participation. And then deliberation in the room really changes the architecture of decision-making itself. Panelists are given ample time, balanced information, and process supports to really identify common ground solutions. To step back just for a moment, today most of our public processes are one of two things: processes that are open to anyone or processes that are open by specific invitation. But we think there's a slice of this democracy pie, if you will, that is missing, and that is processes selected by democratic lottery. So we can all opt into forums that are open to anyone or sometimes be tapped by special invitation, but we never are invited by chance to be deeply involved in policy decisions on behalf of our communities. The better metaphor, however, I think, is more democracy pies. We don't need to split up the same democracy pie. And really, each of these methods has its unique advantages and drawbacks. So processes that are open to anyone, like a hearing, voting, are wonderful. We need those in our democracy. Anyone can participate, at least in theory, right? We know in practice that it's often the same individuals who participate again and again, often the more resourced members of our communities, and it's often quite thin participation. Specific invitation is critical for getting specific stakeholder voices, outreaching to particular communities who are experiencing impacts. It can be targeted, specialized, but again, often we see the same individuals tapped again and again to participate in these processes. Lottery-selected panels bring new voices into the room, foster diversity, and really create that space for in-depth, detailed deliberation. And of course, that requires time. So here's an overview of the entire process, which Healthy Democracy specializes in managing from start to finish here. So first, we work with the city to craft a really compelling invitation mailer that's sent out to between 15 and 20,000 randomly selected addresses across the city. And after folks respond to register their interest in participating on the panel, we use an open source selection algorithm to run the democratic lottery and select a panel that's broadly representative of the community's demographics. Then, very unique to these processes, the panel spends quite a bit of time together, so often at least 40 hours, in many cases over 100 hours. They begin with information gathering. That's a large part of the process. They conduct extensive research, hear from many stakeholders and background experts, and then they move into really in-depth deliberation in small groups through a structured process that we've mentioned, all leading to policy recommendations, which are written in their own words and then delivered directly to decision makers. And a key overarching theme here that I want to highlight is that this process is designed to get people on the same side of the table, approaching a problem together. So rather than most processes in which individuals are expected to show up with their preformed positions and advocate for them, this process really is intended to build capacity in critical thinking, leadership, and it supports panelists to weigh complex trade-offs in support of the broader community. And this isn't just us doing these processes, it's an international movement of folks working towards lottery-selected democracy. So around the world, lottery-selected panels are being used for issues that are often high stakes, complex, contentious, often very technical, and prone to lose-lose outcomes if traditional methods are used. And while these processes have been used since the 1970s, we've been seeing growing momentum, really this deliberative wave over the last 15 years in particular. And now there have been over 600 cases documented across the world. And also very importantly, panels can address any policy question. So they've been used on many different topics, from urban planning to transportation to energy policy. Most often, as you can see, contexts of urban and strategic planning. And we, Healthy Democracy, have worked on many of these kinds of topics. It's also worth noting here that as practitioners, we are completely agnostic to policy topic. We believe this process can be useful on pretty much any policy decision. And we work with folks in any sector from any political background who want to advocate for more innovative decision-making processes. So if asked, we'll give a presentation to any organization who's interested, never to take a stance on policy ourselves, nor even to suggest a topic that a panel should address. We never do that. But to say exactly what we're saying to you here tonight, that there are different ways of doing democracy, and we think that's something that all stakeholders in our communities benefit from. So importantly here too, recommendations that are produced by panels have a very high rate of adoption by public authorities. So in over 2/3 of cases, those lower two bars, at least half of a panel's recommendations were adopted by their commissioning authorities. And given time, I'll just talk about one case study of the over 600 tonight, where this model has been used successfully, we think. And that was in Petaluma, California last year. So a panel was convened to discuss the future of a 55-acre fairgrounds property. This was a very contentious issue in the city. Everybody had a stake. We convened a panel of 36 residents that was broadly representative of Petaluma's demographics. They worked together for 12 days over the course of 2 months, and they heard from over 30 presenters, stakeholders, and technical experts. They hosted their own community workshop, and they worked intensively to develop these 3 reports. one on guiding principles, which is the values and criteria that should direct any future planning, one on pathways, which is a prioritized list of specific site use options, and then a final report that articulated preferred uses of the site. And as a part of that process, panelists got to engage with a group of local architects to visualize their recommendations to council. So as one panelist, Jasmine, said, it's cool finally actually putting it on the vision on paper. Thinking about how people actually interact with spaces has been really helpful. And the results, we've seen a clear change in tone. One panelist said this process helps make politics less vitriolic. And the panel really has earned respect from the public and electeds. One councillor said, it's a new day for democracy. The city manager said they'll never think about public consultation in the same way. And the panel also produced 3 cohesive visions for the site with detailed levels of support for each sub-element of those visions, accompanied by those visualizations from the charrette-style workshop. They also produced 5 overarching recommendations with over 90% support. And we're still seeing the impact, the policy impact of their reports. So as we knew coming into this project, the panel would direct a series of planning decisions spread out over a number of years. And so we're continuing to monitor that, but there are signs that the panel's work has had an impact. And then participating is powerful for panelists as well. So after evaluating the Petaluma process, researchers found that panelists felt a growing sense of community with their other panelists, that they have a say on the panel. And take a moment with this last one, which I think is really transformative. They felt that their input is meaningful and important to local decision making.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the proposed project here in Santa Monica. And I'll start with this sort of org chart. Now, this shows sort of the information flows back and forth between different groups in their contact with the panel. Over on the left-hand side is stakeholders, and there's direct feedback loops back and forth, but also a feeding into that information committee, which we can talk more about, which will select sort of the introductory presenters going into the process, as well as a menu of other presenters for the panel to choose from later. On the right-hand side, we have the broader public, and there's a couple of different back and forths of several, which I'll get to in a moment, and the design and technical team, which unique to this project would have a really close relationship with the panel, and particularly working one-on-one in design phases later on in the project. Also city staff as an informational input, and you all back and forth as well. So this document here, this diagram, I believe you have access to, but we're just going to focus on the top 2 lines here, and we'll start with panelist selection and care. So the process for panelists starts with 18,000 invitations that are mailed out to randomly selected addresses. And then responses are collected by HD. Typically in the US, we get about a 3% response rate, but hopefully higher, with some communications planned, addition to what's normal. And then there's a public selection event, which also serves as the project kickoff. Now, this lottery process we're proposing to reflect the Santa Monica community in terms of age, educational attainment, experience of a disability, housing status, location of residence, primary transportation mode, sexual orientation, and potentially other factors. Many of those are standard across the field. So talking about some barriers to participation, often we know that large sections of our communities are kept out of participating through invisible barriers, whether this is time availability, cost, lack of familiarity and comfort with public meetings, lack of information. This approach seeks to eliminate as many of those barriers as possible. First, panelists are compensated to offset the financial burdens of participation, and we help provide access to things like transportation, child and elder care, loaner technology, etc. Second, HD staff provide direct support to panelists, helping ensure they feel personally welcome and comfortable with all elements of the process, sort of one-on-one support. Third, simultaneous interpretation is standard, as well as materials translation and other assistive technologies as needed. And finally, Alex mentioned the professional moderation to ensure balanced participation and a safe and welcoming environment, particularly for folks who aren't used to these kind of processes. Now let's dig in just a little bit on the deliberative process. The proposed process includes 6 3-day weekends over a 9-month period, and that's preceded by a detailed process design and meetings of the Information Committee, which is a group of stakeholders responsible for that initial background presentations. And the goal there is really to create an independent process for selecting information so that it's not driven by staff. And then the panel is seated and go through a number of phases. First, a sort of welcome phase with activities designed to build capacity and critical thinking and self-awareness, and an introduction to the policy topic and the question at hand. Overlapping with this is a very long learning phase, as Alex mentioned, with informational presenters selected by the IC and the panel, and also city staff and the DTT built directly in, and site visits, lived experience of the panelists themselves, a unique microcosm of the community, and written material. Then overlapping with this is a long deliberation phase, hence the name, and the general process of this is ideas are collected and then iteratively developed in different sizes of groups and refined. And this happens in sort of 2 pieces. First on these guiding principles, which results in the guiding principles report, and then on scenarios, which results in several alternatives and a preferred scenario at the end. And toward the end there, naturally, the process goes into some agreement seeking around negotiation toward that one preferred scenario. Now, just to draw attention to that middle line there, the points of broader community involvement, there are 5 points, and I should note, this is just in specific relation to the panel. This is not including any other broader public engagement that staff may do in connection with the process. So first, there is a stakeholder, sort of an online light deliberative process to gather nominations for potential presenters, which feeds into the Information Committee's process. And then the same sort of thing, but at a very wide community level, right after the panel introduces its sort of principles, ideas. Then a panel-hosted community workshop, and then another one of these large community online light deliberative practices around some of the early ideas for site use options. And then a different kind of community feedback phase on the alternative scenarios between weekends 5 and 6. So let me talk about some of the unique elements here. First, the process is directed by panelists wherever possible, and this makes it really different than many of the public engagement processes that we know. All of the panel's reports are their own, entirely self-authored, never edited by us or staff or anybody else. And the panel staffs as many parts of its own process as possible through subcommittees. Secondly here, the process includes several hands-on design elements. This is one-on-one direct collaboration, equal collaboration with the design and technical team, which is a really unique opportunity. Third, the process invites the weighing of complex trade-offs in service of the broader public good after the panel has sort of built cohesion over time within itself. And finally, these processes are designed to lead to something that's called rough consensus, while respecting minority views. So that is to allow a process that works toward or encourages consensus, but doesn't force it. So we think there's benefits across the board to folks in our communities. And for policymakers, this sources fresh perspectives, untapped ideas, enhances mutual trust in governance. For existing stakeholders and advocates, we think this allows for collaboration with a new group of individuals who are tasked specifically with deeply considering all kinds of policy proposals. That is pretty unique, and that levels the playing field. For the public, these processes, we think, foster ownership over public decision-making. They present a model for collaborative discourse and increase access for historically marginalized groups. And just quickly, one final quote here from the mayor of Petaluma after that project. She said, "This process seems to move toward collaboration from competition, and I think that's the only way we move forward." But thank you so much for your time, and can't wait to answer questions.
Me again. So we hope that their explanation of the process has gotten you very excited about the potential and what this could do. Right? This is a very different model. It's very unique. And many times when something is new and different, it's hard. It's met with uncertainty. And we've heard some of that tonight. So hopefully their presentation has dispelled some of those things that were brought up. As described, this process removes those barriers that Lynn was just talking about. It's a representative sample of our community, right? We don't see that anywhere else in our democracy. And that's really exciting. It takes staff's role, and it's to be in support of the panel and the community, and letting that community outreach drive the process instead of staff and our design and technical team driving the process. It's really nice that the community has such faith in us tonight. That's wonderful. But really what this process does is puts the focus where it should be. Our community members should be choosing what happens with this land when it becomes available. And there's a lot of opportunities, right? A lot of the questions have been around, we're marginalizing stakeholders, or you're cutting out voices. That is not what happens in this process. This process has a lot of opportunities for all of our community members to provide feedback directly to the panel, right? The traditional methods of coming to council or to a board and commission, those are all still available. And staff will also be hosting community engagement events. They just aren't the primary way, right? We're asking the community panel to take that lead. So we're actually offering more opportunities. This is an additive thing and not a only and in place of. This process is also highly customizable. It's why we're at a study session tonight. It's to talk through some of these things, and we've had a lot of good feedback tonight that I hope that we can consider together. If directed to move forward, these are the next steps that we would be coming back with, right? So obviously tonight is a study session. We'd be coming back for contracts for the design and technical team, as well as Healthy Democracies. We would kick off the project in early 2024, the community engagement and the design and technical team sort of working on their simultaneous paths. The panel would be publicly selected in the early summer of 24 and then be seated for their first weekend in the fall of 24. Roughly, we've said that this would happen in a school year so that we avoid the summer travel that so many people engage of when kids are out of school. And so the last panels weekend would be in the early summer of 25. We've also given you a couple handouts, so that diagram that Lynn showed you have, so you can see it up close, and if you want to spend some time on it. We've also provided a graphic representation of the panel process and how many different opportunities there are for community input. And so we hope that that's helpful in your decision-making or direction tonight. One other thing to note is that this is still a long process. Right. I've mentioned that we've got 5 short years until we are able to close the airport. And we are right where that arrow is. We are considering what are the scenario options? What are the trade-offs? What are financial mechanisms that we can use? What are the remediation needs to happen on the site? And what is that mix of uses? From that, assuming, right, if everything goes well, that our community becomes united and is able to gather around a preferred scenario, then we would move into that traditional planning process, right? This process doesn't supplant that. We still have to do a specific plan. We would still need to update our general land use plan, and we'd have to update our zoning ordinance. So those things are still in front of us. And one of the things that's very exciting about this process is, right, in 9 months, we should be able to go from inception to an idea that is vetted publicly with our community through the community panel. I don't know of any other process, right? Members tonight spoke about, we like the traditional process, even though it's messy and might take a long time, right? So we were challenged in January to come back with an alternative to that. And so that's what we're presenting to you tonight for consideration. So the other handout, there's 2 pages in your handout, just lists out the framing question. We've heard a lot about it tonight, and it is probably the main event, right? What should we be asking the panel to study? There's been a lot of comment about the word "and development," and we took the language from LC, right? It literally says land uses and development, and we understand that that may have come across in a different way to the community. We are very open to striking those words, which we've heard from many communities tonight, and hope that you will consider that as well, so that, whatever you decide. And if we want to add language specific to LC, which some folks have said as well, right, those are the types of things that we would love to have as conversation tonight. I'm just going to flip through these to get to the end, and then we can open for questions and comments. The second piece that we're asking, and we also heard tonight a lot of public comment on, is should this only be Santa Monica residents? Should we include non-resident business owners? And should we include West LA? Right? They border the airport on 2 sides. They are impacted as well. As this is a regional asset, right? And if we want to work with our partners as we think through, unique financing strategies or whatever else is there, do we want to include their voices or not? So those were the 3 options that we were putting forth tonight. So just a real quick recap, right? Tell you in the beginning, tell you at the end. I know it's late or early, and so sometimes it's nice to just have the words written again. So what we're talking about, obviously, is the democratic lottery process, working through that framing question and who's here, and directing staff to move into the contracting phase. One thing that I do want to just add, which is we've still got some folks here, and hopefully people are listening or will listen. Tomorrow we're actually, we have some in-person opportunities to talk to Healthy Democracies for our community members. They're at Virginia Avenue Park, and if you go to that website, at the very top, it has more information on how to join those. So if there are specific questions that community members want to ask Healthy Democracy, they've agreed to make themselves available. There is also 2 opportunities for virtual participation next week, because we realize it's, I think we noticed it yesterday, we're mentioning it tonight. They occur tomorrow because Healthy Democracy is here, but those virtual options are also available. So hopefully there's a lot more conversation around this topic, and we look forward to your comments and questions tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate your sticking with us. We will start out with questions. Councilmember Terosas, it looks like you're first in the queue.
Yeah, thank you so much for this, and thanks for staying here. My fatigue is not masking my lack of enthusiasm here. So I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. I think you touched on this, but I want to be clear. This is not the only opportunity for the public to weigh in on the future of the airport. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This is just an additional process by which the public can weigh in on the future of the airport, correct? Okay. And is council required to accept the recommendation of the panel?
Council is still council. You get to decide, right? This is a recommendation. This provides you additional information from our community that is demographically representative, and they will present recommendations to you. You get to consider them just like normal. The public gets to comment on them in public comment time, and then you get to decide how to move forward.
And are the panel meetings public?
Yes, all of the panel, and that was something that I maybe we were remiss to mention, but all of the panel meetings are live streamed. So anybody from the comfort of their home can watch what is being presented to the panel. They can listen to the questions that are being asked of the presenters. Also, there is a gallery option. So if people want to come in person, there's also that option. So there are multiple ways that community members can see what is happening. And as Healthy Democracy mentioned, right, the transparency of this process is tantamount, right? It's a critical pillar of how these lottery selected panels work, is that it's the idea is they're a city in one room, and so you need the rest of the city who's not sitting there to be able to see what's being presented, so that you can, that everyone feels a part of it, and that's one of the great things about it.
And isn't there an information committee that you touched on that's going to be formed And isn't it expected that commissioners that we've appointed would be on that information committee?
Yes, that was mentioned in either the staff, the info item or the staff report, that the intention, right, board and commission members, same with council members, are not allowed to be on the panel just because you're elected bodies, right, and that might skew things. But so the way that we incorporate the boards and commissions is in that information committee. And so if approved to move forward with this process, right, we would be coming back and there's a stakeholder list, right, that includes across Santa Monica. That would be vetted by the boards and commissions, or the information committee, to ensure that the panel is getting balanced information across the different groups, stakeholder groups in Santa Monica. There would absolutely be representation throughout Santa Monica, and that information committee will make sure that those initial presenters are non-biased. They work with Healthy Democracy on that. And then the panel themselves gets to invite additional presenters that we didn't hear about this, or I had questions around that, or I didn't, I heard a little bit about this, but I want to know more. And so that's where the panel gets to generate its own autonomy in what they want to study. But the information committee is critical for that.
And how do we ensure that, statistically speaking, through the lottery process, that we have like an accurate demographic cross-section of the community?
So the demographics that we would use or that are typically used are the U.S. Census data, where, unless there's a category that it's not available for, and then we use, right, if there's county data or where it is. But by basing on that, there's a open source software called Panelot, and Healthy Democracies is going to know a lot more about this than I do, that takes those demographic targets, let's call it the what would be a representative sample, and then ensures that every panel that is possibly created meets those demographics, and then that public selection process picks the panel. So all of the possible panels are demographically representative.
So your data showed that wealthier, older individuals are more likely to participate in public engagement, and this lottery process would ensure that we have a statistically representative cross-section of the population.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Para.
Thank you. Before I begin, just want to thank staff and Healthy Democracy for coming down and give us this presentation this late of an hour. I have a bunch of questions. And my apologies because I have them like all over the place. So I'm going to be going back and forth. So let me see here where to start. I think I'll start on oh, here you go. Okay. Okay, so under the process of sending out the invitations, I think Councilmember Terosas had asked a few of my questions, but it indicates that the panel is selected that represents the unique demographic characteristics of that community. So what do you mean by demographic information? What exactly defines demographic?
So there's usually the way the panels work, and I may want to invite you up just since it's their process. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but there's 7 to 10 demographic factors. Things like on one of the slides that they presented, they had, right, educational attainment, income, age, housing location, right? So we've heard a lot about tonight about where folks live. So this is a process that would look at where folks live and make sure that we're getting a sample from all over Santa Monica. Okay. What else was in there? I'm blanking on what else is in there. Sorry, it's late. It was on one of the slides that had 7, I think it was 7 of them, but there's other ones that we can add as well.
Okay.
Or that are typical of the process.
Okay. So that was one of my major questions. And then the other question was what information is going to be in the letter that's sent out to the panelists. And so I heard you guys say that that's going to be something that's going to be crafted by staff.
Do you guys want to answer that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so thank you for the question, Councilmember. Typically, we work collaboratively with the city to craft that letter, and some core components of those letters. We want to make it as compelling and easy to say yes as possible. So we talk about those accessibility measures that we take for panelists, how we're going to make it as accessible as possible for folks, kind of right front and center. And then we address the framing question, let folks know that this will be a really unique opportunity to do a different kind of democratic decision making. And then give all of the details of when those panel sessions will be held, kind of what folks can expect. And then there's a demographic questionnaire in that kind of a response form. So to register your interest, ensure that you're qualified and self-identify according to the demographic questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I add one piece to that? One thing that we are also committing to as part of this process is to have everything translated into Spanish. And if there are other languages that folks need translation for or interpretation for, there's QR codes so that they can read about this in the languages that they are comfortable with. And as we go forward, all right, if we have a native Spanish speaker, right, then we would have simultaneous translation. If we have a native Farsi speaker, we would have a translator for that. So there's that language access is really important part of the process as well.
Okay, thank you. There was also on page 10 of the staff report, it talked about representatives of existing boards and commissions, talked about the information committee, and then it also talked about you create a slate of initial presenters and a menu of other presenters for the panel to consider inviting. And then it said that you would ensure that, quote, balanced information, end quote, reaches the panel in the initial learning phase. So what do you mean by balanced information?
So this is an important note. It's subjective, obviously, and no one is a neutral party here. So our methodology for trying to do this is to attack that problem from multiple angles. So as we mentioned, there's information that's built into the process coming from the city and the technical experts from their existing conditions work, building off that work. But then, importantly, our hope is that by this information committee having representatives from many of the different commissions and working through their own deliberative process, that they produce balanced information between them. Now, those things don't ensure balanced information either, but this is where the panel comes in. So this is only to produce introductory information for especially that first weekend before the panel starts to take over its own process. Use that menu, identify gaps, and sort of do gaps analysis multiple times to understand who it's heard from and who it hasn't heard from. Again, 100% the panel doing this. We never touch content ourselves, 100% the process people. But the panel goes through these gaps analysis processes and identifies either folks that are on that menu or other information or people that they think are important. So hopefully through sort of all those methods stacked on top of each other, we get to balanced information.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Just there's all these words, and I wanted to have a clear understanding of what, was meant by them. I think I have another question for staff. No, I think it's for staff. Thank you. I'm sorry. Musical chairs. I didn't put this in order,
it's all good.
so
It's all good.
I'm sorry. I'm all over the place.
It's okay.
And one of the big questions that came up, and there was a lot of there was public comment about it, and received a lot of emails, is in the staff report and any of the documentation, nowhere did it say anything about a park, nor did it say anything about Measure LC. And I'm very curious as to why that was omitted from all these documents for the most part.
I don't know if I have a good answer for that. It was not intentional at all, because I think we've always been focused on knowing that this was going to be centered or focused around a park, right? I very much made sure that tonight we were talking about that. I would have to say it was just an oversight in that that is the intention.
The feeling,
very
just
clear.
Reading it didn't feel like it. It felt like we're not doing a park. We're going to try to go this way. And so I think that's why you have a lot of opposition here. Among other things, but it really felt like,
Noted. Yes, absolutely noted. And it was in our presentations in the spring. I think it's one we constantly talk about it, and it just, that's what we're centered on.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Yeah.
Just had to ask the question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then there's something on page 11 that says there's a third-party academic evaluation at each stage of the project to continue improving. So who's going to be administering the third-party evaluation?
Yeah, so luckily there's quite a community, a network of deliberative experts across the U.S. who are really interested in these processes still. We were sort of afraid about 5 years ago that that interest might be dropping off a little bit and we would have to figure out some other kind of evaluation because it has been great. There are, separately funded, separately organized evaluators. Luckily, that's not the case. They're still very much interested. The project in Petaluma was evaluated, the lead evaluator for that were a couple of folks at Cal Poly Humboldt who had previously participated on other evaluation teams, but there's about 24 or so evaluators across the U.S. And essentially what we do is whenever a new project comes up, we send out an email to all these folks and say, hey, who wants to help lead this process? And they put together their own research team and do their thing. The CIR, the Citizens Initiative Review research is really extensive, and there's a book that just came out a couple of years ago about it. So if you want to read sort of where that research came to or get more information about it, they also love to speak to folks. It was, I think, funded mainly by a National Science Foundation grant at the time. Independent evaluators.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm almost done, I promise. Okay. All right, so, and this, I promise I read everything, but clearly I still have some questions. It said panelists will receive comprehensive information and then independently deliberate on recommendations. So the information that the panelists are receiving that you're saying is comprehensive, is that the information from the stakeholders and the ICs? Is that the comprehensive information that you're saying that they're going to deliberate on?
Yeah, so that's part of it, absolutely. And the information gathering process, like Lynn mentioned, is intended to be just as extensive and as diverse in format as possible. Mm-hmm. So it's those background experts and stakeholder presentations selected by the IC and the panel. It's briefing materials produced by the city and the design and technical team on their existing conditions work. It's the panelists kind of investigating their own lived experiences. It's site visits to the airport property. So we try to really mix it up in terms of learning styles, formats, and then, hope that together creates a well-rounded picture. Oh, and panelists' own research also. They have the power to call experts and do their own investigating.
Okay. And then you say that carefully structured small group discussions will be facilitated by professionals, but you don't indicate who those professionals are. So who are you going to call in as your professionals?
Yeah, great question. So typically we hire a local team of moderators, so folks in the community or in the area. They come from a wide variety of backgrounds. Often they're, professional facilitators or mediators by training. We've also worked with folks who, are lawyers, but practicing different kinds of mediation or arbitration, psychologists, professors. Yeah. But really they need to meet that rigorous standard of impartiality in the process and be committed to upholding the process norms and not engaging in any way in content.
Okay, thank you. And I think also one of the other big questions, I think that almost every single person in public comment brought up was the concern over some potential conflict with a relationship between Healthy Democracy and housing advocate Lenora Kamner. So I wanted to ask you directly, is there a relationship between Healthy Democracy and Lenora Kamner? Is there an affiliation? Is there a relationship with you guys and at all?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So we work with a really wide range of advocates, like I mentioned before, from really any political background, folks in community groups, and some of the folks who advocate for our processes or lottery selected panels in general happen to be based in Southern California, and a few of those folks are in Santa Monica. So as a policy, we'll share information with anyone who asks. And like I said, it's just the presentation you've gotten this evening. And as we've done in dozens of other cases throughout the region, the country, and the world, we did deliver a presentation once to the Santa Monica Housing Commission on this process. So not directly tied to housing policy in any way, but on the process. And that's part of our mission, is to spread information about how to do democracy differently with anyone who asks. So, yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Well, because there's also, I mean, I know that a presentation was done. She's spoken about it. There's videos all over the place about it. And I also know that, you know, the organization that she currently works for, or there's a link on your website to the organization that she currently works for under resources or what have you. So there's clearly some type of affiliation. And so there's a little bit of a concern there.
Yeah, understandable. I think it's the other way around.
Or the other way
Their
around. My
website to
apologies.
ours, among many other resources. Yeah, we're one of the more prominent actors in this space, so there's links on a lot of websites to us. But yeah, we, yes, you know, we know her, but, you know, as Alex said, we don't have any special association. We're not a project of them. They're not a project of us. They're an independent advocacy organization, among several others here in Southern California working on this topic. And yeah, there, you know, people come from a wide variety of backgrounds. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that.
No, that's, I mean,
yeah,
I
that's the extent of the.
I appreciate your answer.
I guess maybe one other thing, which is just to note very specifically that neither she nor any other advocate who has other, you know, ties to other advocacy positions would have any, has had, or would have any relationship to any project that we did. We do seek advice outside during that project design, process design phase at the beginning, but that's generally from folks who are not associated with any other policy position, and often from our international colleagues, of which there's a very extensive international network of process designers like us.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Could I add one piece to my previous answer? Because I went through and I looked, and we do mention LC in the staff report. It's only once. And we do use the word park a handful of times, not nearly enough. But one thing I would add is that the info item was about the lottery selected panel process. What is this thing? So it wasn't really about what we were asking the panel to look at. Tonight's staff report was also about the process. So we spent a lot of time digging into what this was and why this was and how this would work and what does it mean in Santa Monica. The framing question is one that, right, we mentioned the word park in there, but not all the pieces of LC. So I think that is why we were so focused on the process, not necessarily making sure that we're inclusive of the park and LC commitments.
Yeah, I think that, you know, just we've learned, right, you know, for future. I mean, we have to be completely transparent, you know, that's our job. And, you know, I don't think that, you know, we can't expect our constituents to have to read between the lines. And, you know, there's already a distrust. And so we want to be able to be collaborative, especially in something like this. Is one of the biggest projects ever. And so, but I appreciate the dialogue. So thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
I can't get out of the queue. I'm sorry. I can't. It's still beeping. I can't.
Now it's on. I can see it. Thank you.
Good evening. First question I have is, what is the cost of this program?
So the cost of the Healthy Democracy Program, right, we provided a range in the staff report because some of it will depend on what council directs us to actually do. And so the range provided was 1.2 to 1.4, that had a pretty healthy contingency in there for this process. And then, you know, specific to the Democratic Lottery, but that in support, when you include some community members mentioned the 2.7 figure, that includes the design and technical team work.
Let me ask this again. What is the cost of this project?
Of the project. Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard you then. I thought you said the process. So the total would be 2.7. Or just shy.
Just to make sure I'm clear, you're asking the question of just the design, visioning, and engagement, not
Cost
the
of
total
this
cost of the
program
park
process,
project.
the total approximate cost.
To design, to build a park at the airport?
No, to do this healthy democracy thing. She said 2.7 million. No, it's not?
No, healthy democracy only is the 1.2 to 1.4. That's just them. I thought you wanted the whole process, so apologies. But yeah, healthy democracy's their portion of this project. Yeah.
Okay, then why didn't we do an RFP on this? And where are the other potential firms?
So when staff took a look, Healthy Democracy really is the most well-known. They have done this type of process for land planning in California. They have worked within the California rules, and they were highly recommended by Petaluma, as well as the fact that they had worked on many different types, right? They are seen as a leader in this. So in this space, so if we were going to go forward, that we would want to work with them so that this is new to all of us. They did respond to the RFQ. So the RFQ, we had 27 teams respond. Healthy Democracy was one of those. And then through this process of investigation is where staff is recommending to pull them out to do the democratic lottery process separately.
What are they mentioned several times, international projects, they mentioned Petaluma. So what is the end result in Petaluma? Because we heard from some residents that said that the end result was dubious. So tell me, but we heard from the project people that the project was just fabulous. So tell me, what is the end result? And I know you had a comment from the mayor, but talk to me.
Yeah, so we don't know exactly what the end result is because it's still ongoing. What the panel produced is they stopped sort of what would be partway through this process. This is a more extensive, more comprehensive process that we've planned, proposed here. The Petaluma process sort of stopped at the sort of, let's say, extended visioning stage, but not into the design phases. Now, we know from the discussion sort of immediately after the panel that council noted the panel's reports at that time in making sort of the first steps in their decisions, which were to not renew the lease at the fairgrounds, but then the ongoing site planning process, which is where the majority of the panel's recommendations are concerned. We're not going to know the exact impact of that for the next couple of years. It's sort of going to play out over time here, but we think the most significant impact is that so far is that it seems to have unstuck a political stalemate. Now, that's not to say that there isn't conflict still, but it seems to have loosened that, which hopefully is a good first step.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, right, that Petaluma had been looking at what they should do with these fairgrounds for more than a decade, and they were at an impasse. They couldn't move forward. And this process is what Lynn just said, got them unstuck so that they were able to go back to the Fair Board, right, because that lease, I think, was out by the end of this year. They were able to go back to the Fair Board and negotiate based on what that panel had provided. Now, going forward, they still have to make choices. It is also why in the process that we are proposing, right, they kind of stopped, they did guiding principles, and they went a little bit further. It's why in this process we're proposing to go all the way through to that preferred scenario so that it sets us up to be able to be actionable and put those regulatory frameworks in place before we're allowed to close the airport.
So in 2014, well, first, so you have international successful projects that you can give us a list of? You mentioned international several times. What are the projects? Where are they?
Yeah, so we have worked primarily nationally. We've done a couple of international projects.
And what are those?
So the main bulk of our work is that citizens initiative review process that I mentioned, and those panels considered a wide range of very technical, very complex, very contentious. In 5 states, Oregon, California.
So you mentioned international.
International,
What are those
that process has been
projects?
done in Finland and in Switzerland. And as we mentioned, there's about 600 other examples, but there's many small nonprofits like us all over the world doing this. So we work in collaboration and share knowledge with them. We're just back from a conference in Copenhagen where we heard about a number of new interesting projects, but yeah, they're happening all over the place.
What city in Finland?
Korsholm, I believe it's called, Korsholm. And it was an interesting project on considering a merger of 2 municipalities.
Okay. I think former Mayor Feinstein mentioned earlier about the fact, and I believe former Mayor Ted Winter also wrote in and talked about the fact that to restore any confidence in this potential project, the project had to be solely about the results of LC and what the 60% of citizens in 2014 voted for. And you said, well, we had a sentence in there about a park. That's not enough. This process has to be about honoring the wishes of Santa Monicans, unless, as it seems to some who were here tonight and some in the community whose letters I received, is that it's an attempt to subvert the park process and turn this over to a developer's dream instead. But that's the impression. And it feels a little bit like you're trying to plan Century City or Playa Vista and trying to figure out how you come up with this random group of people who won't really know what happened in that part of town in the past, and that someone can decide, hey, let's develop here, and now the park keeps shrinking. Now, I don't think that's what our residents expected. That's not what our residents want. And I think to many of the people who spoke here earlier this evening, they believe that the neighborhoods that were impacted by LC, by Santa Monica Airport over 97 years so far, are the people who should be involved. So I guess maybe we need a better explanation. I know you just gave a lot of info and it's really late, but I wonder how we get more information on that specificity. I can't even talk anymore tonight.
It's a tricky one.
Because that's what I think residents are concerned about. They hear about this company coming in, and there's going to be this new process, right, that will supposedly enhance democracy. And I can guarantee what it sounds like. It's really an attempt to subvert democracy and minimize the residents who have been fighting for a park at that site for not since 2014. I mean, they've been fighting to close the airport since the 1970s. First remove jets from it, try and close it, try and minimize it, try and find ways to cleanse the soil and cleanse the air. So my question is, regardless of what you said about, oh, we just sort of skipped it, it is the fundamental question that the city needs to answer and reassure residents of, and whoever healthy democracy is, all right, which is not the name I would have called a company, but because it sounds like you're creating unhealthy democracy. But my question is, where is that statement? Where is that statement of fact that says we are committed to do what the voters of our city asked for? We're committed to do what the Friends of Sunset Park and Ocean Park and Sunset Park and all through this city, from Wilmot to Noma to everyone, the people who voted for that project and accepted the results of that election, they believe that their stake in the airport land and making sure that their neighborhood doesn't get destroyed 10 years or 15 years from now
Sure.
by excess development that they looked at and said, oh, we just got snowed. How are you going to reassure people through this company that you're not going to snow people?
So I think the largest vehicle, right, to prove that is in the framing question. And there's been suggestions. I know someone was talking and saying, city attorney, can you change the framing question to include specific language about LC? And I would also add that staff is not advocating for any particular outcome. All we're advocating for is a process, right? And a process that we were directed by council to, and to live into those values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and providing. It's not silencing any voices, right? We are adding voices. It's how do we add voices to the community and topics and recommendations?
I think the fact that we have, for the most part, no, not for the most part, completely, we have a very intelligent, very involved populace.
Very true.
That may not need a process that appears to limit participation to a group of people who are supposedly randomly come up with out of thin air. And I may be misstating that, but that's the way it feels tonight. It feels like this is not a process which is designed to really engage our residents who are.
Your time is up.
You guys want to add about how the process includes more folks. But I would just I would just call out that this project is not limiting people's voices in any capacity. This is an additive process. So all of the traditional ways that community members can advocate for their position are absolutely valid and will be part of the process. This is just adding that additional piece of community members that we don't typically hear from because of life circumstances, right? All of the things that we've already talked about tonight. Do you want to? Oh, nope, go ahead.
It appears, however, that that's not the case, and a lot of our intelligent representative residents will be left out of this process. Yet, in many cases, they're the ones who spent 30 years next to the airport with black oranges and breathing in terrible fumes. And I think they want to be involved in more than that. If we went through a normal deliberative process, how much would that cost us? The normal processes we use in the city. Because we're not in a rush.
Well,
No.
5 years from now is not that far in planning.
That's the day it closes 5 years and 3 months from now. That's not the day anybody expects to, January 1st, 2029, wake up and see that we've a huge Lego creator. And we have 3D created a park and natatorium and gym and ice skating ring and created everything else around the park.
But we do, in order to, and I'm going to look to city attorney to make sure I say this correctly, but in order to close the park, there is a level of environmental review that has to happen. And we have to have some idea. And this can be, if we're going to,
That's
what
one
goes in that
possibility,
park.
right?
Say again?
It's one possibility to use this healthy democracy system.
This is one possibility to use them. I would say that from what we've researched about is that this does seem to be the most effective way of getting to that decision with deep information and deliberative process, right? The community members who have spoken tonight and have been working on this issue for 30 years, as you've talked about, right, are part of the stakeholders, right? They will probably be presenting to the panel. They will be, I'm not on the information committee, so I can't promise that. That's the only reason I'm saying if, but we have some very strong voices that we would, of course, want to provide to the panel.
And the last question for now is, however, it seems that you're trying to do a real sales job for healthy democracy. And I don't mean to say anything negative. I'm just concerned because I don't always see a study session or a city report where there's such a hard advocacy for an organization.
We are advocates for the broadest community input, I would say. But if we don't do this process, staff can certainly go the way that we traditionally do. You had asked about costs, right? Sasaki is world-renowned in outreach. We could certainly do a traditional process. We did in advance ask them, hey, if we were going to do this, what do we think it might, in very round numbers, cost? Right, so for them, it was in the middle high six figures. But what that doesn't take into account is that staff time. There's a lot more staff time that goes into running that process and holding that up and making sure that they have everything that they need and all of those things. And staff time being what it is, right, there's those additional costs, but there's also other projects that will then have to this would have to be the priority, and so they would be deprioritized. And so that's also part of the discussion.
And my last comment, I'll give up the floor like everyone wants me to a while ago. But I am concerned because it seems like we're getting a hard sell over this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. Try it again. Okay, thank you.
I think I forgot what I was going to say. I think my question is just, clearly there's a need to get everybody's voice involved. I live in Sunset Park. I live in Sunset Park. I didn't always live in Sunset Park, lived all over the city. But I do think it's like such a huge piece of land that everybody's going to access it in the city. So I don't know that there's any one zip code or area that should be more represented than others. However, I think the issue is just there's a lot of distrust a lot of times there's distrust in the city staff from our constituents and just city governance or just government as a whole. And so that's what you're hearing is that although this group, Healthy Democracy, is a nonprofit, and I'm just going to use the phrase on the surface to say that, it sounds like what you're doing is engaging to get the most diverse population together so that we're not just focusing on the usual suspects who sort of, it's kind of like PTA at the schools. It's the same people participating all the time because of all the reasons you put up there. And so I do feel that we need to figure out a way to get a broader, more diverse group of people opining. I think the issue is, is whether or not this group, based on some of the things you've heard, has some sort of hidden agenda or not so hidden agenda, I don't know, about housing. And, the conversation that have gone around the community about whether or not, like, Measure LC passed. I went to an elementary school and all the kids had done airport to park. Everything's airport to park. Obviously, there's it's not up there, but it's not just a park. There's cultural, arts, education, right, included. But more recently, the conversation has come up with, well, it is a lot of land, and, with all the conversations around housing, it feels like the conversation has geared towards that way. And I think that's what you're hearing, is that whether or not you're coming up with a process is one thing. I think what everyone's hearing, and it's no offense to the Healthy Democracy group who's coming in like, hey, this is just what we do. We're not opining on anything or pushing a narrative. Whether you realize there may or may not be a narrative, I think that narrative has been out there. And so whether it's coming from you or whatnot, it feels like there's other forces around that may have sort of introduced the idea that it's not going to be, airport to park as originally voted on by the constituents, but rather there might be some other ideas floating around. And so I think that's what we're hearing. We just have to figure out what the next steps are to make it feasible, obviously financially. But in terms of it taking up staff time, I'm interested in that piece of it because we hear that a lot. We're always kind of put on the dais here. It feels like it's Sophie's choice. You know, it's like, oh, do you want parks? Well, then how many, crossing guards do you want to get rid of? You want this? How do you, And so I'm hearing a little bit of that. Like you're saying that if we don't go this route, that ultimately there's going to be some other projects that are going to be on the chopping block.
I wouldn't use the word chopping block. Oh, sorry. There we go. I wouldn't use the word chopping block, but they would have to be deprioritized, right? We only have so much staff and we can only hire so much staff. So aside from adding someone, which has its own issues, so I'm not advocating in one direction or another, but again, it comes back to those trade-offs of, are we hiring a consultant that is well-versed in a process? We can decide if we like that process or not. And if we go the more traditional route, what are we prepared for, right? That some of our high-profile projects, and right, there's some work of the city that will have to get deprioritized just because there's not enough time, there's not enough hours with the staff that we have. So it's not that we can't, we can certainly do either.
And you're saying that's just gathering information and facilitating? I mean, if we hired if we hired some organization that was different or whatever, you're saying that it would involve more staff time if we went outside of this healthy democracy because you guys would be pressured with having to provide more information, or the facilitation part of it?
No, sorry. We would be the ones, we would be going out and getting the venues. We would be the ones going out and doing the outreach to say, hey, there's a community meeting at this time or that time. We would be the ones going out to farmers markets and having pop-up events and those sorts of things. So it's the staff time for providing those opportunities for the community input is just a lot more in the traditional process. And so this is where we're saying community members, you take on this panel role, right, so that you have the autonomy to decide. But it's just two different ways of providing input.
When's the last time the city of Santa Monica's done anything like this big?
Yeah, so I can chime in on that. Okay. I think regardless, we're definitely going to need some professional support. Mm-hmm. Like when we did Tongva Park, for example, that was, I'm not sure how many new voices we got, but we got a lot of participation, and the type of activities was very creative. And we worked with James Corder Field Operations, and they had a consultant team within their contract that supported all of the outreach activities, because it was very extensive. And we had to make a number of pivots based on community feedback we received. And we just don't have it's not just a capacity issue, it's also the expertise. We aren't trained facilitators and mediators, so we will need to, we do need to have consultant expertise.
Just out of curiosity, in comparison with Tongva Park, like financially and time-wise, I know it's not maybe as large physically as a project, but ultimately, right, it was to put a park in a public space. I mean, what did that look like financially?
I don't remember.
I have that.
Obviously, the cost of having outside.
Just the outreach.
Yeah, just the outreach.
The
outreach.
I don't have the numbers on the outreach part. I'm sorry.
We'd have to.
Okay.
And who we used or whatnot. I'm just curious because obviously we've been down that road, and if it was successful, like why wouldn't maybe we did. Maybe you did look back at who we've used that had a successful outcome if we think the Tongva Park facility.
Well, when we did the airport visioning, when we had the small group conversations around visioning for the airport around 9 years ago, that was mentioned by one of the public speakers tonight, we used MIG, for example. I mean, there are consulting firms that do specialize in these planning processes. MIG also supported the Luce that took over a decade to complete. But again, it was pretty straightforward, facilitating, people who could show up, if we wanted to go the extra mile and provide stipends and provide childcare and transportation support, that kind of stuff. I mean, I've never worked with, in my 15 years here, I haven't worked with a consultant firm that's done that extensive type of work. So I that was one of the reasons why we're bringing forward the staff recommendation to work with Healthy Democracy, because they have extensive experience in doing all of that. I just don't know if any of these other firms we've worked with have that.
Okay.
And we did, right, as part of Sasaki's team, right, the Roberts Group is there and some of the other, right, CARS and others that have worked with our community before. So there is some level of that expertise in there, but when we, that's possible, but we would need to go back to them and say, hey, if you wanted to add this type of thing in, and to Susan's point, are we providing stipends? Are we reimbursing, right? What are we doing? That's where we would have to get a more realistic number. But for comparison, right on our general plan effort, we spent about $5 million on that. And as Susan said, it was, multiple years. Downtown plan was about $3 million and Bergament was about 2.4.
Yeah, and I think the issue is not so much, I think everybody, I'm making an assumption, agrees that we should get a broad base of voices. I think everyone can agree on that. I think the issue is about the narrative that it's being based around isn't supportive of what the voters voted on. And so the fear is that unintentionally, unintended consequences could come of that, right? Because then you're pulling a group of people based on a question that's sort of shifting like where the conversation would go, and therefore,
sure,
you know what I mean? So
I think that's where, right, if we go forward with this, right, the framing question really helps on that. We certainly, right, from direction from tonight, if we were to bring forward contracts of any kind, right, that's what tonight is for, right, to hear your feedback, to hear the community's feedback, and then at our next step, provide those things to you so that you can consider it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zwick. Okay, here,
There you go.
does that work better? Okay, and Councilmember De La Torre, I know you're next in the queue, but when I shifted things, it wiped out the queue. I apologize.
Just really quick, because it's very late. We've heard talk of this somehow being some end run around council in some way. I mean, who will have the ultimate authority in terms of, the decision we make on how we move forward?
Council. And that is a good point in that let's pretend the panel went totally off the rails and proposed something that no one on the dais was supportive of. You do not have to approve it, right? That does not have to. That it is up to council.
And what about Measure LC? I do want to note, I see it written on page 2. I don't want to act like staff did not do their homework. But what about Measure LC? Is there some authority they have to somehow rewrite or change what was in our voted on? That's now part of our.
Any change to LC or any proposed uses that do not comply with what's called out, and let me pull that up. That's going to take a while. Sorry, I'll just talk.
Just to quickly chime in, Councilmembers, any proposed change to the charter would have to come from the council. Putting something on the ballot would have to be voted on by voters.
Got it. And with Measure LC, I mean, I've heard people say, we should only talk about Measure LC. If I understand it, said that the only uses for the park, or if you were to propose a use outside of open space, recreation, arts and culture, that would need to go back to a vote of the people, right? It didn't necessarily say you can't talk about specific uses. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that's, I was trying to pull the actual language up. So, well, it is centered and focused on parks, open spaces, public recreation facilities until the voters approve limits on these uses and development. So I recognize that was not a good word to put in, but it was in the LC language, that may occur on the land. So we would have to go back to the voters in any of those instances.
So the measure says that certain uses would require a vote of the people.
Yes.
But it doesn't say, you can only consider one thing.
That is correct.
It doesn't police people's thoughts, for instance, as to what they can imagine for a space. Okay. So then a few questions for Healthy Democracy, if that's okay. So I think my biggest question, which you touched upon briefly, but I'm hoping you can elaborate on, is, why do you exist? Like, what are the traditional failures, in the process as it is now?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this goes back to some of what Lynn presented. I think there are two fundamental problems that we see that we think our processes address pretty well. One is that lack of representation. So folks with the time, the resources, the life circumstance, as we've heard many times tonight, are the ones who typically show up in public processes that are open to anyone. So those vast disparities in engagement is a big thing that we think is leading to a general downturn in trust in our systems of governance, which is really unfortunate and scary. That's one piece. And I think the kind of political polarization that we're seeing is another big piece. We're really programmed to engage in public discourse in an adversarial way. And that's what many of our public processes encourage and foster. And we think we really need to actively correct course and design processes that encourage critical thinking, encourage kind of the intake of information in from an open-minded perspective, and then allow folks the space to actually get into those difficult conversations with each other and negotiate hard trade-offs.
I think there's often a dissatisfaction that's expressed by members of the public. They get to come in here, they get to speak for 2 minutes on something that they've already prepared, and council cannot respond to them. They don't get to engage in a back and forth. I'm just curious, and there's a lot of dissatisfaction I hear with that being the only opportunity that residents typically have. I'm curious as to how this process makes the conversation less unidirectional and less oppositional. Just if you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think maybe in two different ways. So within the panel process, that's highly collaborative. So we're working in different sized groups where panelists are constantly kind of mixed around and hearing from different voices, which means they're actively confronting folks from very different life backgrounds throughout the process in developing and refining their recommendations. And then I think with decision-making bodies, as you saw in that org chart with all of the double arrows, there are feedback loops between the panel and council. So it would deliver those 3 reports to you all. You would have a chance to respond, as with the public. With stakeholders, there's back and forth feedback loops, so that the panel really has all the information, context, and also constraints that it needs to produce a well-informed recommendation.
Got it. And when it comes to if I'm someone who has been committed, to a certain vision for the airport for a long time, to closing it, to putting a park there, otherwise, I know there was talk of an information committee and other roles. I'll admit I'm still a little confused. If I'm like a part of one of these stakeholders that feels like they have great interest in the outcome, what are my opportunities to engage in this process?
Yeah, it's a great question. So there are a few different kinds of opportunities. One is, as Amber mentioned earlier, there will be a long list of stakeholders that are contacted in that initial kind of feeding recommendations and nominations into the information committee. So even if you're not seated on the IC itself, you may have input into that process. You also may be selected by the IC as a presenter. And then there are open forums for participation in those couple community surveys that we outlined in the timeline graphic, and the community workshop hosted by the panel. So all 3 of those engagements, in addition to the engagement activities done by the city and the design and technical team, are open to anyone who wants to show up.
Okay, and there have been a lot of air quotes used when they say random, as if perhaps somehow you're going to secretly pick who you want on the panel or something like that, or that there's a secret agenda. I'm just curious, how does that work? What is the selection? How does it work?
Yeah, Lynn, do you want
and what's the transparency, through which we can then trust it?
Yeah, so the way that process works, and this is more or less standard across the, several dozen organizations that do this kind of thing, are that mailing is sent out to randomly selected addresses. Usually those addresses come from a GIS department at the city. That comes with a letter and this form that we've mentioned. Folks respond, and then that information is everyone's entered into the lottery along with their demographic information. The targets are set in advance. And then, as Amber alluded to, the process is using this open source algorithm. It used to happen by hand, sort of in a public meeting, but that's extremely cumbersome and open to, even with anonymized data, potential biases. So there's been a lot of research, particularly at Carnegie Mellon and Harvard and Stanford, there's sort of a consortium of folks who created this open source algorithm to try to do this matching of all these variables at the same time, and produce a whole bunch of different panels that all, or potential panels, that all satisfy those demographic targets, but all have different people on them. And then, we're always looking for ways to make this more transparent and sort of legible, because that part of the process is probably not as legible as it could be, and we wish always that it were, ever more so. But anyway, create all these panels. Folks have ID numbers so they can see that they are on some of the panels. And then one of those panels is randomly selected in person with little bingo balls, so that it's extremely above board. Yeah, I don't know if that answers that question.
There are many panels formed by algorithm that are all equally representative, and then there's a separate lottery process as to which panel gets selected, and that's something we all can see.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation so far. It's, I think there's a lot of innovation in terms of, the lottery selection process. What I think part of the problem is there's just, a couple of, I would just say, shortcomings or mistakes, like not mentioning LC, for example. Is a little problematic, because it brings suspicion, to the process. And that's all the emails that I read, there's just a lot of opposition because, lack of trust, and part of it is because of the language used, there was the inclusion of the word development, it kind of skewed sort of, the message. Also in the document here, there's like develop a vision for over 200 acres. I know it's over 200 acres, but I think it's accurately about 227 acres.
227.
Yeah, so 27 acres is a lot of land, to like not account for.
Well, the reason that it was written that way is that as part of the existing conditions, we need to define what we don't have a lot of really great information on the exact size. So that's the only reason we said over 200 acres, is that we've seen lots of varying ones. 227 is what we have said, but there's some information as we've started that information gathering that says different numbers. So we just wanted to be accurate.
Okay.
Or leave space open for when we figure out what's accurate.
Yes, and I'm just trying to point out some of the reasons why you're getting a lot of the pushback, because
Appreciate it.
In order for this to survive, I think, you'd have to sort of address transparently sort of all these questions. But I want to know sort of like the onboarding, let's say people are selected, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some, there's how do you account for like disparities in education levels, class, in terms of onboarding, this group of people, how do you mitigate, just the different levels of information people are coming in with, different education levels, even just participating, right? And
yeah, I'm going to let
in terms of the onboarding process, I want to know, how do you mitigate for those disparities?
Great question. I'm going to let them answer because you talk about panel services.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So that's a complex question. Again, our approach is to sort of have multiple layers so that hopefully the panel can correct for our mistakes, because anyone who runs any process, we are all human, and it will have mistakes, and we will miss things. And, we've done this quite a few times, but it will miss things. So the core feature of answer to more or less any question is that the panel is sort of hopefully going to help itself. But that said, there is quite a bit of onboarding that happens after folks are selected by that lottery. They're contacted every week at least, to make sure they're still on board. There can be a little gap there between that time of selection and the first meeting. And And in that time, there's, depending on sort of the nature, when we were doing online processes, there would be a very extensive onboarding and sending out of loaner laptops and hotspots and all that kind of stuff. But in the room, a lot of that happens once folks are seated through sort of an iterative process to get folks ready to deliberate. So for example, we try to ease folks in, not do a ton of training up front, but sort of, like how now on mobile apps, you kind of get a few little bits that show you how to do a couple things, and you sort of learn over time to do more things. That's kind of the idea behind this kind of process. So to practice deliberation, it's not an environment that virtually any of us have a lot of experience with. So yeah, bring people in on a on sort of easy and low stakes kind of things first. Yes, bring in some information about the topic early on, but also give the panel this really extended information gathering time. That's probably the really core difference about this, is that there is this massive section, at least a third of the project, if not more, that's completely non-judgmental from the panel's perspective. They are 100% on the same side of the table, working to fact find, to gather as much information together as they can. And from a process perspective, the really great thing about that is by the time then they get to start having to make difficult discussions and decisions about guiding principles, or later on about particular recommendations, they've built these relationships and cohesion. And to your point about sort of different income or different educational backgrounds, yeah, totally. People come in with a wide variety of skills. Some folks are very highly educated, and some folks are not by design. But everybody has something to contribute about their city, or about when we've worked on state policy issues, even really complex ones. I'm reminded of a situation in Oregon. A topic was corporate tax policy. And there were a couple folks on that panel who had a bit of knowledge about taxes, but most people didn't. And, over the course of those processes, folks would become very well informed. And I think that's borne out in the research, which I'd encourage you to take a look at if you're able. And a lot of that happens from folks working together with each other and helping to inform each other. Certainly never us, but through the process and this variety of information in a variety of different ways. I think the other important piece is to do things to activate sort of a variety of different learning modes, which is not unique to us. None of this stuff is terribly revolutionary. It's just sort of putting it all together in one package.
And I think, Councilmember De La Torre, in listening to the feedback that you've offered and from other council members, I mean, certainly one of the things we really want to accomplish this morning is receiving the input and feedback from council on the framing question. And so I think we've all heard very loud and clear the concerns with Measure LC. So my perspective would be, for example, in the framing question that you have in front of you, where we say at the very bottom, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines from the bottom, where it says, with this background, how, how should the diverse needs of our community inform the future of the airport land? We could say something like, in a manner that is consistent with Measure LC, instead of with this background, how should the diverse needs of our community inform the future of the airport land? So the purpose of this morning, tonight, wherever we are, whatever time zone, is to receive the feedback and take specific direction from council of how to shape the framing question so it respects the direction that you want to provide to the panel. And so that would be an example of how it could evolve to include specific language around Measure LC.
Okay, great. And in terms of, in terms of how do you deal with the, the activist voices, obviously it's, you're trying to have a diverse group of people, at the table, but there are people that are very passionate and probably going to be more passionate if you live, in the neighborhood where the airport is, right? Because it's something that's you've been dealing with, like in the Pico neighborhood, we deal with the freeway, and the impact of the freeway. If there was a similar discussion to close the freeway, you'd have, a lot of people from that part of the city, voicing their problems and concerns, and they'll be more passionate about it. So how do you deal with those passionate voices, with people that you would consider sort of the hot sort of activist voices? How do we ensure that this process doesn't marginalize those voices?
So all of the traditional ways that those voices have interacted with council and boards and commissions are still available. And they will have opportunities to interact with the community panel should we decide to go in that direction. They are able to write public comment, come to meetings, able to watch all of the things that are happening on the panel, and then provide feedback during, multiple times throughout this process to say, hey, you missed this, or why didn't you consider that, or, I want to be able to present on these types of things because no one's talking about it. So there's multiple ways to include all voices, right? That there are lots of opportunities to provide input to the panel for their consideration.
Okay, and just for the consultants, I had a question regarding sort of any experience where your process sort of derails, and how did you bring it back?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great question. I've worked on 4 of these processes, so I may pass it to Lynn for even more experience. But I think, a principle is really, as has been said earlier tonight, meeting people where they are. And if need be, we slow down and address conflict. I think a core component of this model is to treat conflict not as a dividing force, but something that can be generative. And so, if the panel is really struggling with a particular topic, we try to interpret that as a good sign that they're getting into the hard conversations. And, we don't touch the content or steer the conversation, but we give them space to kind of work through those differences and balance airtime, make sure everyone has a chance to have their perspectives heard. And in the case of something really escalating, we also typically bake in a dispute resolution process that's guided by a subcommittee of the panel, and then has other mechanisms built in that I'm happy to talk more about at a later date. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Give a particular example, maybe, and this sort of relates to stakeholders as well, and being a vital part of these processes. It's really necessary that the panel understands the sort of political landscape that they're walking into as a first priority. So there's several different things that happen up front to do that we've mentioned, a couple that I think we haven't, but that relates to a particular situation a few years ago where there was this was in one of these initiative review processes where their goal was to produce voter information. And of course, the hope is that it's all very factually accurate. Well, it got toward the end of the process and there was just a word change. I forget exactly what it was, a would that should have been a will or something like that. And it was noticed by an advocacy organization who was watching the proceedings, and they sent in a note, and this was not in the sort of process design at the time. We didn't have another feedback loop that we should have had later on in the process, which is now built in here, and a couple of places actually later on in the design phase. But in any case, we didn't have that at the time. And so we sort of, okay, what do we do with this information? The moderators kind of huddled, all right, and we said, well, there's only one thing we can do. Obviously, we have to come back to the panel with that and tell them, any information that we get is theirs. We're an intermediary force here. So we presented it to the panel, and they deliberated for, 15 minutes or so about, is this right in our process? We've got an established process. We've gotten to this point, but on the other hand, we should be flexible to incoming information. And so I guess, and they eventually decided that, yeah, they would love to hear the point and then act on it, which they did, and they agreed with it. They made that change that was suggested, and it made the final product better.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, I just have a few, and I apologize. So can you put the language of Measure LC up there, please?
Oh, goodness, yes. They're just really far apart.
Sorry, I apologize.
It's all good. Ask your question, and we'll get there as fast as possible. They're like literally at the opposite ends of the presentation.
Right, sorry.
So, note to self.
So Measure LC, which the council put on, and I was part of the council that put that on, says prohibit new development on airport land except for parks, public open spaces, and public recreational facilities until the voters approve limits on the uses and development that may occur on the land. And I think the use of the word until, it's the lawyer in me coming out, it doesn't say unless. It says until, suggesting that there is anticipated to be a planning process that the voters will ultimately vote on. But that until that process works through, nothing except parks, public open spaces, and public recreational facilities. And we can all differ about that, but it seems to me that is, in a sense, what people voted on with LC. So while I hate to disagree with some of the learned people here, it didn't say all park, all the time, in perpetuity, forever. It says until the public weighs in on what we should do with the airport land, we're not going to build Century City. We're not going to develop a lot of things. And I think that is an outgrowth of reminding people of how LC came to be put on the ballot. Measure D was first qualified via the initiative process, and it was to keep the airport open forever. And the proponents of Measure D were using a fear tactic that said, if you don't keep the airport open, you're going to have Century City on the airport land. LC was meant to be a response to that says, no, you don't have to keep the airport open until the voters have weighed in on what they would like to see the land do. And until then, we are going to keep it open space. So I think we all need to sort of take a step back. There is nothing in here that says we want it to be a park, only a park, forever a park. And I love the idea of a park. But we keep talking about respecting LC. We need to remember what's in LC. And I think some people have maybe overestimated what LC does. And so I think it's important to keep an eye on that. But I also want to go back to, let's just assume that LC said it's a park, it's always going to be a park, it's never going to be anything but a park. We still have to decide what a park is, don't we?
We do.
And so, for example, we had someone from the swimming community talk about a natatorium. I've heard other people say it should be 200 plus, since we don't know what the exact acreage is, 200 plus acres of completely passive park. I've heard other people say we should build gyms, we should build pickleball courts, we should build soccer fields. And other people have said, no, we should build an arboretum. So even if we said it's going to be a park, the people want it to be a park, and obviously a vote of the people is the best way to find out what the people want. But the people want it to be a park. There still has to be some sort of planning process. Isn't that true?
That is accurate.
So, I think whether we use healthy democracy or we sort of round up the usual suspects, as someone said, we're going to have to go through a planning process.
Absolutely.
And I think, from my perspective, wanting to be respectful of the 60% of the people who did vote for LC, unless and until there's a vote of the people, it will be open space. But there's nothing in LC that forecloses other uses. It just says that if there are going to be other uses, we're going to go to a vote of the people. Now, then the question becomes, who decides what should be on that ballot? Right? That's the real problem. What should be on the ballot? What do we put before the people? You can't have a voter thing that says, it can't be a multiple choice section, pick from column 1, column 2, column 3, and then somehow we correlate all of that into a plan. So somebody has to come up with a plan. Now, maybe that plan at the end of the day says is going to be a park, a passive park, trees, grass, some walkways. Maybe someone else says, no, it's going to be all recreational facilities, ice rinks, pickleball courts. Maybe someone else says some of both. But somebody has to do that process to decide what to put before the voters, or maybe not to put anything before the voters and just leave it open space. But somebody has to make that decision. Ultimately, that decision is the council, right?
Yes.
Whoever's on the council then.
Yes.
But somebody has to make a recommendation to the council. Presumably, we have to have a public process.
Yes.
And I think what's before us tonight is, what does that public process look like? Even if it's going to be a park, 220 odd acres of park, we still have to plan the park. So there has to be a planning process. So starting with that foundation, someone made the comment, and I can't remember who it was, said, all of us. And with all due respect to whoever said that, that is exactly the problem. Sam Liccardo, who was the mayor of San Jose one time, said at a meeting I was at, that the most important voices are the ones you never hear. And that is what this process is designed to work against. Because we had a lot of public comment, I don't know if you were here, at the very beginning of the meeting about people saying, we don't have representation, our voices are not heard. Well, this is designed exactly to address that issue. Now, they were talking about having representation on the city council, which is a perfectly valid point to make. But it's not just representation on the city council, it's representation in the planning process is going to advise the city council. And so, for me, I think everyone who came out here and has shown the perseverance to sit here all night definitely has a role to play. But these aren't the only people we should be listening to. It's the people who have young kids. It's the people who are too old to stay up this late, like me. It's the people who do need child care. It's the people who don't have transportation. It's the people who never come here, that we never hear from. And this presents an opportunity, if we care about representation, to hear those voices. Now, is it a perfect solution? Perhaps not. Nothing human is perfect, sadly. But given the comments that everyone who's here is going to have a role to play, you're all going to have voices. There are going to be multiple opportunities for, regardless of whether you're on this panel or not, to have input. The question is, how do we create a process that brings more people into the process? And for me, that is the attraction of this. Now, we gave, with all due respect, Councilmember Brock, you kept saying they're trying to sell it. We gave direction to staff, go out and find something different, do something different, meet people where they are. So all they're doing is sort of selling our own idea back to us. Now, I guess that goes to the question of whether or not healthy democracy are the right people. And I'm sorry to talk about you in front of you, but we'll go ahead. So I have a couple of questions about that. What, if any, role? Well, let me start with a more simple question. Did our staff reach out to Petaluma and talk to them about their satisfaction with the process?
Yes, multiple times.
And what did you hear?
The city manager said that it was the best money they had ever spent in the city because it brought their community together in a way that they had not seen in a very long time.
And with regards to healthy democracy, I know they've said it multiple times, and is there anything that they do in the process that sort of guides to the end result? Like Councilmember De La Torre asked if they've ever gone off the rails. So let's say, for example, they're futzing around and they're starting to move towards 25-story buildings and, on park space. What role does healthy democracy play in going, well, maybe that's not where folks want to go?
I think we probably haven't been explicit enough about this. One of the things that makes us different, even within our own field, is this extremely strict content process separation. There is a firewall there to the extent that our training of moderators is that, they don't react to content-related things that happen. No question that's ever asked by us or any of the moderators has a content component, much less it could be a leading question because of that risk of it being leading. We come from an environment of, extreme visibility, I guess, and a lot of money in politics in the ballot measure process. And so we have been accused of everything over the years. But I think one thing that I have never seen in the research is that these processes tend toward any particular outcome. And I'll just speak in general terms that a number of our past processes have come out probably more liberal than one would have expected, and a number of them have come out more conservative, let's say, than one would have expected. And you can replace liberal and conservative with whatever words are applicable to the topic and apply them to the last few projects we've done as well. So I think, but I think just to go back to that sort of content process separation, we are extremely worried about our own positionality because there is no one that ever does a public process, no matter what they say, that is ever neutral, because that is not a human possibility. So we have to have systems in place so that A, we never touch content if we're the process folks, and B, that content always has a public methodologies for how it comes in, hence all this complication about the information committee in addition to all these other inputs. And finally, that the panel itself is has these controlling mechanisms over its own process, is evaluating itself and its own process, is always the one speaking on behalf not only of its own content, which it is the only one that ever speaks on its own content, period, but it's also the only one ever telling its own story. That there is no outside PR firm telling its story, that instead there's an internal outreach subcommittee to which outreach resources are provided as sort of consultants, but it controls the way that it tells about its own process. So, you can, in those meetings in Petaluma, it's the panelists, unfiltered, talking about what they did, and that's been the same in all past processes.
And so, and maybe this is for staff, we've had a lot of discussion, and I really do want to be quick here. But if, for example, this process resulted in a panel recommendation to build Century City at the airport, ultimately, they don't get to make that decision. That comes to council, correct?
Correct.
And the council are elected by the people. And at that point, everyone out there who we already know, as they've pointed out, can come to us and say, that is never what we wanted. I don't know how they got there, but that is not what we want. And we're going to vote you all out of office if you vote for that.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Okay. And then I guess.
Or would that pass a ballot measure?
Right. And that's not to say that's the only opportunity they have for input. There's inputs throughout the thing. But just to say, if by definition someone said they went off the rails because they went a direction I personally or someone else didn't like, we, the council, whoever's sitting up here at the time, are the ultimate check.
Yes.
And then the last question I have does have to do, I think, with the sort of long-term benefits of this, because we know this is going to be a contentious process. We know, despite 60-40, 40% voted no on LC, by the way. 60% voted yes, 40% voted no, meaning that at least 40% of the people, who are probably the ones who voted for Measure D, may want to keep the airport open. And so there's going to be some contention in this process. And that's not to say democracy doesn't work. 60% voted yes, it wins. But there are going to be people who go, keep the airport open, we want the airport open, or we want there to be housing, or we want there to be whatever it is. We want to build Disneyland there. Someone very prominent in this community has always told me it's the perfect place for a golf course. And so, to me, is one of the benefits that staff sees, and maybe what Healthy Democracy has seen in their work, is that there's a legitimacy to the process. That all of those voices, all of that dissent gets heard and filtered through this committee, so that when there is finally a recommendation made, there is an ability to say it wasn't 10 people at a neighborhood community meeting, or it wasn't even 100 people putting dots on a thing, which we know we all love to do. But this was really a rigorous representative body, and that whether you agree or disagree with whatever decision they come to, that there's some legitimacy to it, that it isn't just the loudest voices in the room, the people we always see. It is something that really has reached into the community, and whether you agree with their result or not, there's a legitimacy to it that's hard to ignore.
Yes, and I think Healthy Democracy, because they've been through the process, can answer better than I can, but that is one of the things that we have heard in our research on this process, is that you get to a place where anyone in the community sees themselves on the panel, right? That idea of a city in a room, and that what's being discussed you can see and hear and listen to, that you can get that deep level of information, right? That information gathering phase is really critical. And so then we can make good choices from good information. I don't know if you want to add.
We both might have topics, but things to say about this. But I think this goes back to this question of why we do this. Obviously, we all care about a variety of things, but underlying all of that is our ability to make decisions about anything, and our ability to form a community that knows how to has the capacity to make decisions together. So this is as much about building civic infrastructure as it is about the topic at hand for us. Obviously, for the folks that we work with, it's often about a policy outcome. But for us, the whole point is to prove that other kinds of democratic participation involving everyday people at the deepest levels of policymaking is possible. Because as we know, there's a lot of thought that that's not even possible. We know it's possible. It's well proven in the research, but that needs to be proven everywhere in order for us to transform our democracy into a tool that we all genuinely use at all levels. There is a really interesting bit of research from Oregon a number of years ago from a researcher named Katie Knobloch that showed that just having knowledge that a lottery selected panel existed had a statistically significant increase, showed a significant increase in people's feelings of personal political agency. That not anything to do with even whether they had seen the results of the panel, but just knowing that there were people like them, anybody, who could be selected and they could be selected in the future, gave people a sense of my government works for me and I could work for the government.
Okay, great. Thanks. Those were my questions. Councilmember Terosas?
Yeah, thanks. Really appreciate answering all the questions. I'm ready to move the item. I feel like I've gotten sufficient answers. So I would just make a motion that on question number 1, or I don't know if it's a motion or just feedback, but on question number 1 that we strike and development per our discussion. Do you know what I'm talking? You know which word I'm talking about, right? And move forward with that question as the framing question. And then on question number 2.
Yeah, the city manager had.
Yeah, sure, yes.
In a manner
Sorry about
consistent
that.
with
Yes,
Measure
consistent
LC.
With Measure LC, which we're definitely committed to, absolutely. And then on question 2, I would include 2 people from the adjacent West LA area. I've said this from the outset. We are literally abutting West LA. This is a community asset, not only for ourselves. We're trying to bring more folks to use green and open space. And so I would include 2 people from the adjacent West LA area. I would not include business owners.
All right, so if I can restate the motion, because I want everyone to be clear. First of all, are people clear? Is there a second?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Let's just see if there's a second. If there's no second, then there's no.
Yeah, I'll second. I wasn't sure if.
Yeah, so let me restate the motion and then we'll go to questions. So as I understand it, Councilmember Terosas, and I think you adopted the city manager's language, which 5 lines up from the top took out with this background and said in a manner consistent with Measure LC. Is that correct?
Sorry, is that where we put it? Yes.
Yeah, in a manner consistent with Measure LC, how should the diverse needs of our community inform the future of the airport land and the balance of land uses, taking out the words and development, that will most effectively contribute to Santa Monica's long-term vitality? Okay, and then with regard to question 2, your motion including 2 people from the adjacent West Los Angeles area, but not non-resident business owners. Is that correct? And is that your understanding, Councilmember Zwick is the seconder? Yes. All right. Councilmember Parra, you had a question?
So,
Yeah.
So are we voting on the 3 questions that staff asked us to, because there was 1, 2, 3 on the recommended action, or are we, because there's 3 on here and there's only 2 on this paper.
Right.
So
Could I clarify? The second bullet point here has both of those in it.
Right.
So if that's helpful.
And because on the recommended actions is direct staff to prepare a sole source contract as an exception to the competitive bidding process. So are we voting on that as well right now?
Yeah, you can do all of them at the same time. Sure. Is that part of your motion? Is that your understanding as well, Councilmember Zwick? Yeah, it is now. Okay. All right, so let me restate the motion again. So the framing question with the language in a manner consistent with Measure LC, how should the diverse needs of the community inform the future of the airport land and the balance of land uses that will most effectively contribute to Santa Monica's long-term vitality, that the panel would include up to, it says up to 2 people from the adjacent West Los Angeles area, and there would be direction to staff to prepare a sole source contract as an exception to the competitive bidding process pursuant to Section 2.24.250B for healthy democracy to provide the services related to the democratic lottery process and bring it back for council review in November. That is the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion?
And I would just say that I'm proposing this with the understanding, after having multiple hours of discussion here tonight, that this is one avenue among several that we're using to receive feedback. And as stated earlier, and actually after I did some of my own research on who participates in public engagement processes, there's empirical data, again, that, like I mentioned, there's a subset of the population that participates at the local level, and it's generally wealthier folks. And I think that this process compensates people for their time, provides stipends for childcare and transportation, provides a new mechanism that I'm willing to try to invite individuals into the process. And if we care about that, which I think all of us do, I think it's important that we creatively look at new mechanisms for engagement.
All right, Councilmember Zwick, you are in the queue. Did you have other comments?
I think at this hour I'll remove myself.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
So I think I'm missing what I thought should be the fundamental question to start, is whether we should hire healthy democracy or not. And I see this as now a combination of things which appears that we've made the decision to hire healthy democracy. And they're preparing a contract exception to the competitive bidding process. So it appears that this was a foregone conclusion when we started this discussion an hour and a half ago. So I'm concerned about a couple of things. I asked healthy democracy representatives for some specific projects they had done. I got Petaluma and maybe 2 projects in Finland, but I didn't really get the more of a CV or something that said, hey, we have successfully done this, 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 and this. And I heard Petaluma, which leads me to believe that's your only project in California, and there may be a couple of projects in Oregon. So that was one comment for me. And at the same time, when I'm looking at this, it's just, we're a city right now that has a city. We're supposed to have been planning a hybrid planning meeting for residents. And it came back to us that we still don't have the capacity to even have hybrid large-scale meetings in City Hall or in a facility in our libraries anywhere else. Yet we're going to spend $1.4 million right now on, that's the minimal amount, on this project. So I look and say, wait, why aren't we taking care of our basic needs in the city? And our basic needs, for instance, we're the only city, and Councilmember De La Torre can confirm this, we're the only city on the west side that can't even do a hybrid meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand why we're considering this right now when we can't take care of basic needs of the city. That's first and foremost. Secondly, in addition to that, I look at this and I believe it's going to negate the voices of the people who stayed here till 3 o'clock in the morning, or the 50 or 75 people that are still awake or fell asleep while YouTube is still on. And that concerns me. So I remain skeptical of this project. I remain skeptical of the firm. And I will be voting against this. And I am concerned that the part about hiring number 3 on this project isn't a separate item, that it's combined with everything else, because that assumes that we're going forward with this. And yes, you'll come back. Are you going to come back with a contract in November that would be reviewed by the council, or would that just be a staff review at this point?
We would come back to council based on the feedback that we're given tonight.
So I think there's still significant resident opposition to this. I think that's going to make the start a very bumpy road for your firm and for the city. So I'm going to reiterate, I will vote against this. And in fact, I'd like to propose a substitute motion that just encompasses number 3 on this, and it should say, should staff prepare a sole source contract as an exception to the competitive bidding process pursuant to 224-250 for healthy democracy to provide the services at all. So I'd like to propose that, if I have a second, as a substitute motion.
Yeah, I don't, that's not a motion, it's a question.
I would pull that out and make it its own.
I'm pulling it out and making that its own first question. So that's why I was asking for a substitute motion, because you have that as part of number 3, as part of your motion.
But what is
Right,
your motion?
Councilmember Terosas?
But what is your motion?
My motion is to vote on the number 3 part, the sole source contract, should the city direct staff to prepare a sole source contract. That's the substitute.
Are you saying they should not prepare?
Yes, correct. Well, either yes or no on that question.
I have a question. Would it be, I think what you're getting at is, you want to have a competitive bidding process.
No, I think what he's getting at is he didn't want to do this.
I know, but if you don't want to do healthy democracy.
No, I'm fine with a
competitive bidding process would open up the opportunity to get other firms to compete and
Yes.
to bring proposals forward.
I would be fine with that.
I'd second that.
Okay, so I don't think the motion is stated in a way that people can vote on it, but would this be an accurate restatement, and tell me if I'm wrong? You are moving to open a competitive bidding process for the airport planning process portion that involves public participation.
Wait, outside, so, right, okay, outside of this.
In other words, that, right? You want to do a separate RFP for the public participation
Yes.
portion
You're absolutely correct, Mayor.
of
It's
the,
You're correct.
of the public input portion of the airport planning process.
Yes.
Okay, that's the motion made by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. I have a couple of questions for staff. I see people are in the queue, but I just have a couple of questions. So how long was that going to take?
The RFP process, right, we would want to notice it out to groups that work in this space, because that's not our typical, right, on OpenGov. I don't think we have a lot of vendors that currently are there that would respond. So we would want to, open that process. But to write the RFP, I mean, you can use a lot of what we have now. So I'm going to guess that would add another 2 to 3 months at the fastest that we could go. That's also over the holidays, so things get a little weird. Just for response times and things, I think it would take us about a month to probably get it out, and then you want it out a month because people got to ask questions and things, and then close it. So, we're into 2024.
And I guess the question is, do we know that there are other groups who do the same work?
We know there are other groups, and Healthy Democracy can probably describe the group's capacities best. We have not found many that do all of the things that Healthy Democracy does as the process designers. So I don't know if we would get the same caliber of folks that do all the things. We would put that in the RFP, but we could very well end up with just one anyway. One clarifying question, are we saying to open an RFP process for a lottery selected panel?
No.
You're saying just outreach in general. Okay, all right, then that's slightly different then.
Thank you.
So now I have a question. So does that negate 1 and 2?
Yes.
Yes, for the moment.
Because there wouldn't be any reason to do, he doesn't want to do a democratic lottery process, and if you don't do a democratic lottery process, then there's no reason to do a framing question. So basically what he wants to do is not do anything of any of those, and he just wants to do an RFP for the public opinion portion of the airport planning process. Is that correct? Councilmember Brock, it's your motion.
I was waiting for them to see if they had clarification.
So my answer to you was based on, I thought you were asking about a lottery selected panel process. And that is clear. And so what my colleagues were saying, right, if we wanted to do a more traditional approach, right, we did an RFP process for Sasaki, and they do this work. We would just need to go back to them, right? That's part of contracts coming forth in the next several months. Right, we could go to them and say, what does this look like? What do we get for it? And that sort of thing. Does that provide a counterpoint?
Why are we still at one vendor?
Well, but
it's not an emergency process. So my question is, right, why are we either at this vendor or that vendor? Was there a wider net cast for public input? And nobody else responded, or the others were deemed to be not compatible with public input for the city?
So the RFQ process had the outreach in there, and that's where we received 27 teams responding, of which we shortlisted 8. From the 8, that's where we invited them to the RFP process and then went through there. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I never heard that there was an RFP, so I must have been asleep.
That was way at the beginning.
Hold on a minute. I may have been asleep during that process, but I apologize then. But I didn't hear about the RFP. So there was Sasaki, and who else?
There were 8 shortlisted.
I don't know if you can say the other.
We can. They're posted on our website. Let's see. It was SOM, Stoss, Sasaki, Gensler, Big, Rios, and Henning Larson. Who am I missing?
So Rios just did the design for the smaller airport park a couple of years ago, correct?
Yeah, did the inner space.
Clemente?
Yes, same firm.
Okay.
Yes, they were part of that. They responded. They were also, as you can see, right, part of the RFP, and they were one of the 5 teams that we invited to interview as well.
And an independent team then chose Sasaki?
Correct.
And then you pivoted to Healthy Democracy.
I
may be loosely characterizing that.
Yes, and that's so Sasaki was the recommendation of the evaluation committee. Healthy Democracy was brought forth as this democratic lottery process to work in tandem with the DTT, or not in tandem, to run their process where the design and technical team.
I'd like to hear more at some future time about Sasaki.
Yes, and
that's probably closer to what I think residents might be interested in.
I just want to reiterate too that Healthy Democracy participated in the RFQ process.
Yes.
So they were also a part of the competitive bid process. Yes. And so that's how they were selected. They were one of the 27 teams that submitted.
Sasaki was the top rated?
Sasaki is being recommended as the technical.
It's a different scopes of work, right? So out of the original scopes of work that we asked about in January of this year was existing conditions, community outreach, and then scenario analysis and planning. And so the design and technical team, we moved forward with the existing conditions and the scenario planning and analysis, and the community outreach piece was moved forward with Healthy Democracy.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
For the clarification.
No problem.
All right, so we have a substitute motion on the floor. Does everyone understand it, or do I need to restate it? Sure.
You said that the difference, I just heard, the design team is one, but they also have different capabilities. Is that the idea, that Sasaki doesn't have the ability to do stipends and transportation and childcare or?
Right, they don't run democratic lottery processes.
Right.
As far as I know, I've not heard them talk about that in any capacity.
So you would be going out to do an RFQ with this proposal to specifically look for organizations that do? Is that what we're going out to look for?
No, that's not. His motion is to go out and redo the RFP portion that relates to the public input process. I don't think it assumes a democratic lottery or anything.
Or
It
any
would-
sort of process.
So, for example, Healthy Democracy, although after this they probably wouldn't, but could reapply, presumably.
Yeah, if it was a separate RFP that
For
said we
the
want-
public input process.
Yeah,
And Sasaki could apply and say, we propose a different kind of process. And somebody else could come in and say, we propose a different kind of process. I think.
What are the other processes? That's my question too.
So what happened in the traditional process, right, or things that we've done on other large-scale planning projects are what someone was talking about, right? We have community workshops, and they're at different times of day or night or on different days. Generally, staff gives a presentation on the history of or what the goals are of, like what the project is. Usually that's a half hour or an hour tops, because that's right. We don't want to, you can't talk for too long. And then people engage in different ways, right? So that could be sticky dots, that could be community surveys that go out, that goes, right? Those are the traditional methods of outreach. That information is given, there's a process to provide feedback. Staff takes that, generates a report that summarizes what was heard in that community meeting, and then reports that back out to council for consideration.
Quick follow-up. What did we do for, let's say, the IZO or for Luce? We did traditional public input, correct?
Yes, and there were, I believe, for the Luce, it was like 15 or 20 meetings. It was,
Extensive.
Yes.
I mean, that was over a period of years, and it was.
Yeah, it was a number of
very
years.
contentious.
Yes.
It probably took long enough that
Well, who was involved? I mean, the focus is to get the broad, so in that situation, what is the ability of any other group to get this broad spectrum of people?
It is very difficult, or what we have found historically is that it's very difficult. It is why, when directed to look at broader ways of providing input, that this was, this is seen as a way to get to folks who don't normally participate because of life circumstances or other things, or they don't know that the meeting is happening, or right, all sorts of reasons why someone wouldn't participate. Historically, this process gets at that and removes those barriers, as we've talked a lot about tonight, right? So it is a way to ensure that we get that demographically representative sample of Santa Monica participating.
But I guess obviously the belief is that that's not the only way to ensure that. So I guess I'm asking how else in the past are we saying we've just never really ensured that?
We have not done that. We have tried. Staff has made a best effort on reaching out to different community groups and different stakeholder groups to blast out the information about when things are happening. It just is something that we have not seen, and certainly not at this scale.
I'm going to just make a comment. It's just so late. I'm struggling with this idea of inclusivity, but also the idea that there's already a lot of bumpy road ahead, as Councilmember Brock put it, that it feels like, I guess, because Healthy Democracy was just put forward and a lot of times when there's groups out in the community, they're sort of out in the community, and maybe there's an opportunity amongst other people if there's, I just don't know. I was just trying to understand outside of this lottery what other process there is to get other people involved.
I mean, staff can try, and right.
What you're saying is that staff doing flyers and outreach, which we've been doing.
I mean,
Okay, so I see a bunch of people in the queue. I'm not sure they all want to speak, so I'm going to go down the queue, and if you don't want to speak, it's okay. You don't have to. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I want to offer a simplified amendment. I guess it's an amendment to the motion. The language, the language that we agreed on, or at least some council members, I guess, Member Tarosa started it, and
But this language doesn't matter now because the substitute motion isn't going to do
no,
this.
that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I think the language is good. Like I'd like us to agree on the language because that's the framing question.
But there's no framing question because we're not doing, Councilmember Brock's method takes us back to square zero. So there's no framing language, there's no decision about whether or not people should be residents, because we're not doing healthy democracy under Councilmember Brock's motion. We're going back out and just starting from the beginning and saying, staff go back and do a whole RFP process for public input.
Correct. One
So
question.
the framing question doesn't matter because there's no group to frame the question to.
Process has already been done, though. That's incorrect. The RFP process has already been done.
Yes, but-
They just have to go back and visit those 5 top contenders.
Well, because maybe I'm wrong, but we didn't do an RFP specifically for public process. We did an RFP for various people to do various things. So like some of them said we can do the whole thing. Healthy democracy obviously can't do the technical portion. So it's not an RFP process specifically for that public outreach. It was, so, I mean, it's sort of apples and oranges, but staff can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to have our assistant city manager just kind of clarify the process and what we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the RFQ process was for the design and technical teams. So it wasn't explicitly for an outreach or community engagement process. Every team had a component, and I want to make sure I get this right, of engagement, so that they would do within their teams, which was a standard process, right? There was nothing extra in any of their proposals. Healthy Democracy submitted separately, and they wanted to be considered to be the outreach, to lead the outreach efforts that could pair with any technical team that was selected. So it was a unique aspect of this process. Yeah. So the teams the 8 shortlisted teams would, I mean, we could go, I think the thing that would make most sense is to go back to Sasaki, because they have, they have the capacity to do an outreach process that would be a standard process. And we could get a proposal from them.
Yep.
If there is interest in doing a broad RFP, I think to get to Councilmember Negretti's point of seeing if there's anything else out there aside from this democratic lottery scenario, we could put together. It would be a whole new RFP process, and we're not confident what we would get back, but we would have to draft a scope of work. We would appreciate some direction about what that would entail, but we would have to initiate a whole new process that would get a different firm. We wouldn't go back to the 8 that we already have. So it's really, if to narrow it down to 2 scenarios, if we're doing a standard process, the best case scenario would be go back to Sasaki, because then we're dealing with one team, and that's traditionally how we've done it, like on Tongva or, the airport park. Or if we want to pursue still are interested in pursuing doing deeper community engagement and building more community capacity, then we would need to develop a new scope of work and do a separate RFP.
Okay, so I'm going to go through the list. Do you have any more questions, Councilmember De La Torre?
I was just hoping that we can, it seems like today, one of the steps forward that we took was to clarify the framing question, to the connection to Measure LC. I wanted to see if we can get that moving forward, but it seems like that's not on the motion right now.
No, that's in the original motion, but not in the substitute motion. Councilmember Swick, do you have?
Yeah. Can I ask, based on those options, are we clear as to what the motion is between those options?
Well,
Okay.
as I understood it, and I've asked several times, Councilmember Brock has nodded in a sense that it is to direct staff to go out and do a new RFP for the public input portion of the airport planning process. Is that correct, Councilmember Brock? Yes. So whether or not staff thinks we can go back, he wants to go out. The motion isn't what Assistant City Manager Klein stated. The motion is just to go back, draft a new RFP, go out and see who responds. And after tonight, the answer is probably zero.
It could be, let me clarify that, please. It could be one of the existing RFP people.
Sure.
I would be happy with checking with Sasaki before we went to a new RFP.
Well, no, that's not the motion then. I mean, we have to be very clear about our direction to staff, particularly since we did go through an RFQ process and we did have a process. So we can't sort of say, well, go back and figure it out. I think what we need to do is either direct them to go back to Sasaki, which we now know, I mean, I think we're all clear, is the traditional process.
Let's go back, let me clarify the motion then and go back to Sasaki.
And
see if
therefore,
they can- yes.
and therefore do a traditional outreach. There's no evidence that they can do anything unusual that works, that is out of the box.
Fine.
So that is your motion to go back and have Sasaki do the outreach portion of the airport planning process.
That's like a final decision? You just want to decide it on them without us hearing anything about them?
No, so what we would do, if given that direction, we would go back to Sasaki and develop a scope of work and get a number from them, and we would bring that forward to council in November because that's when we're planning on coming back and recommending them as the technical team.
Right, so we're going to look at the Sasaki contract anyway. This would just be an additional component of it. And you would tell us what the additional cost was, that sort of thing. Now, now the motion is to go back to Sasaki and Sasaki only because they're the technical. I mean, maybe what's unclear to folks is staff has already come up with a recommendation for the technical team. They just haven't brought it to council yet. And it's Sasaki. And we haven't talked about it publicly because council needs to approve it. And that's coming in November. So, now as I understand the motion as currently amended, and I need to confirm with Councilmember De La Torre that he is seconding it as amended, which is it's not to go back and do an RFP, but what it is to go back to Sasaki and assign to them, in addition to the technical work, the public outreach portion of the contract, and that will all be brought back to us, including there will obviously be additional costs, what those additional costs are and what that process will look like, although it's my understanding we know what that process will look like. It'll look like the process we've always used, because that's what they proposed originally, and have them come back, and it will be Sasaki doing both the technical work and the public outreach portion. Is that your motion, Councilmember Brock?
Yes, it
is. Now, you seconded a different motion. Councilmember De La Torre, are you seconding that motion?
Yeah, I'm seconding.
All right.
Okay, so I think the first issue that I'm having or understanding is there's some impression that one option was being foisted upon us, but in fact there was an RFQ and an RFP process, and staff selected a design firm and they selected an outreach firm. So Sasaki is also just was chosen and would be brought before us in the same way. So by choosing it for this other thing, it's just anyway. The point is that there was a competitive process and staff made their selections. We can tell them to pick someone else. I guess that's within our purview. But the idea that Sasaki wasn't chosen just like for the design section, just like Healthy Democracy was chosen for this is wrong. I mean, they both were chosen after a competitive process. We can do what we will with that as council. I think the thing that upsets me about that idea is that, you know, while we don't know every detail about this new process and how well it'll work, and there's some element of it being unproven, that said, they've worked extensively in the States. If I remember correctly, Councilmember Brock, you kept asking them to name international projects they'd worked on, which were limited. They did bring up a town in Finland, but there were many more domestically that you did not ask about. Nonetheless, the thing that's upsetting to me is that what we know for certain is that our current system of outreach is broken. We've heard consistently throughout the evening that the only option that people have now to engage is very self-selecting and limiting in terms of who actually does. There are studies upon studies, some of which were shown to us multiple times, that show that the average people who participate the most in our regular community process are older, whiter, richer, and more likely to be a homeowner. That's just the facts. And I think we're all interested, as a council, in saying, how do we bring in more people to this process? How do we bring in young people, old people, rich people, poor people, people of every racial background, educational attainment, and part of our city? That seems like a goal that we all share. And I think we speak weakly about the fact that, as was mentioned earlier, there have not been a historic representation of all of those groups of people on the various boards, on the commissions, and on this very dais. And that's what we're trying to get at tonight, and I think it would be really upsetting to kind of go back on that innovative mission that I think we all share as a council. And I do have to say that, you know, when it comes to the groups of people and individuals and groups that have weighed in against this idea, it's the very neighborhood groups that have traditionally wielded outsized power in our political process. I mean, and there's a particular thing that was said to me, that was said in emails and I think read aloud tonight, that stands out in my mind that I have to recall here. It said, significant tax increases will be required to finance the project, and those will disproportionately fall on homeowners across the entire city. A majority of renters in the city are shielded from much of the impact from property-related tax increases, yet renters constitute more than 70% of city households. These randomly selected city residents without any technical background and financial issues will likely be ill-prepared. What is that saying? It's quite literally saying that renters are not as capable of homeowners of serving on any sort of advisory body because they don't pay as much in taxes, and that therefore they should be excluded from doing so. So I'm pretty sure what's going on here, in all frankness, is that there are certain groups which together, while they constitute a tiny percentage of people in our city, are used to being the primary voice in our town. And when confronted with a system that aims to broaden and diversify the representation on this panel, they oppose it, not because it will fail to do that, but because it will succeed and actually weaken their own monopoly power that they're so accustomed to wielding. And I just think we should be real about who's opposing this and why, and what our goal is as a council. I've heard time and time again that we want to broaden representation in our city and on this dais. This is a proposal to do so. If for some reason people are unhappy with staff's recommendation, fine, we can do another competitive process. But why would we go back to a system that we've all acknowledged is broken?
Councilmember De La Torre, you already spoke, but you didn't take yourself out of the queue.
Yeah, I just really quick wanted to say that selecting another service provider, we can still accomplish all the goals of inclusivity and so forth. It doesn't mean that we can't do that. We can still do that because we can set the scope and the terms and the criteria. You know, when we open up the new RFP process, we can ask for all those things that we want. So it's not like only one group can deliver, you know, a lottery process or inclusivity in our civic engagement. I mean, other groups can do it as well, right?
Okay, Councilmember Parra.
Thank you. So I want to respond to a couple things that Councilmember Zwick just said. Sorry, my back hurts. There's a couple things couple points that I want to make here. So we talk about equity in trying to figure out how to move this process forward, right? And so one of the things that I've had a hard time about wrapping my head around, so I would probably, if I were chosen, if I wasn't a city council member and I had to work, I have 3 kids. So if I had to work on or be a part of this panel for 3 days in a row from 9 to 4:30, it doesn't matter how much childcare you give me. I'm not going to do it, even though I really want to be a part of this, because I've worked all week and now the weekend is the only time that I have to be with my children. And even if it's just one weekend a month, every whatever, what have you, but for 3 days in a row, not to mention most people work Monday through Friday. So you're asking them to take a Friday off, and then you've got them working all day Saturday and Sunday. So they're not going to be with their kids, their sports, they're this, they're that, and the other. So the schedule for this is actually very unrealistic for families and parents, regardless of whether you give them a stipend, childcare, all of the above. I think that's very unrealistic. So, and it's not inclusive. The fact that only 40 members, approximately, of our community of 90,000 residents would be invited to participate in deciding the future of the airport does not feel inclusive to me. It doesn't feel equitable, and it doesn't feel democratic at all. Especially that the greater subset of the people that live directly adjacent to the airport are not giving more of an opportunity to participate, to share their vision, to share their concerns, or have the ability to be directly involved in the process is also of equal concern to me. I am a product, and my colleagues are going to hate me because I talk about this 24/7, and I talked about it earlier today, and here I go again. But I'm a product of the Expo train maintenance yard, that was put into Santa Monica. And my neighborhood is directly affected, and we were not brought into the process. It's right behind my house. So I get woken up at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and the 4 o'clock in the morning is because that's when they pull the trains out so they can start the routes every single day. And guess what? Deal with it. I was there before the train. I bought my house there. I have to deal with it. And I was not taken into consideration. And for over 3 years, I fought the city. I was right here advocating with all my neighbors. And the decision was made to move the maintenance yard, the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week maintenance yard from Bergamot to the existing location before I even knew what was happening. So by the time I and my neighbors were able to even advocate and get involved, the decision was already made. So now it was just a matter of fighting the details and then what concessions we could get. And so I feel very strongly that regardless of what process we develop, the voices of those living directly adjacent, they have to be strong and mighty in this process. And a subset of 40 people for 90,000 people in the city doesn't seem very inclusive to me. And so I think that's why, I feel like while traditional may not seem like it's working, for everybody, I think it can work. I'm sure that there's other ways to make it work. And I know that, Councilmember Zwick brought this up many months ago, but he's also like BFFs with Lenora Kamner of Abundant Housing. So of course he's going to advocate for this. And he's been advocating and trying to plant the seed for a very long time. So I get it. But at the end of the day, it's about our community. It's about what's best for the community. And I think that we need to have the ability to have everybody's voices heard. Thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
Good morning. Okay, so a few things. First of all, I'm thinking back to a couple of different projects in the city that use quote-unquote traditionalism in public outreach and meetings. And I remember very active, very passionate discussions about the loose, both at the Civic Auditorium and throughout the city. I was on the civic working group, and one meeting alone, we had 350, almost 400 people show up to speak, 600 emails. And they were not, quote unquote, Mr. Zwick, all old white people. There were people there who were renters. There were people there who were black, white, Asian, Hispanic, high school kids, junior high school kids. So, if outreach is done properly in the city, we don't need a lottery because actually, I believe we're diminishing the voices of people in the city. So, when you look at this city, you have neighborhoods that will be impacted, as Councilmember Parra said, right? They were impacted by the train yard. And she hears that. When she goes home tonight, she'll hear the brakes on the train yard, literally a block and a half from her. She had no voice. The people who live and will have to deal with the new roads and the new parks or the new development or whatever happens by the airport and Cloverfield and 23rd and 21st Street and that entire area, which hopefully will end up building new roads through that parkland and create more avenues for residents to get around, both on bicycle, on foot, and by car. But they're the ones who are going to be passionate about the project. And they will be the people who are going to grow up there, whether they're Samuel High students or John Adams students or Santa Monica College students. And by the way, I would significantly object to including any Los Angeles residents in what is going to be a Santa Monica park paid for by Santa Monica taxpayers and any development there. This goes back to when we opened Airport Park. We opened Airport Park, and within 3 days, the esteemed council member from LA was out picketing the park because we were requiring Santa Monica tags, ID tags, in order to use that dog park. And the councilman there led a demonstration on a Sunday around that park because we weren't allowing LA dogs in. And I think we did, and Mayor Davis would have remembered more information than I do on that, but I think we just required them to get Santa Monica licenses and they could use the park. But the people that are going to be affected for generations are going to be Santa Monica residents. And Santa Monica residents, I totally object, Councilmember Zwick. People in Santa Monica are involved. People in Santa Monica are passionate. And a project like Santa Monica Airport and the reimagining of that property, Santa Monica residents will come out. Santa Monica residents will be involved. Hundreds of Santa Monica residents will be involved versus 48 or 40 with this project. And that, to me, is all important. We want to encompass the entire community. And waiting an extra month, an extra 2 months, isn't really important. What's important is getting it right and making sure that the residents in our community feel heard, they feel seen, and using the latest colloquial terms for that, and that they really feel involved in planning this great experiment in Santa Monica that will last for the next century and more. That's very important. I don't think we experiment with a lottery in this. I think what we do is we engage all of our residents in this process. This process, as you said earlier, 2 hours ago, is going to go on for years. It's not a quick process. It'll be fine. We will have residents who are passionate, engaged, of all ages, of all races, and yes, there'll be renters too, because honestly, the majority of people who are involved in our city are renters, because they're not just renting. They've lived here and they've formed a stake in this town. And they are as entitled to representation and entitled to public engagement as anyone else in the city, and guarantee they've used it for decades. Thank you.
I'm going to call the question. All right, can we have a roll call vote? Does everyone understand the substitute motion?
The only thing I wanted to find out, did Councilmember De La Torre second the?
Yes, he did.
Okay, all right.
Does everyone understand the motion? Okay, I just want to make sure because I don't want to come back with Shinseki in November and have someone go, well, that wasn't what we wanted because.
Can you repeat it, please?
All right, the motion is to go back, as I understand it, to Shinseki, to have Shinseki. Shinseki, I'm sorry. Sorry. I actually have an attorney I use named Shinseki, so sorry. Shinseki, come back and add to their scope of work the public outreach portion of the airport planning process, with the understanding, because I want everyone to be clear, that it's not going to be a lottery, it'll be a traditional planning process, the one that we've historically used in the city, because it's my understanding that they are not equipped nor do they have the experience to do this. This is unique work. So I just want everyone to understand it's not, Shinseki will come back and say, sure, we can do a lottery. Right? Is that correct?
I would be surprised if they said that.
Okay. Well, or any other sort. It will be the traditional planning process, the one that we have historically used forever. Just so everyone's clear on that. That is the motion. Now we're going to have a vote.
Councilmember Parra has a hand up.
And just so that we're fully clear, that when they come back in November, that is just a proposal, right?
Correct.
Okay. So they're just going to propose what they're going to.
But right, if we reject Shinseki in November, then we really are back at square one.
Yeah, November would be coming back to say, here's the scopes of work that are included in there. We would be asking council to authorize us to then negotiate a contract, but here are the scopes of work, here's what it costs, here's, the recap of the process, the competitive procurement process that we did, and bring that before you.
But let's be clear, and maybe this is a question for the city attorney's office. If you come back in November and we reject that, we have to go back to square one. Is that correct? Because we will be rejecting what was brought in the RFP process, and we can't, for lack of a better term, tinker with it. So if Shinseki comes back and you don't like what you hear, folks, we're going back to square one for the whole thing.
Got it. Design part too.
The design part, the outreach part, the whole enchilada.
You do it together.
The outreach part.
I mean.
That's correct.
That's correct, because we're now going back into the original RFP, because we're not doing a new RFP, and we're just saying, okay, we're expanding the scope of work for who we chose to do the technical work. So there's no option other than Shinseki, and if you don't like what you hear from Shinseki, or they're too expensive, or they, whatever, then we go back to square one for everything. Because it's done through an RFP process, and there are laws surrounding what you can and cannot do after an RFP process. Is that correct, City Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I just want everyone to understand the
For that
implications.
clarification. I appreciate that.
All right. So with that, may we have a roll call vote on the substitute motion, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember Slick.
No.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
No.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
No. That motion passes 4-3.
I would like to make a motion on agenda management here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. I move that we continue I'm so sorry to do this, but I honestly can't continue. I have a 9 a.m. meeting. I move that we continue the remainder of the items until our next meeting. However, there is one urgent item under 16, related to Veterans Day, under 16D. And so I move that we waive the application administrative renewal and rental fees and continue the remainder of the items. If the El Salvador thing is urgent because of, okay, then I move in a joint motion that we grant both of them.
Just to be clear, we're continuing everything to the next October meeting, which will also be a long meeting.
Well, I mean, honestly, we have to do something. I cannot continue. It is 3:43 a.m.
I understand. I'm just making,
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying that we're continuing.
Right, the next meeting is going to be equally long, just so everyone understands.
Right.
So do we, I have a question. Is there another proposition to do a special meeting to maybe?
I'm happy to do a special meeting, but I
Something
cannot
different?
continue tonight.
Yeah,
But it just has to be after work.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's not going to be a special meeting between now and the next meeting. Well, I'm not going to be here, and I think
then-
other people have issues as well.
Is the
I'm
other
leaving the
travel
country.
item also like a time
His is in
sensitive?
February, I believe. We
I don't know
probably,
if
we
there's
could do it at the next meeting, right?
Okay, so we're doing 16C, and what was the?
Sorry. it's
Well, first we need to
16D.
do agenda management.
So I move that we move all items, I mean, Jesse, unless you like absolutely, okay. I move that we move all items remaining, including the 10 series and the 16 series, except for 16D and E to the next available agenda.
Second.
And then I'll move to.
All right, well, we can do that by a voice vote. Am I correct about that? Does everyone understand the motion? We're not doing anything, and I apologize to staff who has waited these many hours.
I'm
But-
I'm
No,
sorry.
no, we don't need a lot of comment on it. I just think we all need to apologize to staff, which has waited these many hours. So the motion is to continue all the remaining items with the exception of 16D and 16E. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so that leaves 16D, which is mine. I'll let you call it, Madam Clerk, and then hopefully it'll be quick.
Okay.
Is it 16C?
D.
E and E.
D is in Davis.
So sorry.
16D, okay. 16D, Mayor Davis, to waive the application, administrative, and rental fees associated with the partial use of the parking lot at Santa Monica Pier, as well as the Santa Monica Beach Parking Lot 1 North, to support the city's annual commemoration of Veterans Day, honoring and celebrating all those who served the country in the armed forces, being planned and coordinated with the United States Army.
Yeah, and I'll just say that those of you who've attended this in the past, every year we are making it bigger and better. But this year, Sanki Hong, who is the civilian assistant to the Secretary of the Army, who's been planning these, has some great things planned, but we do need to waive these fees to make it economically feasible.
So moved.
Second. All right, moved by De La Torre, seconded by Terosis. May we have a roll call vote, please, because it does involve the waiver of fees.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Parr.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0. 16E, please.
16E is request of council members Parra, De La Torre, and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete that the council authorize the use of their travel funds to accept an invitation from Ambassador of El Salvador to visit the country from November 6th through the 10th, 2023. The agenda includes the meeting the ambassador and various government officials to discuss public safety, education, and tourism, as well as evaluating beach communities for future sister city partnership.
And who's going to introduce this?
I'll start,
Okay,
and I'll make
Mayor
it
Pro
very
Tem
brief.
Negretti.
So about a month ago, I attended with Senator Ben Allen and the Ambassador of El Salvador a dinner, an event, meeting other leaders locally, regionally, and other Senate members that were all part of the Latino caucus, who were talking about all of these things from public safety, the use of AI technology, of which, for example, like we just received the $6 million in our police department. I know we're looking at how we stretch those dollars, and as well as the way they're using their education workforce development program to include all of the young people that are in actually probably elementary, secondary school. We would be looking at it probably more from an SMC standpoint, and all the work that they're doing. There's also hopefully an invitation. We've been given an invitation to visit a beach city that's similar to ours and talks about a relationship for a sister city and other partnerships. So I don't know if you guys want to.
I'm just going to talk really quickly because I know we're really into climate action and climate change. So there one of the first countries in all of Central America to have a geothermal energy site. It's one of the first ones built, and they're doing some really great work with female farmers. And so we're going to get a tour of that site in Ahuachapan, in one of the cities. And the female farmers that live next to that site, they're growing and selling plants watered with geothermal condensates and are using geothermal steam to dehydrate fruit, which then they sell in the open market. And so they're creating this whole commerce and market and really teaching them how to be business owners, if you will. And so it's a really great movement that's been going on. There's also a 50-year climate action plan that they've implemented, and they're really committed to renewable energy. And Senator Ben Allen has been very active with this work, and as a matter of fact, he'll be there next week. And so it's been really exciting to kind of partner with him and talk to him about what's going on over there. So really excited to have this opportunity to go over there and learn more from the work that they've been doing.
And I just want to make it clear, because I did get a couple of questions. These are coming out of the existing travel funds. These are not separately allocated funds, so this will count against your travel budget. Just so everyone's clear, because that was not clear to members of the community. All right, is there a motion?
I make a motion.
All right, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Councilmember Para. Do we need a roll call vote for this? All right, roll call vote. Ms. Anderson-Warren.
I prefer one. Okay. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0. Okay, that concludes the business. Councilmember Brock, you had an adjournment.
You want me to still do that tonight?
You're going to be doing it at 3:50 the next meeting. So if you're thinking you're going to be doing it earlier in the evening, you're not.
No,
So next meeting is pretty jammed packed.
that's fine. I'll be happy.
And it just got more jam-packed.
Need to find the. Yeah, okay. Well, now. I apologize. I lost it.
I think he's going to.
Sorry. I tumbled my papers. That's a good way of putting it.
Well, if you want, you can do it at the next meeting. I just want to make it clear that the next meeting's going to go late, given
No,
what
I
the
understand. I'm just trying to.
agenda looks like for the next meeting.
I'm just trying to find it. And I apologize. I was putting stuff away.
Can you do it without the paper? Oh, it's at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I trust me.
Let's do it next meeting,
Well,
because we're all like, we're barely hanging on.
I got.
All right,
I
great.
apologize. We're adjourning tonight, or this morning, in memory of Santa Monica architect and resident Ron Goldman. Ron Goldman, who passed away September 28th, was a fellow of the American Institute of Architects, the most honored membership level of the AIA. After graduating from Beverly Hills High, he was educated at Princeton and MIT and was a founding member of Santa Monica Architects for a Responsible Tomorrow. His firm, Goldman, Firth, and Rossi, received more than 50 local, national, and international design awards and a successful design career that spanned almost 60 years. A private practitioner with an impressive list of commercial and private clients, he designed more than 1,000 homes, apartments, condos, commercial, and institutional projects. In spite of his professional obligations and achievements with seemingly endless energy, Ron was always there to volunteer pro bono in an endless number of environmental, planning, and civic design causes. Ron was tireless in his push to maintain the low scale of our community and enhance our city with increased setbacks to allow for more pedestrian-friendly sidewalks and more diverse architectural expressions in all new developments. With his extensive development experience, he always fought against cheapening the project, saying that good design is good business. He saw the potential to accommodate growth and improve our city in multiple ways that should be embodied in a community-developed, comprehensive city master plan. A master plan would integrate the zoning map, the environmental needs, water, power, food, health, demographics, education, safety, historical assets, social equity, and financial needs of our city in one comprehensive, interactive model. Such a model would be updated in real time and could be used to test future scenarios such as the impacts of different airport development options or the impact of our new Sacramento imposed housing element. It's one of Ron's greatest regrets that our city, with all of its sophisticated aspirations, never developed a master plan instead of always opting for piecemeal development, leading to many missed opportunities, unnecessary costs, and a compromised future. If you want to honor Ron's memory, it would be by working collectively to develop such a master plan. After retiring, which he never really did, for the past several years, he was working on inserting pocket parks in our city and in Compton. These pocket parks would recapture city-owned land, such as underutilized cross streets and alleys, by placing basketball courts, picnic tables, trees, dog parks, etc., as recreational amenities of particular value to highly impacted, often recreation-starved neighborhoods. Even on the last day of his life, as he was driven by car, he was scouting the unfolding streetscape for pocket park opportunities, saying a pocket park could go there, or there, and there. Whether it was a tiny pocket park, a home, a synagogue, particular and expansive, he could think small and big at the same time. As a Santa Monica resident, above all, he loved his city and the potential it held for future generations. He will be greatly missed.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we will adjourn until our next meeting, which is October 24th.